morning. We start the third day of the conference with a panel discussion concerning the new European Bauhaus initiative for Green Deal, addressing energy challenges. We are focusing to energy challenges because this is the future actually, and we have to connect the cultural heritage with this direction, because as we said yesterday at the resilience panel, climate change has to be tackled to the heart. That means decarbonization of cities, historic cities, and historic buildings. I'm inviting Associate Professor from University of Ferrara, Emanuele Paglia, from the Departure of Architecture to moderate this panel. Professor Touliatos is excused from Cyprus because of illness. Dr. Konstanti from NTUA will be connected through WebEx. Topo Systems, the architect Kapareliotis Vasilis. He is here. Thank you. Good morning. Professor Anthimos Xenidis from the National Technical University of Athens, School of Mining and Metallurgical Engineering is here. Professor Nikolovgenis from Ioannina. He is in Venice for the Biennale. It was something urgent. I don't know if he will be able to be connected. The adjunct teaching staff, Dr. Thravalu Stavroula from the University of Cyprus is here. Welcome, Department of Architecture. And Doukas Haris, Associate Professor from National Technical University of Athens, School of Electrical and Computer Engineering. He is here, and we have to inform you from this forum. He will say in details as Chief Editors of the Technical Annals, the International Scientific Journal of the Technical Chamber of Greece, that we invite you within March, first days of April, to submit papers on energy, because we have an issue dedicated to energy, and that is on stage. Terna representative will be with us later on according to his schedule. Thank you very much, Emanuele. Το τηλεκοντρόλ μπορείτε να μας φέρετε. Είναι στο πόντιο μου, ωραία. I'm honored to have with us in the panel Professor Roberto Di Giulio, responsible for the Competence Center for Cultural Heritage, who, according to his opinion, is going to open this issue as well. Thank you, Roberto.
Thank you very much, Professor Moropoulou, for your introduction, and for me it's a great pleasure to moderate this first panel. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first discussion panel scheduled for today. And as Professor Moropoulou introduced, is dedicated to an important topic as the European Bauhaus Initiative for Green Deal, addressing energy challenges. Before to start the discussion, briefly let me introduce the topic with some minor but important remarks. Several years ago, in 1919, the architect Walter Gropius founded in Weimar, in Germany, the famous art school called Bauhaus, that combined from one side the craft and the fine art. The historical Bauhaus emerged in a crucial moment for our European continent, characterized by deep and important transformation in order to go to the industrial era. The Bauhaus founder, as Walter Gropius, addressed this transformation in each their activities, proposing potential solutions to solve the European problem of the dedicated period. As you know, the Bauhaus School quickly became an international global movement, cultural, which operated until 1933. Also today, our continent, our world, facing several challenges and several problems. The first one, as you know, is the climate change. In the last 2 years, we have lived another important emergency as the pandemic. And last but not least, last year, we are facing another problem as the war between Europe, between Ukraine and Russia. These challenges require for our society very fast and deep transformation. On the agreement of the same assumption following by Walter Gropius when founded the historical Bauhaus, in September 2020, the President of our European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, launched the new European Bauhaus. Scope of the new European Bauhaus is to propose and to achieve the European ambition of creating a beautiful, sustainable, and inclusive place in order to promote a new lifestyle where sustainability matches style and thus accelerate the green transition. Three main keywords, complementary keywords, characterize the basis of the European Bauhaus in consideration of the idea of the European Commission. The first one is sustainability. Sustainability from climate goal, sustainability in order to change the carbon neutrality, sustainability in order to complete the energy transition. The second one is aesthetic or beautiful. Scope is to propose experience and style of the quality beyond the functionality. The last one is inclusion or together. Scope is valorize the diversity of our European countries, is valorize the different and accessibility and affordability of all citizens. One of these main three pillars concern the involvement of different stakeholders in as citizens and civil society from different backgrounds in order to promote concrete solutions starting from the local level in order to achieve concrete and global solutions. Starting 2021, several activity has been promoted. Last year, for example, 6 new European Bauhaus Lab has launched and will be completed this year. Other activities will be promoted in the next month and completed in the next year, as for example, the first European Bauhaus prizes. In consideration of this, briefly, introduction of the topic of this discussion panel night, I would like to invite our speaker to present their point of view on the European Bauhaus initiative, their experience and potential solution to concrete realize this initiative at the European level, but also at local level. Only one remark, we have, not all speakers are already today with us. For this reason, original, we have scheduled 5 minutes for each presentation, but we can use the time that is necessary because we have time for all discussion, all presentation, and it's not necessary to accelerate this introduction. I invite Professor, before to give the floor to the speaker, I invite Professor Dukas to propose another part of the introduction of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really glad and honored to be in this important panel about the new European Bauhaus, which is in fact the soul of the new European direction, the Green Deal. As you know, currently energy crisis is at the forefront, and the aim is to change paradigm, to address climate change, also all the current challenges related with the costs and the difficulties with the households. And then in order to achieve this, we need to create initiatives of co-creation, engaging citizens, engaging communities towards this new paradigm, that is a sustainable paradigm, and in fact, the new European Bauhaus initiative calls for beautiful, as the moderator said, beautiful places, practices, and experiences that are enriching, which means inspired by art and culture, responding to the needs beyond functionality, which are sustainable, which means in harmony with nature, the environment, and our planet, and which are inclusive, very important, encouraging a dialogue across cultures, disciplines, genders, and ages. Timmermans said when presenting the Green Deal that if we want to have a green transition, it has to be social just. If it's not social just, then it cannot be green. So this is the key concept, how we can work all together and create such living spaces that enable cooperation among different disciplines, cultures, genders, and ages. And this is, I think, what we will discuss today. Within NTUA, the National Technical University of Athens, we are trying to bring forward such initiatives, and we include such concepts and approaches within our projects and with students, master students, but not only. And I'm really glad to hear all the speakers and understand how they view the Bauhaus initiative and some concrete examples maybe of their reality checks that they present in their country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dukas. Anyway, I think that we can start the presentation of our speaker. The first one is Professor Touliatos from Frederick University Department of Architecture. I would like to give the floor to the Professor Touliatos. Thank you. Not here, Professor Touliatos. No, okay. Okay, perfect. We can go to the second speaker via WebEx. I don't know if to the back office. Okay, perfect. Anyway, Professor Constantin, scientific and teaching staff from National Technical University of Athens, that is connected with us via WebEx.
Good morning to everyone. I'm sorry that due to university commitments, I didn't manage to be with you in physical presence today. I will be for the afternoon sessions. I hope you can hear me well. We are talking about this new European Bauhaus initiative for Green Deal addressing energy challenges. Professor Piea gave us the framework, so I will say again that it was launched in September 2020 and concerns a cultural and environmental initiative which connects the European Green Deal to our daily lives and living spaces. And it calls on all Europeans to imagine and build together a sustainable future, beautiful for our eyes, minds, and souls. So, this initiative is a bridge between the world of science and technology, art and culture. It's about leveraging our green and digital challenges to transform our lives for the better. And of course, it is an invitation to address complex societal problems together through co-creation. As mentioned before, there are three core values. These are sustainability, aesthetics, and inclusiveness. According to our EU Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, Maria Gabriel, whose message was brought in our inauguration, she said that our ambition is to develop an innovative framework to support, facilitate, and accelerate the green transformation by combining sustainability and aesthetics. So, aesthetics should not be the privilege of the few. And I think that this is a very artistic, we could say, movement. Its aim was the combination of form with function and mass production. This movement was influenced by the trauma of the First World War and the shock caused by the industrial revolutions. The industrialized products and houses had to be made culturally, socially, economically, practically acceptable, and this led to today's assumption for environmental sustainability. This new initiative is a driving force to bring the European Green Deal to life in an attractive, innovative, and human-centered way. Everyone should be able to feel, see, and experience this green transformation. And now some data from United Nations. In 2050, around 68% of humanity will live in cities. These represent only 3% of the planet's surface, but they consume 78% of energy and produce 60% of greenhouse gas emissions. So let's see something about green buildings, or let's say sustainable buildings. They are aimed to minimize energy and water consumption. They contribute in sustainability, combating climate change. They contribute in responsible urban planning. So construction with the use of sustainable technologies and materials is the key. Green buildings account for over 40 of the European primary energy demand and 36% of Europe's carbon dioxide emissions. They are among the biggest consumers of energy and the largest contributors to global greenhouse emissions, ahead of transport, agriculture, and industrial processes. So EU has set a range of energy targets for all new buildings by 2030. As far as green buildings are concerned, a reduction of 90% in CO2 emissions from buildings will have to be achieved by 2050. European Commission recommends that a reduction of 90% in CO2 emissions is needed in order to reach the EU goal for a low-carbon economy. And building materials can, of course, provide the solution, among others. So, for concluding, borrowing from European Cultural Heritage Green Paper, responding effectively to climate change is a defining task of our time. The effects of climate change are visible in every corner of the world, and the scope and speed of this phenomenon are even more evident and alarming. This is particularly the case in Europe, a small continent with a very high population density and strong dependence between people and their living environment. European Green Deal and cultural heritage are closely interconnected. European Green Deal aims at limiting temperature rise at 1.5 Celsius degrees, which is a crucial threshold to safeguard a large number of our heritage sites and avoid the loss of biodiversity in our natural environments. Cultural heritage is part of the solution. Many dimensions of the European Green Deal, such as building renovation, circular economy, the farm-to-fork strategy, and biodiversity, have clearly related cultural aspects. So, cultural heritage can be a catalyst for positive change, as it has the power to connect people to places, encourage a sense of belonging, and foster social inclusion. Cultural heritage is not just about preserving our past, it's about shaping our future. And I'm concluding with this very nice image from Acropolis, the snow scenery, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I fully agree in particular with your conclusion, your last slide, where you have introduced that the important role of the cultural heritage for our energy transition, and it will be a really concrete, important challenge for all of us. Please stay online for the question time that we can propose at the end of each presentation. Thank you again. Anyway, we can continue with the next speaker from architect Kapareliotis. I hope to understand very well the name, from Greece, and leader of Topos System. Please. Yes, of course.
Yes, all right. Hello, my name is Vasilis Kapareliotis. I'm an architect, and I represent the startup Topos Systems. First of all, I would like to thank the National University of Athens, National Technical University of Athens, and most of all, Miss Antonia Moropoulou, Professor Antonia Moropoulou, for inviting us here. I will speak about our work. We're actually a company that is consisted of different professionals. We are architects, mechanical engineers, computer scientists, and economists. Generally, our aim is to do projects that will promote sustainability in the built environment. And our activity is basically divided in two sectors. As the title of the lecture says, in the physical and digital space. In the physical space, we're referring to design and construction projects that we do, and this include small and medium scale projects for new buildings, existing buildings, and heritage buildings. We actually do the whole procedure since we are a small company, and we are really focused in the energy upgrade of the buildings. Through our experience in construction projects, we have realized that it was very difficult to reach sustainability. The main problem was that we are forced to deal with each project individually, and it was actually impossible to do something really sustainable. That's what we understood from our experience. That's why we began doing some research some years ago, and we actually participate in European programs, and we write proposals or participate in programs of proposals of others. And we have our own plan. We have our own research. We are we're trying to create a tool that will allow to everybody who is involved in building projects to have a sustainable approach. So what we really try to do is to include all the parameters that need to be included. For that purpose, we have a strong reference in the theory of acoustics of Konstantinos Doxiadis, who has understood this multitask approach that needs to be taken in order to promote sustainability in building projects. Of course, this has happened 60 years ago, and today we actually translate or do our own understanding of the theory of Doxiadis in order to do sustainable projects and use the contemporary computer scientists. So in this slide, you can actually see the 5 elements that explains in his theory, they are the 5 elements that actually create the city. They consist the city, the different systems that they take part in the creation of a new city or the function of an existing city. Actually, we strongly believe that we should do the best we can do with the existing cities, and we are not so much into thinking about new cities. So here you can see the understanding, our understanding of the structure that Konstantinos Doxiadis has proposed. And what we see here are several systems. So we have ecosystems, topography systems, climate systems, human systems, which is the needs and the comfort, the local dimension, which is the local stakeholders, the local economy, the cultural heritage, which is related with space, and the cells refer to the buildings as construction, architecture, materials, and cultural value, and of course the several networks. And we are really interested in the networks because we believe, as I already said, that the approach must change. We must use the new technology, create energy hubs, create cultural hubs in order to promote all the buildings and individually the buildings that that are interested in a particular person. So this understanding has led us to create a platform. We have actually, it's a long-term project, but we have actually started doing it. This is based in artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and open cloud computing. And what we actually try to do is combine building characteristics and local characteristics, because that's the way we believe, that's the only way we can have a wider image of the scenery and finally achieving a sustainable approach. So the building characteristics could be divided in 4 big categories: architecture, construction, materials, and cultural value, whereas the local characteristics refer to infrastructure, topography, climate, the integration of renewable sources of energy, local economy, and local expertise. So we try to combine this, all these characteristics together in order to create a platform, a digital platform. And our idea is that in order to have a really sustainable approach, everybody must have a saying or understand what we are dealing with. That's why we create 2 different layers of our platform. We create a simple layer for the simple user, which is actually the building owners and the developers and everybody who could be involved in a construction project. And we create a second layer, which is for the experts, for us, for the architects, the engineers, and so on. Regarding the simple layer, we try to give an approach that it will be accessible to everybody. So regarding the energy management of a property, or the dealing with demand response, and finally having a real image of what can really happen in a place, which means linking with the local market and the technicians. The second layer, which is in the spirit of BIM software, and in particular HBIM, because we are dealing a lot with cultural heritage, and we really believe that we need to protect them and update them, meaning put them in the contemporary way of life. We actually, what is really different is that BIM and HBIM, they actually do not work in an abstract digital environment as we are used to, but they actually work in a platform that incorporates the building and the local characteristics. In this way, we can have a better approach. We can have the wider image. So this gives us the potentiality to create, as I said before, hubs, energy hubs, cultural hubs, and so on. Regarding heritage buildings, which is the object of today's conference, since we are a small company and we are dealing with everything really, we have divided the approach in three main categories. So we have the technical issues, which are the constructional and structural matters. We have the legislation issues, which we think are very important and they need to change and modernize in the new ways. They are necessary, of course, for retaining the cultural value, but the whole procedure needs to get facilitated. And finally, energy issues, because the heritage buildings are not made for integrating the contemporary technology that can provide us with human comfort and the contemporary energy demands. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your introduction. You have introduced some other important keywords that already presented in the last days, as for example, the digital spaces, digital platform, HBeam, in order to propose concrete energy transition of our existing building stock, including the important role of the cultural heritage. Anyway, we come back at the end of the presentation on this topic. And I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, Professor Xenidi from National Technical University of Athens, School of Mining and Metallurgical Engineering. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like first of all to thank the organizers for inviting me here and give this presentation. Sorry. So we have some discussions here about, not discussion, but some presentations here referring to the Bauhaus initiative. We know that this connects European Green Deal to our living spaces. We know that the European Green Deal is heavily dependent on urban action to achieve its main goals, which is the climate neutrality by 2050. There was a reference before that the buildings consume something around 40% of the total energy, but cities in general consume 65% of the world's energy and account for more than 70% of global CO2 emissions. There are several pillars, several aspects on New European Bauhaus initiative, but personally I'm going to say a few words about the materials. The materials is the essential part of the buildings, and we have to be very, very careful when we choose one material instead of the other. So this is about the several, this slide refers to the several aspects of energy consumption and minimization in buildings. Of course, first of all, we have to upgrade the building's envelope, and to improve, we have to improve the building insulation, and then we have to see the energy minimization for the whole product life cycle. It's not only about the buildings, but we have also to see the products and how much energy is consumed in order to produce these materials that are going to be used for houses. And of course, the last aspect is the construction materials for building decarbonization. So if we see here the model, let's say, of the building envelope, we can see that in each house we have the roof, the walls, the coatings, the mortars and paints, the windows, and the insulation. So the concept of net zero energy building cannot be achieved without robust minimization of energy losses and energy consumption. We have to reinforce the building's envelope in order to achieve the targets of the European Union. In order to achieve a home that is truly of low energy, it is important to consider embodied energy when choosing materials and construction systems. Embodied energy is a calculation of all the energy that is used to produce a material or product, including mining, manufacture, and transport. So, as I said before, different types of materials and construction systems would have different levels of embodied energy. So, the concept of minimization of energy consumption refers to the full life cycle of the material, from production to transportation, installation, and finally maintenance, and finally recycling and disposal. Me personally, I'm coming from a school at the National Technical University of Athens, the School of Mining and Metallurgical Engineering. So our scientific area, let's say professional area, deals with mining, metallurgy, industrial minerals, and so on. And we have several types of wastes, which are huge in volumes, and we have to, in order to meet, let's say, the objectives of net zero waste, we have to recycle or reuse or utilize these materials in different other applications. So there are several studies that have been made in our laboratory, and I will focus in one study dealing with geopolymers. Geopolymers are inorganic materials that is produced using some raw materials which have aluminosilicates, which are attacked by some solutions, alkaline solutions containing not only sodium hydroxide but also silicon oxide and so on. So, in order to have geopolymerization, we need to have increased silicon and aluminum content, increased amorphous content, and susceptibility to alkaline attack, because this solution attacks the material partially, not at all, but finally, due to the reactions, the bonding of CLH silico complexes, we have a final structure which is very solid, like the cement. So we can develop the polymers, the inorganic polymers at 3 dimensions. We can produce tailor-made materials with good mechanical and thermal properties. Materials that are used as a source of aluminosilicate minerals are natural materials, raw materials like perlite, bentonite, but also recycled materials like slags, bauxite residue, fly ash, and so on. This type of materials I referred before, they comply with necessary requirements in order to produce raw material with good potentials for several applications. I will explain later on this. So we have industrial wastes, we have mineral wastes. An example of that is that the slimes that are produced during the perlite exploitation. We have industrial byproducts and recycled materials. So by performing specific processes, we can produce lightweight granular materials, which if we use end binders, and if we use both of them, we can have bulk insulation materials, boards, panels, and so on, and bricks. this is again when these materials can be used, we can use for insulation, for roofs, for walls, like fiber boards in walls, and again as insulating bricks as foam blocks. I would like to say that these materials actually, this type of materials are light. Their weight is not. Their weight, let's say differently, the density is very, very low. So either the bulk density or the specific density is very, very low. So we can use the material to insulate the buildings in order to reduce the energy losses. So let's go this way. No, sorry. No. Ό,τι και να πατάω πάει πίσω. Sorry, just a minute. Not okay. Όχι αυτό. Okay, I found it. So the important thing is that we use also very, very low energy production processes. The only thing you have to do is, let's say, to select the materials, the proper materials, to mix them, to add the activating solution, and then curing, or in some cases you can add foaming materials, and finally to shape them, the materials, and to have either granular materials, foam materials, or compact monolithic materials. It's an easy process. You do not need a lot of energy to produce them. So this is an example again. I will say the main advantages of this material is lightweight, multifunctional, inorganic, inert, and incombustible. We have to know that the materials we use, let's say for insulation, they are based on polyurethane, and there is the danger of when you have fires in the buildings. So these are inorganic materials which do not decompose during fire events. So the properties can be fine-tuned. As I told you before, they are properties tailored materials. You can do whatever you like. The external thermal performance, very, very, very good, and they are green, and they have reduced embodied energy because they are produced from wastes. And they have free-flowing and easy to install and handle using standard procedures. You can do any shape you want, and there is good workability of cement paste, excellent bonding to cement matrix, and it has been seen that by making some simulations that the energy demand when using this type of materials is 70% less than the original ones. So the conclusions, the route towards net zero energy buildings comes through improved building envelope. The materials of the future must be aimed to provide the necessary technical properties for efficient insulation and minimization of energy losses, but they must also allow the energy gain through their entire life cycle. The use of extractive waste is very, very good. They have to be carefully selected for each specific application, but again, we have the advantage of preventing natural materials consumption. The development of new generation of inorganic insulation materials and building masonry components with lower embodied energy, up to 50% lower cost, and upgraded properties was proven successful. And based on the results of our research, it is possible to develop near to the market products based on wastes with very promising potential, both regarding their technical characteristics and their efficiency. So we can use this material, as I told you before, for filling grains, as filling grades for insulation, for blocks, panels, boards, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation that has proposed the interest to another important topic for the energy performance of the existing building stock as the materials. They play a role of the materials, the building component, in order to transform our existing building in net zero energy building to achieve the climate neutrality by 2050. Anyway, we can move the presentation to the next speaker from Cyprus, Architect Travalu. I would like to give the floor for your presentation.
So good morning from my part as well. I would like to add on the conversation by saying that the new European Bauhaus initiative has actually set the ground for a shift in the way we perceive the concept of development in our cities and the built environment. The generous framework that was introduced through the Green Deal is now calling the research community and the policymakers to focus not only on the energy upgrade of the building stock per se, but also on how to improve the everyday lives of people and promote the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So this concerns accessibility, equality, as well as the promotion of intangible and aesthetic values. The historic urban landscape is by definition a place undergoing a constant transformation driven by people's beliefs and values, considering climatic, financial, and political constraints. So if we interpret the historic built environment through the lens of resilience, important lessons about sustainability can be extracted for local communities and economies. Actually, there is wide research in the particular field addressing environmental, socio-cultural, and socio-economic principles of vernacular heritage. If we want to summarize some of these, the cultural habitats are perceived as a result of their integration into the natural environment. They help to preserve and transmit inherited values, catering for social cohesion. And finally, they empower local communities to optimize local resources and promote social entrepreneurship. Over the last 10 years, I had myself the opportunity to be part of interdisciplinary research groups working on the documentation and assessment of the environmental aspects of vernacular heritage. We have quantified the effect of thermal mass, the role of semi-open spaces in attenuating outdoor temperature and humidity levels, and my thesis was on the effect of urban density and street canyon geometry on lighting and indoor ventilation. My point is that in general, there are numerous passive design strategies such as ventilation, evaporative cooling, and shading that are offered by the vernacular building forms and their urban context. However, there's a key aspect in the effectiveness of this passive behavior of the built environment. And this is the occupant behavior. It's the human factor, the way people live and relate to cultural heritage and identify themselves with it. Let me mention an example. Back in 2012, we conducted an extended questionnaire survey trying to track the occupant behavior of residents in more than 100 building traditional dwellings in the historic center of Nicosia. Surprisingly, the users were applying all-day ventilation even during the summer with extreme heat conditions. as they mentioned later, they prefer the feeling of being outdoors, of being able to interact with the neighborhoods and enjoy the views. So even if we implement the best environmental awareness campaign, discarding the actual feelings and priorities of the real users and occupants of the historic urban habitats can lead to great discrepancies concerning our goals. Closing this short presentation, and coming back to the opportunities given by the new European Bauhaus initiative, I would say that we need to come up with innovative and human-centered ways to support European citizens and societies for an inclusive, socially and culturally sustainable climate transition in the cities. The key word here, I believe, is vision, and it is highly linked to bottoms-up initiatives that include people on a local scale. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation that you have mentioned another way as the first presentation, the important role of and approach of a human-centered approach in order to propose concrete solution at the local level that moving to a bottom-up approach. Anyway, the speaker that has already organized in this discussion table has proposed this presentation as Professor Moropoulou introduced in the first part. We have invited also the Professor Roberto Di Giulio from my university Department of Architecture, that is scientific coordinator of Horizon 2020 project started 2 years ago called 4CH, dedicated to the development and creation of a European competence center for the conservation of cultural heritage. I know that Professor Di Giulio has not proposed a specific presentation because it's not organized in this round table, but I invite you to present their point of view on this topic.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to accept the invitation of Antonia to the table. She asked me to say something to open the session, but asked Emanuele to give me the opportunity to listen the speeches before and to add some considerations and comments after the speech. So to have more input and also to enjoy these much comfortable chairs. Just 2 words about Competence Center. I said something about it in the first panel, in this panel number 2 on Monday. But I'd like to say something about the organization of the Competence Center that at the moment is a research project. 4CH is a funded, European Commission funded project that implementing and creating the structure of the Competence Center that will start acting in the next year. We will close the project in December, and the Competence Center should be established in January 2024. The Competence Center will be active and we hope proactive in some in an area and some competences that are those ones related to the cultural heritage that, as you know, are part of the supporting competences. That are the competences where the Commission cannot make directives, but just recommendations, as well as defense, for example, or culture, or education. The recommendation and direct legislation activity is specifically played. The role is played by each country. So the Competence Center will be based on a networking, let's say, structure that will be the European Competence Center, and like a hub, and a lot of spokes that will be the single countries where there will be established the national competence centers. We are already working on that in some countries, between those one included into the consortium that is working on the 4CH project. But of course, all the countries will be invited to do the same. as well as all the countries have been, we are continuing to invite in the advisory board. The advisory board will be a body that will work beside the competence center to make advisories, but also to play the role of a third party, representing the specific characteristics and needs of each country. So it will be very important to have the network of a national competence center that will be more close, that will be closer and more competent in terms of the specific characteristics of the cultural heritage in each country. There will be some departments in the competence center and semi-structured in the national competence centers. And these departments will cover the most struggling issues in the conservation, preservation, and safeguard of the cultural heritage. And one of these aspects is, of course, the risks of the cultural heritage related to the climate changes and to the hazards coming from the natural risks and the human risks that are more dangerous than the natural ones. The activity of this department will cover, for example, the definition and the completion of the map of risks that will be done, implementing different maps that will be strictly related to the specific characteristics of each country. So we will have a set of maps and the general maps of general map of risks. And of course, in this aspect, the problem related to the climate changes and to the activity of the European Commission, this direction will be absolutely a priority. We have at the moment, and also I said something about that on Monday, we have three main things that is going on. The activity about the European data space for cultural heritage, that is already started. Another one that is in progress, that is the construction of a European cloud for the information, data, and network of the institution working in the cultural heritage sector, and the Bauhaus initiatives that are related to the green transition and specifically focused on the cultural heritage aspects, to the risks coming from these aspects for the cultural heritage. And so it is quite important. It's very important what we have seen in the presentation before about some focus that come from the general view to the specific view, with focus on specific aspects related to the specific dangers that each country will have to face in the mix of action coming from the climate changes effects and technical, material, and chemical, let's say, condition of the cultural heritage and sites and monuments and artifacts as well. I want to address something about the next dates and steps of the activity in the construction of the competence center. We will have a meeting in June where we have invited all the members of the advisory board that at the moment cover 2/3 of the countries. For example, the countries in this table are already represented, both in consortium and in the advisory board. And in June, we will define the basic organization of the competence center, and we will have a special session of the advisory board that will start acting. The advisory board is still open. We want to include some missing countries. As I said, at the moment we are close to the total presence of the member states within the advisory board, and then we will have a final event in Brussels in November, where the results of the research will be presented, and we hope the structure of the future European Competence Center will be presented. So the next months will see the member of the 4CH consortium very active in the dissemination of the results achieved at the moment, and I presume that after November the European Commission will present formally the final results of the Competence Center architecture and the program for the next activity in 2024. This is at the basis of this work. There is, of course, the participation of the countries involved, but also of the huge number of institutions that we have in each country. We are here in a country that is a very rich country in terms of institution working in the cultural heritage, and it means the possibility to be proactive in the extension of the participation. I want to mention what Stavroula said about the participation and the including people activity. This will be very important things. As I said, the Competence Center will be not a structure that will make directives or laws or legislation, but also advices, recommendation, and a networking activity, a network of government, but also network of institution and people involved in this institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberto, for your presentation, for your introduction of the Competence Center. Anyway, I would like to invite the audience to propose some remarks, comment, or question to our speaker. Anyway, there are no comment and no question. For this reason. I suppose that it was really clear, your presentation.
Okay, I want to thank you, everybody of you, because you contributed to the opening of a discussion. This is a new issue. We cannot dispose our knowledge. We can just develop a framework of discussion and of action. And I found very constructive the way that all of you here contributed to this construction of an interdisciplinary framework. I found very important that we started from the energy point of view, because the energy crisis, as well as the climate change crisis, actually develop the problem which we have to address. I found very important the architectural approach, which is developing a very concrete channeling of the issues of consuming energy and shielding the structures from energy losses. And this is a bipolar issue, because it concerns modern buildings and historic buildings. And from this point of view, the contribution of materials was very much to the point. I found that, and thank you very much for this, Professor Xenidis, that the research is giving solutions right now to the questions concerning materials with low embodied energy and high performance concerning the issue to tackle energy losses in buildings. Of course, I understand that it is very important to communicate all these perspectives to the people, because the actual hub are the cities. The actual labs where we have to elaborate solutions in large scale, because only in large scale the energy consuming buildings are developing problems like that. More than 65% of carbonization problem and energy losses are emissioning from cities. This is the large scale, and the large scale requires not only planning, requires social participation and promotes social cohesion. That means we all have to work together, but towards a direction that needs discussion with people, with local governments, with city governments, and it is actually requiring the change of city governance to this direction. This is a great task for all of us, and scientific community has to support this task with scientific support to political decisions. And this requires not only integrity, but dissemination as well. I find very important the opening of this dialogue, and I thank very much Manuel Paya for moderating and Roberto Di Giulio for channeling this discussion to the interests of the Competence Center for Cultural Heritage, because cultural heritage should not be the bad solution to accept energy losses because of its value. It could become a pilot case for addressing energy challenges, and I'm not saying that because of the goodwill we have to treat in that way cultural heritage, but because there is a possibility. All the historic materials, the traditional ones, are having the lowest embodied energy in comparison to the modern ones. So even though that installations do not exist, historic buildings in historic cities and centers are in bad situation regarding preservation stage. That means we are having energy losses. We cannot say no. But indeed there is the material background that we could utilize in order to go up and develop a paradigm how low energy embodied materials might, with a good rehabilitation and management, preserve cultural heritage from energy losses as well, not only from decay and pathology, and could act as a core for the historic centers to address energy challenges at large. So I believe that all your contributions here could be extended to scientific papers. I have discussed, as I said in the beginning, with Professor Doukas, who left for Brussels right now, that we are keen to publish a little bit more elaborated, of course, your presentations here in the panel in order to have this volume for energy as a backbone to this opening of the discussion. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you again for your final remark. Another time you have underlined the important role of the social participation. I think that is crucial, the role of the inhabitant of our historical city, because it's necessary to propose some more attractive action to valorize our cultural heritage, also in terms to improve their energy efficiency, because the challenges of carbon neutrality is really crucial for our future and is really crucial for our future generation. During the presentation, I underlined several times the role of human-centered way. For example, another important action that our European Commission has started to promote concerns the energy community. The important role to create a participatory process and public-private partnership in order to propose concrete solution for recovery of our historical district, our historical villages is really, really important. And I suppose that for our future, also this topic will be added in for the development of our European Bauhaus. I would like to thank you again, our speaker, and if we don't have other comment from our audience or from the chair or the table, I would like to invite the audience, if you are interested on this topic, to the hall number 2, because there will start in the next 5 minutes the presentation of 4 papers that are presented content on the European Bauhaus. Thank you again for your attention.
Good morning. I have the honor to co-moderate with the Secretary General on Energy, Mrs. Zdoukou, the panel concerning the Green and Blue Deal for local and regional sustainable development, of course based on the utilization of cultural and environmental assets. It will be presentations by the panelists and discussion, since this is a challenging theme, and we are presenting this issue not only to you, but even to the isolated areas. They are connected through live streaming and to the world through BCI Media Toronto and through the Earth Web TV. I will start by presenting the sustainable development of less developed regions and isolated areas by creating new touristic resources and products through analysis, documentation, and modeling of cultural assets using innovative ICT applications. It is a General Secretariat of Research and Innovation project, which is coordinated by the National Technical University of Athens, with me as scientific responsible. It brings together the Technical Chamber of Greece, the Foundation for Research and Technology, Hellas, the Research Institute for Tourism, and Consortis and Telesto, which are private research companies and innovation startups. This program concerns the area of Etolo-Akarnania, Euboea, Chios, Mani, and the small islands of Dodecanese, Kassos, Chalki, Simi, and Castellorizo. The main objective is to attract external economies and invest them in endogenous development based on the cultural and environmental assets of these areas. And this has to be done in a way that, as we have discussed concerning the issue of historic cities, the utilization of cultural assets has to develop revenue in a way that it will be circulated an investment not only on local economy, but in the protection of cultural and natural environment as well. And this is the methodology of this work: analysis, documentation, modeling, and management of cultural and environmental assets, utilization of innovative ICT applications, design and creation of new products for touristic local development, and circular economy and social cohesion. We have already performed documentation and analysis in a methodology of documenting through all the archives of the state, of municipalities, and various organizations, the cultural and environmental assets, developing databases with a modeling methodology which permit us to assess and evaluate these assets and insert them in a plan of local economy. That means we are going to assess and evaluate whether the density and the distribution of these assets is capable to feed a local development plan. And as you might see, just by the first view, this distribution is justifying actually the hope that we can design sustainable development plans. These results under a smart design with low cost might actually feed in development proposals with the shape of cultural roots all around. Again, the same. Sorry. Okay. All around these areas. And the modeling of the studies areas in various categories show historical roots, local architecture roots, traditional settlement roots, intangible heritage roots, gastronomy roots, and they are different on the cultural roots we know because they are established in a way that ISO systems for their management will protect environment, and that informations like info kiosks will be within the journey in order to inform tourists and local people. Of course, we have designed all around these routes, and some of them are now under implementation, like in Casos, for instance, where the design had started before the project. These routes include agrotourism, gastronomy, and they are concerted with primary sectors strengthening, since without production, tourism will be unbalanced. And it is clear that in areas like, for instance, you might see here Chalki and Kasos, we are having traditional settlements that are abandoned, which were of agricultural use, and they are characteristic of the architectural heritage. They could develop the new infrastructure of agritourism and gastronomy. And new infrastructures are required as well in order to give the opportunity to the tourism stream to arrive from the touristic centers to the isolated areas, Mani, small islands, etc. But at the same time, since we need new tourism-oriented marinas, tourist shelters, tourist moorings, we need fishery-oriented fishing sanctuaries, for instance. We need combined uses in order to bring together tourism and local productive activities. Ports are in joint venture with shipbuilding repair zones using traditional nautical techniques, and the modernization of airports is connected with special modern, I would say, works like the one you can see here, which is to transport upon the monuments going up to Rocky Mountains easily. Of course, the infrastructure and environmental protection projects are of great interest. That means the waste management of islands, of isolated areas, echistic cores, the establishment of renewable energy infrastructures and works, and of course the regional urban plans implementation, which has already started by the Technical Chamber of Greece and the Secretary and the Secretariat for Urban Planning and Land Planning of the Ministry of Environment. It was an emblematic intervention, the renewable energy installations in the photovoltaic park in Chalki, under the coordination of the Secretary General, Mrs. Doukou, with the Prime Minister to inaugurate the work And now we are in the good position to have lowered at the 1/5 the cost of the liter of water for the islanders, since the energy consumption was the major part of the cost of the desalination product. However, this project couldn't be viable without its international dimension. We are calling for an international initiative for an open international and interdisciplinary laboratory of sustainable development, allocated everywhere. This project could be a hub. We could use islands, mountain areas, remote areas to search out the possibilities to develop them in this way. And in the nearby touristic centers, like the one of Rhodes, upon which we had an important discussion the first morning with the mayor of Rhodes as well here, we can say that this might be adjunct in order to see how to work in historic cities as open lab to counteract to over-tourism and to protect and use in the proper way in the direction of circular economy historic buildings. But in the same time, all these data have been elaborated, and I'm very glad that Betty Haralabopoulou is here with us as partner in the AI project, because we worked a lot together in order to define the informatic program upon which we would include all the development interventions, and they elaborated in every detail all the GIS allocation of all these interventions. So we are having the background to work, and with Telesto we are now working on the development platform upon which all the projects that are in synergy or acting towards implementing this proposal will be included and will be managed by the local communities, the municipalities, and the technical chamber is helping to this direction. That means, of course, there is a next step, the promotion of websites of each study area, so that we will invite young people mostly and new tourists to visit this Greece, the whole of Greece, not the other Greece, but the whole of Greece. And these proposals were developed in active dialogue with local communities. You might see here everywhere our meetings and discussions with people in all areas. And they were of common acceptance because they were prioritizing the interventions they wanted to prioritize and which we could include in our design. And it is very important to say that this design and this proposal is uniting all political forces of the Greek Parliament, because we presented this work to the Greek Parliament last month and all the political parties were in agreement. That is unique for Greece. We are very happy for this because this is a prerequisite to implement fully the design in these areas. Of course, we are presenting and transferring this project and our proposals to Mediterranean, European, international forum, apart from the local ones, because scientific dialogue is very important and we have published a lot of works from that. But closing this presentation, I have to say that when 40 years ago we proposed to international venues the concept of sustainable development, radical intellectuals, radical from the point of view that we were having another approach to the concept of development, mainly based on the utilization of the local environmental and cultural resources. It came up today to the economic and energy and peace crisis that we are discussing and we are implementing the concepts of sustainable development. So it is required to act now. There is no time to lose. And I'm very glad that within this panel we have the opportunity to discuss about implementation with the government, about implementation with the banking system, and we are welcome. And we are expecting new funding tools that will keep young people, young entrepreneurs in their islands, in their mountain places, in their isolated areas. Because if everybody will come to the urban center, and that's the trend, I don't know where we will go. And it's not only the problem of decarbonization, but it's the problem of abandonment, which is threatening not only cultural heritage, but social life in Greece as well. So I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to start with this project as an example. And we are expecting your positions in the general issue. I have the pleasure to invite my friend Alexandra Zdoukou, the Secretary General of Energy and Mineral and Raw Materials from the Ministry of Environment and Energy, to take the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Moropoulou, for giving me the floor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alexandra Zdoukou. I'm Secretary General for Energy and Mineral Resources at the Ministry of Environment and Energy. Obviously, it's my really great pleasure to participate in this conference, in this particular panel with friends and colleagues, Athena not only. I also welcome all those that follow us virtually, a great number of participants. And thank you, Ms. Moropoulou, indeed, for the wonderful presentation you shared with us. And let me also, on behalf of the Ministry of Environment and Energy, to thank you and congratulate you for the work, the really fantastic work you are doing in order to promote the sustainable development, especially in the islands, which is something that is also a big priority also for the government and for the ministry. At first glance, someone could think that energy crisis or climate change do not have any touch points with preservation and protection of cultural heritage, right? But I think that it's exactly during these times of a global energy crisis that put the energy transition in the forefront of our efforts and, of course, of the climate change crisis. Because climate change is happening and it's a crisis already. So protecting cultural heritage, making it resilient to these crises in a sustainable way, I think that it's more important than ever. Thus, let me share with you some bits of information and experience gathered in our ministry from our efforts to put our country, Greece, at the forefront of the energy transition. And before I focus on one of the strategic key initiatives of this government, which is the decarbonization of the Greek islands, let me share with you the fact that Greece decided back in 2019 not only to embrace Europe's ambition on climate change action and the energy transition, but actually to overshoot this ambition. And allow me to say that at the Ministry of Energy, we have a very clear mission to implement this transition. First, it is to move away from an expensive and polluting fossil fuel, which is lignite in Greece. Then we need to plan our energy system so that it relies on cleaner and cheaper energy sources, right? Renewable energy, we want to be the backbone of our energy mix. Natural gas, we want this to be a bridge fuel, a facilitator of this transition. But our plan is to bring about a vast change in how we prioritize, how we utilize our energy resources with a very strong focus on increasing energy efficiency. And I'm sure that Athina will explain to you the tools that we use in order to encourage people to do more energy efficient things in households and businesses. What we want to do is to rapidly change also the decades-long paradigm in transport, one of the hardest actually to abate sectors, by establishing also e-mobility as a key of this key policy of our administration. And of course, we want also to focus on new technologies and new market trends, like, for example, storage, offshore, wind parks, hydrogen. So these are technologies that Greece was not at all familiar in the previous years, but during the last 4 years, I'm quite proud at the ministry that we have opened these files, and we are moving now very fast in promoting these new technologies in our energy policies. So we see the energy transition as something that is more than a necessity. We see this transition primarily as an opportunity. In Greece, it's an opportunity to attract investments in new technologies, to kickstart, why not, our economy after the effects of the current pandemic. And of course, it's an opportunity for Greece to attract foreign investments and grow our economy. And obviously, we see all this energy transition as an opportunity for our international partners and friends to create value by investing in a fast growing sector, which is the energy sector, in a stable investment environment in Greece. Greece, you know, is a country that has a lot of opportunities to offer as a business and a trading partner, and also Greece's energy sector is indeed a rapidly growing sector that offers many attracting investment opportunities for our international partners. Having all these in our mind at the ministry, we have tried during these 4 years to design and also to implement a lot of specific policy measures in all the areas that I described to you in order to achieve the targets that we have set in our national energy and climate plan. And I can safely say that today we are in a much, much better position across all these sectors. We have made a remarkable progress in the achievement of our targets so far. Of course, we have a lot of things to do as we move towards 2030, 2040, 2050. We know that we are quite ambitious, and we did this deliberately, to be honest, because if you don't have high standards and if you don't focus on these high standards, you won't be able to get there. But what is true is that the energy landscape in Greece is now under a big transformation. The energy landscape is completely different today in 2023 regarding of what it was back in 2019. We have managed, especially after the war, to reduce natural gas consumption. We have doubled our renewables capacity, installed capacity in our energy mix. We start, as I mentioned, using new technologies, all the technologies that I mentioned. And of course, we have a very clear path on what we have to do in order to reach the first milestone, which is our 2030 national targets. And the good thing is that apart from knowing the strategy, the policies that we have to pursue, we have the tools. We have the tools, so we have the appetite, we have the passion, and I think that with these ingredients we are going to move forward. Now I would like to say more words about a visionary project. Ms. Moropoulou mentioned this. It's the GR Eco Islands Initiative. It's the Greco Islands, actually, initiative. What is the Greco Islands Initiative? It is a strategic initiative of the Greek government of course, in the battle against climate change. And what we want to do, very simply, is we want to transform the Greek islands into green and digital islands. But to do this, you know, in a holistic manner. You know that the Greek territory includes how many? 6,000, I think, islands? More than six. Okay. I think around 170 are inhabited, maybe more. But I think that the unique nature of all these islands creates obviously various comparative advantages, but at the same time they also generate a series of social and economic challenges, because these are centered actually on isolation. This is why the key driver for us, for designing and launching this initiative in Greece, the Greco Islands Initiative, is the need for our islands to benefit from the transition to climate neutrality. What we have done so far for this initiative is that we want to implement a number of specific interventions on the islands by the year 2030. So these interventions target, of course, the increase of renewable energy sources. We want to increase energy efficiency for the building stock, focusing primarily on touristic dwellings on the islands. We want to promote energy communities on the islands. This is an element of the Greco Islands initiative. We want to digitalize the island electricity networks, including the rollout of smart meters. We want to have 100% electric vehicles adoption for the island's vehicle rental businesses and the public transport, of course. We want to modernize all the ports infrastructure. In other words, we want modern and green ports, but we do not only work towards better physical interconnections. We also promote ultra-fast broadband, allowing, of course, the local residents to have a modern life and a work style. And last but not least, in the field of circular economy, we focus a lot on waste and water management, water treatment, with priority on green desalination plants. What I would like to stress out is that although the Greco Islands initiative concerns all Greek islands, we are starting with the smaller ones. We are starting with the most remote islands, or the most, let's say, underdeveloped islands. And making a list of these first islands to benefit from our initiative will be done actually via a top-down approach. This means that a number of ministries cooperate also with the regional authorities. And to do that, we have proposed certain criteria, the size, of course, of permanent or tourist population, the status of electrical interconnections to the mainland grid. I mean, we start first with the islands that are non-interconnected to the mainland, and thus they use polluting fossil fuels. And each local authority and, of course, the local population as a whole, they will need to embrace the aim and also the objective of the initiative and show, of course, a strong commitment. Besides, I think the photos that you showed before shows how local people and local authorities really embrace this project. What is the role of the Greek state and the role of the government? It is, among other things, to guarantee and to facilitate funding, because I described to you all the interventions that we want to implement on the Greek islands, but do we have the money? How this will be made feasible? What we have secured as a starting point currently, as we speak, is 100 million coming from the European Union structural funds. We are also working in order to secure more funding from other sources. We have a dedicated, as we call, decarbonization fund for the islands, and we estimate that we will manage to gather there around 2 billion coming from European, again, funding. So this will be money specifically dedicated for the purpose to decarbonize the Greek islands. And in order to initiate, let's say, the process for the island's local authorities to be able to declare their interest to participate in this initiative, we are working currently on designing and publishing an expression of interest that will be addressed to municipalities in the next couple of months. In the meantime, we are preparing a master plan of the initiative. I think that the preparation of this master plan is very important in order to ensure the alignment of the initiative's goals with all existing legislative and regulatory obligations at European and national level. and also we need to have very targeted strategies for the islands. Finally, there is another element that we designed in the Greco Islands Initiative, and this is the participation of the private sector. We firmly believe as a Greek government that the best model to transform the islands is a partnership between the public and the private sectors. Therefore, what we have done here is in the climate law that we passed in the previous months, we set a new mechanism, and this new mechanism gives the right to a private entity to come to the ministry, submit an expression of interest, and somehow adopt, let's say, adopt an island, meaning become a sponsor for an individual island in order to design and implement specific interventions on this. We have already a great example of this public-private partnership in the project that is already implemented in Chalki, which was the first GRECO island. Actually there we had a group of participating companies that carried out certain interventions on the island, ranging from the installation of a photovoltaic panel system, the electrification of the municipal fleet on the island. We made smart the lighting system also of the island. It was a group of French and Greek companies, and each of them undertook the design and the implementation of something of all these projects. Of course, this was made in close cooperation with the municipality of Chalki, the region of South Aegean, also the ministry, and you know, the amazing thing of the first Greco Islands Initiative, I encourage you to visit Chalki and see this transformation that happened in a record time. It was that the project was data-driven, which means that the overall design of this was based on what are the energy needs of the local community, including, of course, the electricity consumption, which means how much energy local households and businesses need for their daily life. We also examine the local routes made every day with the cars on the island, and also what are the specific characteristics of this local economy. And that led us to design and implement a set of interventions. We constructed a photovoltaic system with a capacity of 1 megawatt on the island that is owned by a non-profit energy community. And this energy is capable of covering the energy demand of all the inhabitants of the island. And imagine, during the last year of this terrible energy crisis, with the spike of the electricity prices, imagine how important it is. Think of it from a social aspect, from a social benefit, how important it is to protect people that live in isolated areas, to help them reducing their energy cost. We had also the donation of 6 electric vehicles to the police, naval authorities, the municipalities, charging points, as I mentioned, smart lighting systems, and very important was the fact that we developed a 5G infrastructure, broadband networks on the island, and finally a wonderful solar-generated electric boat that was donated also to the island in order to be used for transformation, but basically for promoting eco-friendly tourism. So I said a lot of things. I will close this presentation by saying that I love this project, the Greco Islands initiative, because it welcomes Greek islands in the 21st century. And we hope that it can really comprise a model of, for other European island nations, why not to follow. And I think that it is very important to transfer this knowledge, this know-how. First of all, be able as Greece to set a paradigm, Ms. Moropoulou, by making our islands not just, you know, beautiful islands for a visit, but also put the footprint of making them sustainable islands. And this is not a theory. We are already in practice. We've done this in Chalki, we've done this in Astipala, Aistratis. There are several islands to follow. You mentioned a couple of them in your presentation. So ultimately what we want is to put Greece at the forefront of this energy transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Doukou, because you exemplified what is the green transition concerning energy, and more specifically, how this could open the window to the islands to pass to the next century and become a paradigm for the islands of the world. Otherwise, we cannot forget that Chalki since '82 was the pilot for sustainable development adopted by UNESCO. And it was based at the rehabilitation, the cultural and architectural rehabilitation of the main equistic core. And now with what you have done, Chalki continues to be in the map at the forefront of transitions for tomorrow. So we hope that all these plans will be implemented in most of the islands and the isolated areas. And we will be, the scientific community will be there to support municipalities to require to enter in these plans and in these funding schemes and to go on. Thank you very much. We will now continue with Athina Hadjipetrou, the CEO of the Hellenic Development Bank. And her presence here is very important because there is a vacancy for what the Secretary General said. We need PPPs, public-private sector projects. These projects require a new mentality for youth to undertake entrepreneurship initiatives. And there we need new funding tools, and green transition needs that as well. My dear friend, Athina, you have the floor.
Good afternoon from my end. My name is Athina Hadjipetrou. I'm the CEO of Hellenic Development Bank. My dear friend Tonya and friends panelists, it is always a great pleasure to be part of a panel with distinguished scientists and representatives. Tonya is leading this event every year, and I think it's an inspiration for all of us. She was always an academic leader, a pioneer on preservation, and for many, many years an advocate on sustainable visionary. I'm very happy because I work with most of the panelists on a daily basis. I work with, together with Alexandra on the implementation of the energy and sustainability agenda and the financing tools. And I also work together with technical guys and primarily Kostas on supporting those tools. We all know that of all the challenges faced by the world community, one has grown clearer. And we can no longer escape, ignore, or downplay. And I refer, as we can understand, to sustainability. And we also know that the effects of events that are driven by a lack of attention on sustainability can be measured, unfortunately, in lost lives, lost homes, lost businesses, hundreds of billions of euros in emergency services and disaster relief. We all know that sustainability and the development of sustainable agenda is a necessity, and there is no way back. Greece had always placed immense value in protecting its natural assets, monuments, landscapes, and habitats. As we heard also today, the focus is in our islands, on the countryside. Our history is always and has always been a core for our economic development. Good news is that we have experts that know what to do, and I can also contribute by declaring that we have the financial and technological tools to get the job done. What I would like to speak today and address is the localizing of the green and blue benefits, and most importantly, why localization matters, and how we in Hellenic Development Bank we can contribute to this cause through the prism of sustainable development. Localization entails adaptation. All development goals can only be achieved through local and regional adaptation and resilient actions. We need cities that create far less pollution, have climate change adaptation, mitigation policies, and which have more green and blue spaces with access to everyone. Inclusion is a very important thing, and we in Development Bank, we have social KPIs. We don't have economic KPIs only. In short, we need to make our cities what the UN Sustainable Development Goals say they should be: inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Building, in that sense, a more sustainable future requires all hands-on deck from all industries, including the finance sector, no doubt. The capital markets, as source of funding, can mobilize capital for sustainable development. And primarily national development banks, such as Hellenic Development Bank, have a very good understanding of local barriers, have a very good understanding and have studies on the reasons why we have problems on access to finance. We want to address opportunities and also mitigate risks, and we also want to scale up the private and public financing to accelerate transition to a low carbon emission global economy. In Hellenic Development Bank, we act locally, but we think globally. Our strategy is very much aligned to the Greece's development policy, to the ministerial and government priorities. The direction is very clear. We want to become sustainable, resilient as an economy, and better prepared for the opportunities of the green and digital transition. Greco Islands initiative aims to transform Greek islands into models of green economy, and in that case, localization means that the blue economy is central to the green transition. From HDB perspective, we see the following 4 steps. We want to make tools and design financial products that will be aligned in developing green and digital finance and instruments to scale up investments needed to achieve low carbon economies. We want to design products to enhance the growth of new green industries, products and services, and we want to manage the transition for greening the more traditional sectors and the associated employment. In a snapshot, we want to improve the resilience to climate impacts. Our main priorities lie innovation. I didn't know that there was a chart. On innovation, digitalization, development, and green finance as cornerstones. Now, let's see the products and the strategy. On green transition, it is important to see the themes and to see the priorities and the strategy. Pillar 1 is the strategy, Pillar 2 is the result. Green transition is designed and aims the creation of green transition plan, practices and instruments, upgrade, of course, our internal procedures, and the design of green financial instruments. What was the result of that? Green co-financing loans that we will discuss in a few minutes, guarantee fund development loan that is very much aligned to this transition and to the, let's say, the new economy, Economo, that is Ministry of Energy, and I think it's among the most popular programs in Greece and assists all of us to have our assets more sustainable and green, to change our assets, and the Innovation Guarantee Fund with ESG criteria. If we go to the digital transition, that is very much linked, because digital is the way we live. It is in every step of our everyday life. So turning into digital on the day-to-day doing business is very important, and is very much linked to all aspects of our lives, not only the economy. So the creation of a digital transition plan, practices and instruments, and the design of financial instruments resulted into digital upgrade loans, and we also have something that your students, Ms. Moropoulou, will be very much, let's say, attracted to that. We have an audiovisual production guarantee fund that is also includes all kind of gaming, let's say, and new products that our young generation is very much liking. I don't want to spend more time and keep you, let's say, in the agony, what are the new tools? And most primarily, I want to highlight, and because I've mentioned that we are having this global strategy, all those new products that we are going to roll in the market in the next month are in cooperation with European Investment Bank, and we will have additional 2.9 billion loans in the market that will complement the RRF that is already assisting the Greek economy, the recovery of the Greek economy, and is very much aligned to the priorities mentioned by Alexandra already, the priorities of the energy, the priorities of getting green, getting digital, supporting poorer areas of our country. We are discussing with the Ministry of Shipping for a program that will be dedicated to the islands, and most importantly, we are seeing the recent economic development. So you will see that contrary to what we have done during the pandemic, where our protection shield towards the entrepreneurship was through programs that were guaranteeing the banks and the loans and encouraging the banks to increase the bankability of companies, and according to the reports of EU, we have increased credit expansion through these programs. Contrary to those guarantee schemes, we took the decision, and we have discussed with Ministry of Development and Economy, that currently we need to roll in the market programs that are cheaper, because as we all know, cost of financing will be a barrier for the future, in the current, let's say, in the current situation. In that sense, you will see that the majority of our products are called co-financing tools, have one main objective: to reduce, minimize, and in many cases subsidize interest rate, so as to mitigate these recent developments, and that will be further explained by my banking colleague here, technical and banking colleague, in the coming years. So, green co-financing loans. We see a very big scale. This product will finance projects, investments that start from 80,000 euro to 8 million euro. So it is the totality of the, let's say, SMEs needs in very big products in very specific areas that we will be announcing in next week. We are very, let's say, we are very optimistic. That's why on the presentation we put loan duration from 60 to 120 years. It's not really true. It will not be 60 to 120 years. It will be most probably months. So sorry for that. Nevertheless, most probably those products will be there in 120 years. So 40% contribution from funds that are Greek state banks, Greek state and EIB, and the 60% cooperative banks. We will have 3 pillars on that: energy, efficiency transition, green mobility, as is a priority of the ministry, green services, and renewable energy. And again, 80,000 to 8 million. So, addresses to everyone. Complementing, because it's not that if you are taking one, you cannot take the other one. This is how entrepreneurship should see. It doesn't mean that if we do an investment on, for example, panels, we cannot do an investment on digital. These can be combined. So loan amount, this is less because the appetite is less, and the plans, the investment plans are lower. 25,000 to 1 million, again with subsidy, again with lower interest rates, and reduced collateral requirements, of course, that will aim to facilitate access to finance in order to support the uptake of digital technologies. And we are not talking about digitalization in terms of ending product. We are talking about digitalization as a process, as a doing business, let's say day to day. Liquidity is something that we sometimes see, and we know it very well by talking to the entrepreneurship, that is very important and needed because actually embraces and mobilizes and is a catalyst in order to be able to conclude an investment. That's why we are having a liquidity co-financing loan for working capital, again with 40% participation of the Greek state. We want to facilitate financing through working capital loans in order to cope with the current market conditions, that is increasing energy costs, raw material, inflationary pressures, things that we face in our day-to-day doing business. And we believe that this product will be the catalyst that will mobilize the investment endeavor of the Greek entrepreneurship and the Greek economy. So this amount will be starting from 10,000 to 1.5 million euro, with a grace period of 12 months, and again with lower interest rates. Because we are a Mediterranean country, and we know that our islands and our countryside is having a lot of activity in agriculture. It is the first time, and we are very proud of that we are introducing an agricultural loan together with Ministry of Agriculture, but most importantly because it's the first time that in Greece we have microloans. In that sense, we have introduced a product that starts from 3,000, it's already in the market, 3,000 to 25,000 euro, is a co-financing of HDB and cooperative banks. Most importantly, it's interest-free for 2 years, and it is a mixed product for investment and working capital, but it's not let's say, the mix is not specific. So in that sense, we can have 25,000 working capital, 1,000 investment, or vice versa. So the mix in this is really open. Most importantly is that we have in this product, we have used our very, very new platform, the Know Your Customer platform that I want to explain that it is our tool. It is actually our way and our commitment to the entrepreneurship to assist them in increasing the bankable universe in Greece. Innovation loan is also addressing to this community, and I think addresses to you primarily. And it's also, again, it's financial engineering, very important and very beneficial to the ones that are focusing on innovation, again, as a doing business and not as an ending product necessarily. The engineer of this product is that once you are committed in specific ESG criteria and innovation criteria, you start the lending, you are measured in 2 years, that is the grace period, and once you have achieved your goals, 20% of your capital turns into grant. So it is very important, one, to speed up the completion of the plan, and second, to reward the one that has achieved the goals that has set himself. So it is a very important and, let's say, very useful tool for the ones that are committed and want to speed up their transformation, let's say, journey in-house. Having said that, I want to declare that I'm very, very optimistic because everywhere we go and in every discussion with the entrepreneurship community, primarily after, let's say, participating in these kind of panels, what we see is vision, we see passion, we see realism at the same time, and we also see concrete roadmap. So, ladies and gentlemen, a new world is taking place where mindsets are shifting. We know that targets on their own are not enough. They have to be achievable, and we know that promises are easy. Action is more difficult, but every action matters. Together we can get the job done, and we are committed not to leave anyone behind, and we are committed to create a prosperous future for the new generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Athina, for the very concrete contribution with funding tools that will be adapted, I hope, to new entrepreneurship initiatives in the isolated areas and in the islands. And
I'll give you one example.
Yes, please.
For those VAT codes in the, for example, this working capital tool that have never had the chance to take a loan from the public, let's say, development bank, Hellenic Development Bank, there will be a subsidy. So this is to encourage. And how this will be encouraged? Because through this platform, we are actually receiving directly the requests.
Thank you, and I thank the Secretary General. She has another obligation to go. I have the pleasure to invite now Konstantinos Makedos, who is the chairman of the board of directors of Attica Bank. It used to be the Engineers Bank. However, it is not anymore, but we are glad we are having the president, and that he is in coordination with the Hellenic Development Bank, promoting in the market new tools and new opportunities You have the floor, Dinos.
Thank you, Tonya. Thank you for today's invitation. It's more than pleasure, it's an honor to participate with distinguished keynote speakers today, and of course to convey the message for, let's say, for the banking sector as in the new era, in the new ESG and SDGs era. So it's common sense that the green, sorry, it's how that works. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's common sense that the Greek regional structure of the economy is still demonstrating imbalances in terms of GDP per capita, population, and welfare. And this is something that has been recorded according to the regional policy of Greek post 2022 by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, as OECD. So I fully agree with Ms. Doukou that the less developed regions and the majors and regional governors have to get initiatives, have to be the leaders in initiatives. But those initiatives are opportunities. So opportunities like the transformation to the new digitalization, transformation to the energy sector, etc. But allow me to point out that these specific opportunities are not different for the simple mapping with both SDGs, the global goals set out by the United Nations, and ESG criteria, the rating system used by companies and institutions to measure their environmental, social, and governance credentials. Both provide a universal framework for sustainability and growth. Based on the above, the challenge for regional stakeholders is to absorb in their strategy these indicators in a proper prioritization and in such way that the imbalances will not be extended more. For the track record, I still mention two specific issues with contributed impact. The first, the transition of the new digital era. It is well known that the most important and negative impact of digitalization are unemployment and social distancing. Obviously, it is a high priority in parallel with the digital transformation to implement actions focusing on the social dimension and at the same time to protect employment by promoting reskilling and upskilling plans for the effective workforce. And the second has to do with our national decarbonization goals. Throughout the decarbonization process, a central priority should be to ensure a fair deployment transition of these like-night areas, a task mainly based both on employment protection and the compensation of the social economic impact of the transition. The banking sector. Which is the role of the banking sector? The banking sector should and must contribute significantly to the transition of the isolated geographical areas of interest of the new economy of SDGs, not only by developing appropriate financial tools, but also by acting as an experienced sustainability enabler. The categorization of opportunities as a result of the cooperation between government bodies and scientific organizations can greatly contribute in understanding the economies of scale, aiming to deliver the financial tools and the initiative required for the implementation. Responsible banking and target initiatives. Some of the banking financial tools with meaningful contribution are So, deployment of some of the banking financial tools with meaningful contribution are deployment of innovative project finance tools based on local integrated strategic development plans designed by the collaboration between scientific community and local government, banking synergies and capitalization of resources by the European Structural and Investment Funds to finance the regional projects, funding lifelong learning and training programs required to transition local population of the economy of the SDGs, development of green and blue bonds in cooperation with Athens Stock Exchange, sponsorship of the regions of interest via their foundation aiming of inheriting significant cultural and environmental services to future generations. Are the banking initiatives enough for the sustainable development? And this crucial juncture, it is necessary to implement significant sustainable development projects which cannot be executed without the involvement of the construction sector. And here is the role of Hellenic Development Bank. The role of engineers in this implementation of the sustainability of transition strategy is as important as that the bank. Therefore, it is necessary to facilitate their access to financial and liquidity solutions. Both a great boost and supportive initiative will come by using the resources of the National Recovery and the Resilience Fund. Thus, similar access to the financial tools will ensure the correct and efficient use of RRF funds instead of green and blue development. TMM always feels the pulse of the market. We develop unique and innovative tools that give our members the support they need to complete their equal terms both nationally and internationally. We have expanded beyond our role of a specialized issuer of guarantees. We now offer credit solutions based on our members' needs. The Hellenic Development Bank Greece and TMM Guarantee Fund offers working capital loans up to €2,000 on competitive terms and with a guarantee of 20% of capital. The program won the international award as best practice at the series and annual meeting of the European Association of Guarantee Institutions, ACM, one European Organization of Guarantee Institutions. Athena has the privilege to participate in this General Assembly and got this as a trophy. Of course, the financial solution and of course Attica Bank. Attica Bank, the bank of engineers, because Tonya mentioned that it was Engineers Bank, but we are still the private investors in Attica Bank, and we, taking the advantage of the experience and expertise, can turn into a key financial player to support the role of the technical world in this green development journey. So if you take into account that the Greek banking system is rather concentrated, 4 systemic banks holding about 97% of the market, whereas across the rest of Europe the concentration rate of significant institutions is considerably lower. And at the same time, the Attica Bank is in the process of its privatization, and the successful completion of the upcoming share capital increase will signal the establishment of the 5th banking player in Greece. For us, the challenge is to develop the bank in market terms. So, in a nutshell, transforming, isolating, and less development areas into sustainability role models requires determination, stamina, and hard work. But it can be the most productive period that will pay off, safeguarding sustainability and preserving the environmental, social, and cultural reserves for future generations. Banks can play a pivotal role in achieving these goals for our common sustainable future. Thank you. Sorry for my voice, but...
Thank you, Dinos. We are looking forward to endorse cooperation between municipalities, young entrepreneurs, and your joint products.
Thank you.
From the Ministry of Agriculture, on behalf of the Secretary General, Dimitris Papagiannidis, we will listen to their position from Dimitris Papas. He's on the web. Can you connect him? Ναι, κύριε Παπά, μας ακούτε? Ναι, ωραία, ευχαριστούμε πολύ. On behalf of the Secretary General of the Ministry of Agriculture, Dimitris Papas, on behalf of Mr. Dimitris Papagiannidis. We don't hear you. Are you muted? Full screen, please, and check.
Can you hear me now? Thank you, Mrs. Moropoulou, for giving me the floor. Unfortunately, Mr. Papagiannidis wasn't feeling well this morning, and he kindly requested me to present his announcement of his behalf. His speech has as title Green Deal and Sustainable Rural Development. I can't hear you very well. I have a very bad connection.
We can hear you. Please proceed. We can hear you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Green Deal as the central political choice of the European Union for the protection of environment and for dealing with the effects of climate change constitutes the roadmap for the coming years at the level of local and regional development, as it foresees important reforms and interventions concerning the existing development and production model. The strategies it includes affect all sectors of economic activity in the Union, including agriculture and livestock, thus determining the future of its rural areas. It also highlights in an emblematic way the need for green and digital transformation of the Union's agri-food system, setting individual policies and objectives that will ensure that the intended transition takes place in a sustainable, fair, efficient, and balanced way. In other words, it will be done under conditions that will ensure, first, food sufficiency and food security of the Union, production of high nutritional value quality products, participation of all agricultural supply chain links, but also of all inhabitants of the countryside without exclusion in the new order of things in economic and social terms. And of course, attracting new people to agriculture and livestock, and our rural areas which need to be made more attractive. The objectives of Green Deal are considered in the architecture of the new Common Agricultural Policy, which, as a ministry, we have reflected in our National Strategic Plan, and through which we expect to achieve the green transformation of agriculture and our rural areas, planning and implementing a comprehensive traditional plan. Which are the main priorities? We have 5 main priorities that have been defined. The first one, consultation, information, and awareness of producers and population of rural areas in general about the opportunities and benefits of the green transition at the economic, environmental, and social level, as well as about what changes need to be made. Cultural change is the first step to the co-perception we need to achieve, while active participation of all involved is very important to ensure the necessary acceptance and practical support of the conditions, changes, and reforms of the intended green transition, the new production and development model of agriculture and livestock. The second priority axis, advisory support to our producers. Providing advisory services is a key development tool that must be used as soon as possible to support sustainability, improve competitiveness, and modernize Greek agriculture. The third priority axis, professional education training of human resources in rural areas in new skills and knowledge for the use of new green and digital technologies. Interconnection of research, innovation, agricultural advice, and educational training is our obligation through the upgrading of existing agricultural knowledge and innovation transfer system, AKIS, as well as creation of operational groups within the framework of the European Innovation Partnership for Agricultural Productivity and Sustainability. Our goal is to have the necessary critical mass to support innovation and new technologies adoption. This simply means that knowledge, training, retraining should be available to all and accessible to all, especially those who face difficulties adapting to the new promoted green model. Fourth priority axis, incentives to promote sustainable investments in innovation and new technologies in agriculture and livestock sector. Public and private investments which serve the objectives of green transition and the objectives of digital economy and sustainable development, using modern financial tools to support. For example, some public investments in agriculture that we are planning to implement will focus in rational and sustainable management of national resources with investment in renewable energy sources, in precision agricultural and environmentally friendly agricultural practices, through policy measures that will combine protection of an environment with improvement of quality and special characteristics of our agricultural products. Especially management of irrigation water is the most important among the challenges that we have to face due to the climate crisis. Through inversions aiming at increasing efficiency and at reduction of losses through modernization of irrigation network and utilization of information and communication, which we have defined in Water 2.0, with which we expect to change the map of our country's agricultural infrastructure in the future. On the other hand, the private investments in agriculture and livestock that we are planning to implement will contribute to the adoption of innovation in technology and renewable energy sources, aiming at reducing input costs, improving economic efficiency, modernizing agricultural holdings, processing into products with comparative advantages, as well as improving environmental performance of agricultural holdings through more efficient use of natural resources and especially irrigation value. Such investments in agricultural holdings concern, for example, adoption of precision agriculture to limit consumption of agricultural supplies and water, utilization of geothermal energy in greenhouse crops, saving energy by installing photovoltaic at pumping stations, saving water by installing water meters, utilization of byproducts and residues of crops and livestock for production of animal feed or energy, recycling and composting. The last priority is providing support for the diversification of local economies and the creation of new business and employment opportunities in rural areas, especially those affected significantly by the transition to a climate-neutral economy. The aim is to attract private investment in all sectors of economic activity, such as processing, manufacturing, and handicraft, agrotourism and services, which will contribute to highlight the local identity of its rural area, whether it concerns the cultural and natural heritage of the countryside or the promotion and distribution of local products. In this way, an attempt is made to protect and highlight the natural, environmental, and cultural potential of our rural areas so that they become attractive, sustainable, multifunctional, offering employment opportunities and a quality standard of living to their residents and especially to young people. At the same time, public investment in a wide range of interventions in basic infrastructure and services should be encouraged, especially in rural remote areas that lack resources. In this direction, an important tool available for the appropriate planning and financing of such local development policies is the LEAD approach within CAP framework, which will also be activated in the new programming period 2023-2027 with significant resources to support modern green and digital infrastructure and technology in various sectors, such as training, education, networking, etc. Finally, I would like to thank you again for the invitation and mention that, in my opinion, the most crucial factor that will determine the outcome of our efforts to promote all that we characterize as the green transition will be, beyond the proper planning, the participation and the willingness of all of us to change our way of thinking and adopt the reforms with an open mind and positive intention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would like from this forum to thank the Secretary General of the Ministry of Agriculture, Dimitris Papagiannidis, for his interest and cooperation in safeguarding traditional architecture in the islands, like the one considering dry stone masonries supporting land terraces, which is the traditional system in the islands for the agriculture, and which we hope will be in agreement with the ministry, funded to the municipalities of the small islands, especially Kassos and Halki, which are disposing these systems, and not only, these systems are characterizing the landscape of the islands, and this is very important to safeguard the image, the iconic image of these islands. We have to safeguard their agricultural infrastructures, like the dry stone masonries and the landslides, the terrace systems, as my friend Sofia says. So our warm regards to Dimitris. And we are passing now to Professor Sofia Avgerinou Kolonia from the School of Architecture, National Technical University of Athens. She is one of the research team of the NTUA in AI, and she is having her provenance from Kassos Island. So these are unique characteristics. Sofia, you are having the floor.
First, I'd like to thank you, my dear friend Tonya, from many years indeed, for inviting me here today and for giving me the opportunity to participate in this discussion, not only today, but during all this very interesting conference. So, I will present you a short communication on planning towards creativity and circular economy for urban revitalization and the sustainable development of historic cities. Development of cities is closely linked to creative, productive activities. It is often observed they are located in city centers, benefiting of the advantages offered by the location, such as the low cost of transportation of new materials and products, as affordable rents, and as the possibility of finding a skilled workforce. In this favorable spatial context, So in this favorable spatial context, the cooperation and networking are developed between related cultural creative industries and other relevant small medium enterprises, and clusters are created. The resulting social and economic interconnections strengthen further this particular ecosystem, and they create a particularly characteristic historical urban landscape. Today, Today the cultural and creative industries can boost urban economies by promoting new activities. They also strengthen other related economic sectors as crafts, publishing, fashion, and a variety of other applied arts are the contemporary expression of traditional activities that flourished in cities, adding value to local economies and shaping the symbolic aspects of urban centers. It is considered that the cultural creative industries can play an important role in achieving the goal of sustainable urbanization. In the context of Agenda 2030, the highest priority is given to the issues of protection of natural and man-made environment and the reducing climate change. We are speaking about the goal 11 of sustainable development goals that call for making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Sustainable urbanization is needed to confront the COVID pandemic, for succeeding in the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, and ambitious goals of the Paris Agreement on climate change. To this end, sustainable economic growth with lower emissions, the reduction of global waste, and the shift of the model of production and consumption to a circular economy are needed. Okay. Reusing, repairing, refurbishing, recycling, recovery, existing materials and products as long as possible. Circular City promotes the transition from linear to circular economy in an integrated way across all its functions in collaboration with citizens, businesses, and the research community. Therefore, circular cities must create a resilient ecosystem that can create new networks of cooperation between small-medium enterprises and other actors that can contribute to the circularity of the urban environment. Within the NTUA Spatial Planning and Urban Planning Laboratory, we have been studying issues, relevant issues, from almost 20 years, and we have many collaborations with my friend Tonya. We are testing now our thoughts and proposals concerning the role of circular economy to the sustainable urbanization in the region of Mediterranean. In the context of an ongoing project, Euro-Mediterranean project, NECBC Med, InnoMedUp project. So, we are looking for innovative business models that So we're looking for innovative business models that recycle waste as part of the value chain. Cultural and creative industries can help shift local urban economies to a circular production and consumption, including the optimal use of material resources and the enhancement of innovation in small-medium enterprises. Historic cities can develop their own waste recycling strategies in collaboration with the creative industries and circular economy action plans for the benefit of revitalization of their historic centers towards their sustainable future. Thank you. We are belonging in the dreamers.
Thank you, Sophia. No, you are belonging to the doers with vision. So, passing from Mediterranean level to the European one, I will invite Betty Haralabopoulou, CEO and President of the Geosystems Hellas SA, who is partner of the AI project and as well as of the Triquetra project concerning the climate change mitigating stresses in order to address challenges. Betty, you are having the floor.
Thank you, Mrs. Moropoulou, and I would like to congratulate you for this innovative panel, because it's not only a technical panel, but gives a view on regulatory measures and also gives a view on new financial tools that all Greek community can get advantage and move forward. For the ones that they don't know me, I am the CEO of a Greek SME based in Athens and having a subsidiary office also in Heraklion, Crete. Also, I am working on a European level as director of the European Association of Remote Sensing Companies, and here in Greece I am involved in the board of the Hellenic Association of Space Industries and the Greek Space Cluster. As in the beginning Mrs. Moropoulou mentioned, our company is involved in the AI project as subcontractor in order to put inside the project the view of the GIS as a tool of geointelligence, not only a tool of digitization, because with the tool of the GIS we can try to first of all make a concrete calculation inside the database of the existing and the needed measures, and inside this database to give the information of the geolocation, the information of the demographics and the economic measures of each action, and try by using all that to move in the link between the natural and the cultural heritage, because this link gives, of course, a very powerful and integrated management in order to expand the tourism with recreational activities. And when I say expand the tourism, also expand the touristic period with recreational activities, guide the planning and the development of the tourism, promote the socioeconomic benefits arising from these synergies, and of course support the sustainable tourism sector in developing tourism and recreation activities that embrace our rich natural and cultural heritage. This, of course, links everything with the blue and the green economy. So we see it like the small sketch that you see in the top of the slide. We see that the blue economy and the virtuous economy shall include SME development using all the regulatory and financial tools that were mentioned before, make a sustainable tourism, involve the green technologies, the sustainable transport, of course, put in the table the input of education, because we need skilled labor, and of course to better enhance the cooperation capacity. So under this view, and under the IE main pillars, we see these green economy strategies to tend to focus the sectors of energy, transport, agriculture, forestry, in not all of the times, because this cannot be applied in the small isolated islands, but can be applied in isolated mainland areas, and also embrace the blue economy, focusing on fishery sector and marine and coastal resources. The blue economy focus on looking after the ocean and the inhabitants, so this is something that shall be taken in consideration as a biodiversity issue that have to be protected, while the green economy focus on the land's natural resources and make sure that they are abundant and cater to the needs of the human population. Both incorporate to address climate mitigation and adaptation, which shall be also taken in consideration. So, going to the sustainable tourism, we need to have ecological tourism, ecotourism, green tourism, soft tourism, rural, agro-tourism, community tourism, solidarity and responsible tourism, all these opposing to the traditional mass tourism, because especially in the Greek islands, what we face at this moment is a mass tourism that has a duration of 2 months in summer period, and this is not sustainable. Also, other 3 pillars shall be taken in consideration: the social justice, the economic development, and the environmental integrity. And based on all those, we see the GIS as a geointelligent tool that can help us in order to achieve those goals. This started as goals under the IE project, and it's an ongoing project, and is a visionary project that can help on several decisions. I'm going to go very quickly on the slides that here we see a mainland environmental, natural and cultural area in Nafpaktos, which is on the west side of the mainland of Stera Elada, that with digitization of the cultural and the natural areas, we have defined roads that because of using those roads, we can measure, we can get measures in collaboration with demographic and economic values in order to better understand the next steps in the site of the sustainable tourism. Because the GIS can give also that kind of very unique information as pop-up windows with specific information, and also as roads with a continuation from one from one point to the other, and like that we can merge the blue and the green with the cultural information and put all those as very, very successful points in the decision support of the growth of the areas. As you see, like that, we can also use, and we have used those information in small islands like Halki, and with the help of the tools, we have made roads that those roads can put the view of extended touristic period and also the view of things that can be under the regulatory measures and by using the financial tools. Also here is the area of Simi, which is again a very small island, and give growth and sustainability to the touristic period. Here is also the Chios Island with again screenshots of the GIS, and as I told you, the GIS is only the geointelligence tool that we all shall get in consideration in order to move forward with actions. What I could say also in top of the GIS is that we can, with the photos, the images, we can have time series in order to see and to collect information about the investments even in remote areas, and like that to visualize everything. This is the architecture with the whole logic behind, and like that to visualize everything in a very flexible method. Of course, the GIS at this moment is contributing in several points in the sustainable goals, and also in the new European Bauhaus, which is the European initiative for the protection of the urbanity and the built environment. Thank you all.
Thank you, Betty. Of course, all these fascinating results on the GIS are a product of a long, a hard research, a collective one, an interdisciplinary one, because our vision for how to develop local areas was to discuss with local people and follow their priorities and their suggestions. And of course, it was the result of building up databases of all the cultural and environmental assets, modeling, assessing, and evaluating their value to give added value to local economy, and then to organize the final result in itineraries, for instance, as Betty showed to you. And that is not without an economic impact. We are measuring now, and the NTUA research team will later on present. I see here Ioanna Mikrou, Georgia Skoulaki. Ioanna will present, and it's her master thesis actually, the economic impact, socioeconomic impact in tourism concerning the Simi Island, which is going beyond the 3-4 months of summer vacations in the island, and it is measuring the effect of what we are constructing there. Of course, it was an idea of Athena to start with Leontiev's method to assess and evaluate the economic results. So after 1 year and a half, we are here to have measured results, and that's great. So everything is going in circles of research, but it is research which is pointing out what is happening in development. Now I have the honor to invite Professor George Petrakos from Pantheon University of Social and Political Sciences, who is the Director General of the Research Institute for Tourism in Greece, and he is a partner as well in the AI project. George, you are having the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to share with you an outline of our experience and findings from our participation in the AI project, but also from some relevant to sustainability surveys and studies recently conducted by the Research Institute for Tourism. Sustainability development is defined as the development that meets the needs of the present generation without limiting the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. Sustainable development evolves over 3 major components: the environmental, the economic, and the social. Sustainability tourism development takes full account of the current and future economic, social, environmental impacts, and at the same time meets the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and the host, the local communities. Therefore, sustainability tourism should optimize the environmental resources, protecting the environmental heritage and biodiversity, respect the socio-cultural authenticity of the destination, and third, provide long-term socio-economic benefits to all stakeholders, such as stable employment and income for the local communities. Linear economy uses and depletes resources, polluting the environment and degrading the quality of life. On the other hand, circular economy, in a new model of economic, social, and environmental production and consumption, based on a closed system that minimizes resource inflows, waste, pollution, and carbon emissions. The circular economy is described as a system of combining economic growth with resource conservation according to the 3R, or 5R as we heard before, principle: reduce, reuse, and recycle. Now, in the context of the AI project for the sustainability development of the less developed areas, the Research Institute for Tourism collaboration with the Hellenic Chamber of Hotels, utilizes the data from its own surveys regarding environmental and cultural assets, the hotel capacity, and other infrastructures related to tourism sector to the least developed areas. Furthermore, it gathers and analyzes data that records the problems, the restrictions, and the needs of the tourism businesses in those areas. Sustainability tourism development, as implemented by large tourism investments, foresees, among other things, the utilization of the local labor force and exploitation of a significant share of local products and services. Soft sustainability tourist development, which is the main objective and proposal of the AI project, is based on a different model that has the local community at its center. According to this model, it is the residents, the interpreters, and the local authorities of the area who envision, plan, and implement the tourist product. The RIT, the Research Institute for Tourism Study for the Northern Area, highlighted the need for information and assistance for the participation of the local business in the development programs, as both residents and businessmen of the region feel that they are far from the decision-making centers. Equally important is the need to create training and educational centers, for example, public vocational training centers in these areas, so that young people can acquire technical training and then become part of the growing total local tourism market. Another survey on small in size and low in category, in star category hotels, which is to a very large extent belong to local businessmen and they are the main hotel type at the less development tourist area, highlighted their intention at a rate of 75% to upgrade their businesses and their tourist program, but also the difficulties and the limitation that they face. The survey outcome regarding those small and low category hotels demonstrate the strong desire of small and medium tourist businesses for upgrading the tourist product of the region through an integrated and realistic plan of soft sustainable tourist development. According to the findings of the most recent survey of our institution, not published yet, hoteliers consider one of the main restrictions for the achievement of sustainability development to be the lack of education and training in the topics both for them and for their employees. Another restriction of equal importance is the lack of information and access to financial schemes and programs focused on sustainable development. Apart from the aforementioned restrictions, the survey outcome demonstrates a strong awareness among the Greek hoteliers regarding the importance of implementing sustainable practices to ensure viability and profitability of their hotels, along with a strong personal vision for the future of their world. In conclusion, IE program principles and priorities regarding the soft sustainable tourism development of the less developed areas prove to be in compliance with the needs, the plans, and the vision of the local community stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is really very important to develop interlinkings between tourism, touristic research and prospections and planning of new development schemes. It is indeed very important, and we had, I hope, a fruitful experience and we are looking forward to go on. Professor Dr. Kampanis Nikolaos, who is the research director on the Computational Mathematics Coastal and Marine Research Laboratory of the Foundation for Research and Technology, fourth, ITE, in Heraklion. He is going to be connected through web, and he is a partner in IE, responsible for the natural environment documentation. Nikos, you are having the floor.
Thank you, Tonya. It is an honor for me to participate in the current event. It is an honor itself for you, Tonya. As a top scientist, that's a good thing to do. Congratulations for the effective organization. Sorry not being able to join physically today. I promise it won't happen again. On the opportunity, I express my thanks for sharing the confidence to my lab with us as partners of IE. It was a unique experience. Now let me share my screen and present some activities that more or less are relevant to the subject we are discussing today, and I would like to share with you. Let me start. Okay. Since Crete is an island with a lot of coastline, the exploitation of coastal natural resources over the sustainable blue and green coastal development is in strong interest. The degradation of the coastal environment and its socioeconomic impact, mostly from erosion and other natural human sources. For this, we have already worked on several areas. An example is Luda, which is a developed area, highly touristic area. We were working enough time on the management plan of Luda. One step before regional maritime planning, splitting in minor geographic areas with particular details. We highlighted the coastal, cultural, and natural resources. We provide actions and intervention proposals for sustainable development within Green Deal and growth. And with this, we face the challenges of socioeconomic and environmental current problems and the evolution of climatic change. However, in other areas, in the south of Crete, southeast Crete, next to Hierapetra, there is not so much development regarding tourists. They are mostly agricultural sector, although they have not yet highlighted local cultural resources. And the quest is to establish tourism in parallel with the agricultural sector, have made a thorough search for the erosion in the area, and we have provided solutions and interventions and against the erosion of the area. Also in other areas of East Crete, which are less developed, in areas of south and east part of the municipality, there are natural resources strong interests like extended coastline. However, there are negatives like erosion and strong winds, but prevail of directly developing tourism in these areas, but also stronger cultural heritage. I saw here a picture of the Kapsas Monastery, for centuries active history of Crete, but also we have other negatives from human sources, like plastics that the current converting the coastline of the area. All these have to be seen through planning, so what one could call soft development and exploitation of the resources, and how this could lead in a sustainable tourism in these areas. But respect the environment, respect the Green Deal, and also support the blue growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikos, for the fascinating travel to the underground research to investigate the erosion of the coastal areas. And I recall how important was the work of Forth in the islands in order to, and not only, in order to disclose and to plan where to allocate marinas, port modernization areas according to the appropriate streams in the sea and the depths, and that was the research. And I have to say that especially in Castellorizo, which is an emblematic point for Greece, a lot of work has been done in cooperation with local people, because they wanted to use the traditional port as marina and to transfer the port to the northern eastern coast. And Dr. Kambanis and his team provided valuable information in order to give solutions to the Ministry of Public Works and Infrastructures. So things are needing work in depth in order to plan where to go and what to do. And having the opportunity to have with us the Director General of the Ministry of Culture and Restoration, Dr. Amalia Androulidaki, I have to thank her, because we needed from the Ministry of Culture the agreement to take videos from another approach of the isolated areas in order to highlight and promote cultural assets. And it was not an easy task. But she succeeded. I really thank her from heart. And it is very important to understand, since now some more than 30,000 people are attending us, it is important to say that there are not closed doors anymore considering archaeological assets in Greece. They belong to the people, they are preserved by the stakeholder, the ministry, but they are open to the world, and this is very important. And that's what we are going to do by promoting this image in depth of Greece to the world. Thank you very much, Amalia. I invite questions and interventions from the participants here. Stefano. Take the microphone. Stefano Della Torre, Politecnico di Milano.
What can I add? I'm very glad to hear about all this cooperation and broad vision about involving cultural heritage in broader policies of broader sustainability. I do think that it is a way. We can no longer think the cultural heritage sector as separate, and as you said just now, closed doors are really a problem and a mistake in a sense. Of course, we are afraid of over-tourism, but without tourism, cultural heritage has no sense, because tourism is knowledge, is mutual knowledge, and we preserve cultural heritage for humankind, and our first mission, I think, is to enhance the knowledge and engage more people. So this is definitely the mission of cultural heritage sector. And it is very interesting that we have more and more complex policies involving more sectors and discovering new strategies. So I'm just happy to hear, let's say. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefano. Can I ask Professor Emmanuel Paya, who in the morning moderated a panel on the new Bauhaus initiative, addressing energy challenges. How does he perceive the aspects presented here in this panel?
Hi, thank you very much for your opportunity. I think that the role of financing and economic is crucial for our revitalization of our cultural heritage in order to promote sensible and concrete action in order to achieve the ambition of our European Commission in order to improve a new sustainability lifestyle of our city. And I think that the role of the bank, the investor, is very, very important. Also following the direction promoted by the European Bauhaus initiative, because a crucial part is the involvement of the citizen, because sometimes the citizens that has not the money to invest to improve their buildings, their city. And for this reason, the crucial partnership between SMEs, opportunities, citizen, local authorities, municipality, minister, and so on is really, really important. It's necessary to open the discussion on create synergy between this opportunity.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure that young people that follow this conference are already aware that there will be in the market by the end of the month a new product that will support young people from the age of, I think, 25 until 39 in order to acquire, to get a loan, a housing loan, to acquire their own home. And this loan, I think it's quite important. It's quite, let's say, towards the direction of supporting the new generation and provide them the financing tools. So it will be a subsidized loan, 75% contribution by Ministry of Labor, through us, through Hellenic Development Bank. There will be loans in the market, will be announced at the end of the month, and it is towards the direction that you just said, housing the dreams of the young generation.
Thank you, Athina. I would like to ask Dr. Amalia Androulidaki, who brought us from Davos News for extending the Bauhaus initiative to Davos Alliance. What are the perspectives after that?
Thank you, Ms. Moropoulou. I'm going to talk more about that during the next panel. Yes, after Baukultur, which I didn't hear mentioned here, and I can see the reason. Baukultur is a word that we are not using. Many countries in Europe and in other countries they're using it, but we are not using Baukultur, and we have a difficulty understanding what it is. But there have been in 2018 this declaration that the Ministry of Culture has signed, and now they formed an alliance with stakeholders from private sector, from governmental and non-governmental organizations, and it's very interesting that they are all proceeding to develop new strategies, which is exactly what we are discussing here, strategies and new policies. But having in the center culture, this is why they are using this word Baukultur, because it has kultur in it, and it means that culture is in the center of all interventions of human beings into the living environment. So it has to do, it's expanding, because it's not just Europe now, it's also the observing members, as they're called, and also beyond that. And United Nations is involved as well. But in this context, I still have a question, since the representative from the Ministry of Tourism is here. And I have to ask how the Ministry of Tourism is thinking of controlling over tourism, which has caused a lot of problems in Santorini. Santorini is now an example worldwide of over-tourism, and especially where there's no infrastructure, and many problems have been created in the landscape, in the society, and again, in Mykonos, where recently we had this attack to the archaeologists because they are trying to do their job, which I'm afraid the other ministries were not, or the other authorities were not doing. That's why the Ministry of Environment has decided to take responsibility and give all permissions for and license for building and function, a license for function, give them from Athens. This is a new decision. So how do you think of controlling this kind of phenomena? And since now we have not seen a real study, realistic study on capacity, on what is the capacity of these areas, how many more hotels and Airbnbs can be built, how more construction sites we can have on these islands without destroying their character, their identity, and without destroying the people that they're living in, the societies that they're living in that. I mean, sorry for that, but I have to ask.
Thank you for posing this question. It's a very interesting question. I'm sure that from his point of view, Professor Petrakos will answer to this, not as Ministry of Tourism, because he's not. I would like that he would be, but as Research Institute for Tourism. And before giving him the floor, I would like to comment on your question. This was an issue that we really highlighted during the General Assembly of UNESCO at 81. And we demanded, as a prerequisite for local and regional development, to estimate the burying capacity of islands and areas in local level. But this was concerning the tourism, the mass tourism model, which was bringing to an area a lot of people without, of course, taking into consideration the capacity of the environment to assimilate the burdens of this mass. In the case of the model we are presenting, and in the models that alternative tourism is creating, the local assets are taken into consideration in order to distribute the mass tourism and extend the touristic period all over the year. So that means that the stresses exerted are not so high. That's another model. That means that today is not required the bearing capacity assessment as a key issue, unless if we are in over-tourist and overcharged areas like Santorini or even Rhodos, the city of Rhodos. So in these cases, yes, we need the bearing capacity to be considered. So that was for reasons of clarification. Professor Petrakos, you are having the floor.
Thank you. We are not the Minister of Tourism, but we do provide the Minister of Tourism with numbers and estimations, and we are also concerned about bearing capacity. Recently, we have done a survey for the hotels in Athens for the regarding the bearing capacity. So we have developed the methodology, and we have informed all the interested parties that we can proceed with such studies and survey and study on the bearing capacity of certain areas.
Is there any other comment? Yes, please. You could use the microphone and say your name and career.
Thank you. I'm Naso Chrysouchou from Frederick University, Cyprus. And thank you, Mrs. Moropoulou, and all the speakers for such an interesting panel discussion. I have a question regarding the issues of green energy, sustainable development, and cultural heritage, and how the two could potentially work very well or come in conflict in such small and sensitive areas such as the Greek islands. I was, for example, recently in Kythera, where there was a huge concern about a wind park being propositioned to be placed in a certain part of the island, and it was under a private ownership, and of course the islanders were in an uproar about this, which I can see would impact the ecosystem, the environment, the visual impact on the culture of the island, and all these issues. The same applies to photovoltaic parks and the matter of agriculture that was talked about. So, are there regulatory policies or some tools on where, when, and how such green energy parks would be placed on a very sensitive place, such as a small Greek island?
I don't know if anybody would like to answer. I will tell you only that more or less 1 month ago at the Technical Chamber of Greece, yes, please, after invitation of the Ministry of Energy and Environment and the Technical Chamber and the National Technical University of Athens, we discussed the need that the local plans, as we call them today, τοπικά πολεοδομικά σχέδια, for which the Technical Chamber of Greece is responsible along with the Secretariat for Urban Planning, and for which we have asked to start from islands, and especially the islands that are in Project I. And they started. We have asked that they should make provisions for certain areas where to install, for instance, photovoltaic parks, because mainly in the islands, the direction is for photovoltaic parks and not for windmills, for the reasons you suggested. So this is a provision required by the new plans that are under evolution. And there has been made a comment that government changes, laws are changing, and plans that are ready to be institutionalized are being out of any consideration. So this develops a vacancy, a great vacancy. Within this vacancy, we have arbitrary interventions, and these develop reactions. All this landscape has to be taken into consideration, and the new plans, I'm sure that will be no more longer defined, because it is for first time ever that 200 local plans have already started, more or less. And this is hopeful for the accomplishment of this procedure. But however, we are very much considered in order that the engineers, the architects, the planners who will undertake this venue will be listening to the opinions of local societies, municipal governments, and of course the researchers that are working in every place and are having valuable data. So this is something to be seen. Ms. Charalambopoulos.
Thank you, Ms. Moropoulou, for giving me the opportunity to explain that at this moment, at the specific moment that Europe is, Europe is after the COVID crisis and in the middle of a war that, okay, we could say that we do not have at the moment an energy crisis. We shall get advantage of the tools available. And this is something not only for the small islands, but it's also for the mainland. And I'm speaking on that because I'm involved on an Horizon 2020 RISE project that has to do with the acceptance of the renewable energy in the mainland and in islands in order to promote the green transition everywhere in Europe. There are tools that the engineers have taken in consideration because it's critical to say that the electricity is needed from the citizens. We cannot live without electricity. Even the water that we drink needs electricity to be produced. In the small islands, it's more, let's say, complicated, because in the small islands, there are three things that can be used. The cable that it's going from the mainland underwater, the renewables that can be wind or solar, and also the petroleum, because in many places, not only in Greece, because we do have also Spanish partners, we have Italian partners, we have partners from Portugal, and we see that in several Mediterranean areas, in small remote areas that are not only islands, but can be mainland, but isolated places, there are industries that they use petroleum to produce electricity. This is not the good way to go on. So there are tools like digital tools that you can have very good cadastral in 3D. You can have line of sight of the relief of the landscape. You can have on top of that the beam of the cultural heritage monument, and with this digitization you can make a planning on where a solar park can be put or a wind park can be put, and also the wind parks offshore that in the Mediterranean are not well used because in the past there was no technology on that. Now we are moving also to that because there is technology. What we miss for Greece, and I'm going to speak only for Greece, is that we have an incomplete cadastral. We do not have at all marine cadastral in order to say that I will use this area to make a wind park offshore, which is not a Natura area, which does not affect from the line of sight from the coastline city that the tourist is having a coffee looking just in front of the sea, the sunset, etc. So now digitization, software and hardware tools can give us the next step to the green transition. If we stay like that, we will not have a sustainable move to the future. To be honest, you can visit the website of the project. The project name is Pearls, like the pearl that we wear. And you can see that crowdsourced information and digital questionnaires and questionnaires that are fed via social media, means that young people that they use Instagram, etc., could fill the questionnaire, have been taken in consideration. So the social acceptance is it's really critical, but also education. Education is critical because in order to have social acceptance, you have to explain that now we have the tools. 10 years ago, we didn't have the tools. 10 years ago, the solar panels were totally different made. Now, at the end of the whole project, the specific project, we are going also to propose regulatory measures. For example, for an old park to have a regulatory recycled tool for the owner, because the owner might be a company, to change it to new materials. So, like in the past, it used to be with the cars. Something like that can be used as measure also to the renewable energy parks. Doesn't matter if it's a wind park or if it's solar or if it's on site or if it's offshore. The issue is that if we make all these steps, get advantage of the tools, and also the put some regulations, even on that I have mentioned, the recycle of the old machines, I call them machines. After that, there would be no noise. The new machines will be put after studies, that the studies will have concrete planning where to put and why. And I don't think that there would be problems in the future. So I think from where we have to start is education, community acceptance. The technology is here. If there would be regulatory and financial tools, I think especially the Mediterranean that we do not have a lot of, other tools to produce energy. We have to move on to the green transition step by step.
Thank you, Betty. And now I ask the panelists with one phrase to close this very interesting discussion. Athena, you're having the floor.
I think we should close the discussion with optimism and devotion. Sustainability and the protection of the environment has been there for decades. We are committed to finance the transition, the reform, and the future. And this is our main goal for the next years. Thank you.
Sophia.
Thank you, Tonya. I think that we have to be optimist. I agree, and we have to struggle about our environment, natural and anthropogenic environment, our cities, our heritage for the next generations.
Thank you. Betty.
Yes, it's true that we have to be optimistic and get advantage of all the tools available. Doesn't matter if it's a technical or a financial or a regulatory tool. Merge the tools in order to go on a sustainable way for the green and blue growth.
Yorgos.
I think it's important to put education and training in the center of this effort for sustainable development in the future.
Thank you. I would say that innovation and social participation do develop a new landscape which is promising to mobilize political will, strategic planning of international and European level, new funding tools and opportunities, and especially to go down to implementation. Because after 40 years of establishing the concept of sustainable development, we have no margins not to implement it. Thank you all very much.
Dear fellows, I welcome you all in this panel discussion, which is about bridging heritage stakeholders, science and industry. It's the third year. This panel remains the same, with the same topic, even though this year there is a difference because the topic is slightly changed, and it emphasizes on recapturing the world in conflict through culture, promoting mutual understanding and peace. So if you excuse me, I will just say a few words on that. Well, first of all, my name is Amalia Androulidaki. I am Director General of the Ministry of Culture for Anastylosis, museums and all the other kind of technical works. These last years, we hear a lot of initiatives and movements around Europe and beyond about trying to promote a new strategy to address these issues. So, recognizing that we urgently need a new adaptive approach to shaping our built environment, one that is rooted in culture, actively builds social cohesion, ensures environmental sustainability, and contributes to the health and well-being of all. This is in the heart of all movements. In particular, in the movement which is known as Baukultur, which probably most of you hear it at the first time, the first declaration of Baukultur was signed in Davos in 2018. Among other member states, it was Greece, the Greek Ministry of Culture as well, encompasses existing buildings, including monuments and other elements of cultural heritage, as well as the design and construction of contemporary buildings, infrastructure, public spaces, and landscapes. Now, high-quality architecture or high-quality Baukultur interventions in our environment can only arise in the context of interdisciplinary discourse and through multi-level and cross-sectional cooperation between policymakers, competent authorities, and professionals. It also requires the participation of civil society and an informed and sensitized public. The Hellenic Ministry of Culture has become a founding member in January this year of the Davos Alliance in a meeting on the eve of the annual meeting of the World Economic Forum in Switzerland, Davos. We were along with ministers of culture from member and observer states of the Council of Europe, as well as representatives from intergovernmental organizations, international non-governmental organizations, international construction and related companies like real estate companies and finance actors, creating a network committed to principles and objectives of Baukultur. Now, the Baukultur is based on these eight criteria. I show you this list. You can find it in the internet for a high-quality Baukultur, which means architecture and built environment. And you'll allow me to just say which these are. This governance, high-quality Baukultur follows good governance and promotes quality-oriented and place-specific processes led by skilled actors working in teams. It facilitates public engagement and contributes to transparent and inclusive participatory governance for decision-making, management, and care for the place. Another principle is functionality. High-quality Baukultur fits the purpose. It satisfies the human needs for health, comfort, safety, and accessibility. Also, high-quality built environment, I would say, so you can all understand, protects the environment, contributes to conserving natural resources and biodiversity, mitigating climate change, and thus supporting sustainability. It adds economic value. Economy is a key factor into that. Prioritizes, of course, cultural values and long-term investments over short-term economic gain, conserves and increases economic value, and its high value in use. Another principle is diversity. It connects people. That's what diversity means. It has to connect people, no matter where they come from. And it results in spatial coherence. Places of high quality refer to their built and natural context. They embrace built heritage and contemporary creation and dialogue with local features and their characteristics in terms of age, scale, typology, and materiality. And of course, the sense of place improves the sense of place. It has to improve the sense of place. It shows characteristics that foster people's emotional response to the place. We start speaking about emotions here. It promotes attachment to the place through its strong identity and distinctiveness, thus contributing to fulfilling social, psychological, and cultural needs. And the last is beauty. A place has to be beautiful and to take into account the sensory perception and understanding of the relationship between objects, spaces, and people, increasing people's life satisfaction and quality of life. I've analyzed that to tell you that this alliance is supposed to promote all those things. The same does New European Bauhaus. It's about beauty, together, and sustainability. So they are all under the same umbrella. It's the same movement which is trying to address the topic that Mrs. Moropoulou has put for this conference, which is about how we adjust and how we address the challenges of today. Now, this alliance creates a network committed to these principles and objectives. The alliance reaches out to stakeholders on national, regional, and local levels and encourages them to engage in a multi-stakeholder collaboration to put in action the overarching values and goals of the Davos process, along with the new European Bauhaus activities, and create a common understanding, trust, knowledge, and expertise, leading to innovative improvements of our living environment. These initiatives lead to new strategies, and this leads to a new governance, where social, cultural, and emotional criteria are on an equal footing with technical, environmental, and economic criteria, noting at the same time that the importance of compensating and eliminating market failures, such as information asymmetry concerning the value of design quality, or the lack of consideration for the external common value in investment decisions. Now, with these thoughts in our minds, and so I'm trying to tell you that the Ministry of Culture is in the front line, trying to address all these challenges. I will ask our first speaker, which is Mr. Baruch Yuval, doctor, archaeologist, General Director. He's a representative of the General Directorate from the Israeli Antiquities Authority.
Okay, hello everybody. Thank you that you find the times and you find this session interesting to you. First of all, I would like to present myself shortly. My name is Yuval Baruch. I'm an archaeologist, a field archaeologist, but also take a managing position in the IEA. IAA is the Israeli Antiquity Authority, means the main organizations for archaeology and preservation and conservation activity, and also search in Israel. The title of my words is actually digging the data. Digging is normal because we are talking about archaeology, but what about data? Actually, we are dealing with the past, and data is something that connecting to the futures, to our high-tech environment. But let's talk about how important is to dig into the data, or to dig data as part of preservation and conservation's heritage. I would like to emphasize several issues as a title. What is the source of our knowledge and our data? Data as a valuable source for preservation of heritage. The importance of the links or the cooperations between organizations and links between several sources of data. And the least, but not the last and not the least, but probably the most important, is the next generation educations. In fact, we are basing our understanding of source of data by knowing what's happening actually in the field. In Israel, as an example, but it's just an example, it's right to any other country, of course in the Mediterranean, but in other countries. Dozens of archaeological salvage excavations are conducted every week. Just for example, in Israel, we are talking about 300 salvage excavations every year, and this is normal numbers compared to Italy, compared to Greek, compared to any other country in the Mediterranean. Each excavations, as you know, needs to be included graphic diary, drawing, photographs, list of finding, and in the recent year also 3D models of the site and also of the finding, and the analytic study as well, also an analytic study and computering. These activities led to publications of numerous books and articles. Just to give you an examples, in the last year, 22, just in our organization, in the IAA, Israeli Antiquity Authority, we publish more than 450 items, books, articles, without, of course, lectures and other. It's enormous. And if you add 22 to 21, 21 to 20, you understand how big is the data. And of course, in our field, each article, including, again, illustrations, photo, tables, sometimes it could including all the information, then including and combining together. So one article, it's more than one item. It could be dozens or hundreds of information in each article in our field when we are talking about data in heritage. Just to give you another example of numbers, in what we have in the IAA, we have, for example, more than 50,000 pottery files from the time we are starting scanning pottery in 3D, more than thousands 3D photogrammetry sites, just sites. You can imagine that each models is including thousands of photos, so it means we are talking about millions of files. We have more than 4,000 excavations files, including graphic diary, all of them hosted in the archives. And
each files, including again hundreds or dozens of papers, illustrations, photo. More than 1 million recorded artifacts, pottery, coins, glasses, jewelry. More than 30,000 archives, and more than that, photo and drawing. And more and more and more, we are talking about millions of files, billions of digital files. So we are actually talking about megadata. This megadata starting in Israel, in many other countries 100 years ago, starting as a printed data, solid data, and from the last 5-10 years, we are talking about digital data. So, in fact, we have data. In fact, we have ruins. In fact, we have monument. Let's combine between them and let's understand what is the valuable of preserving this data. As I know, this vast amount of archaeological data, as I give you as an example, Israel is unparalleled in many other countries, but something like that happening you can find also in Greek, also in Cyprus, also in other Mediterranean country, but nothing parallel to this, because in Israel we know how to organize in one institute, not in different institutions. So the questions that we arise is right now, today, and we are starting thinking about it 3-4 years ago, is how to effectively utilize this extensive database to advance academic research. We are starting with the academic research, while also enabling us as a manager of heritage resource, to make more informed decisions based on the knowledge and the fact rather than emotions and sentiment. So let's put the data and let data lead us to bring to the solutions. The first decisions we're taking a year or 2 years ago was to actually to combine all the data in one site, in one internet site. You know, for some of you, some of us, internet is something that connecting automatically to a shopping site, to a touristic site, a news site, also informative site. But let's start thinking also in our field at an internet site, at something that could be like a stock market, something that combine all the source of informations. And this one site, we emphasize the end of the process. We look at what we are doing as a process, an archaeological process that's starting from the pre-excavations, the excavations, the next stage after we finish the excavations, collecting the informations, go to the labs, doing all the research, but at the end, the result of this long-term resource, what we need is an article, is the publications. So we're understanding that the publication is the showcase of all what we are doing. So we agree that this ending publications or final publications of the excavations will be against our showcase. And from these articles or books or any other academic presentations, we will link to all the data sources. From the article, we can link to the archive. From the article, we would like to link to the 3D models, photogrammetry or other models. From the article, we would like to link to the other books or other articles about the same issue. We can link between two issues in one article. So in this case, we will put the article, the final academic result, and put it in the high-level podium in all what we are doing. That means that for the next generations, and we need to start it right now, we need a new scholars, a new generation of scholars. If you are looking at the syllabus of what a normal student get in the university, in the BA or master degree, and of course also in the latest when some of them making a PhD, most of them are dealing with traditional field. Poetry, from time to time, they can do geographical research about ancient ruins, ancient sites, etc. What this new, let's say, new approach or new optional to the futures needs for us is to design a new syllabus that emphasize the computering studying, the statistics studying, the modeling studies, more than other traditional studying. Why? Because another options like machinery learning, AI, and all the other, right now it's of course well known, all the ChatGPT and all other machinery can allow the next generations of archaeology and scholars in our field to get the informations automatically from the machines, from the computer. And the important is to allow them to know actually how to dig this information. And then why I start my my word in the title, digging the data. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Yuval. Yes, we all share this agony about how we will manage all this data, and I suppose for archaeologists it's even more difficult because they need education on that. You're quite right about that. So we go forward to Mr. Stylianou, Mr. Platonas Stylianou, who is the General Secretary of the Executive Board of Cyprus Scientific and Technical Chamber, ETEC.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. First, I would like to thank Professor Moropoulou for her invitation to participate in this special conference and for her huge effort for the preservation of the cultural heritage. And in my point of view, this is a common goal and something that we should all focus on. But I think we should all promote sustainable development. We heard a lot about sustainable development earlier, according to the 3S approach. The 3S approach is safe, sound, and sustainable. It's the new guidelines as promoted by World Council of Civil Engineers and the European Council of Civil Engineers. Again, it was presented earlier this year in Madrid, in the International Madrid Conference. And it's a common effort for all the combined engineering principle. It's already published and uploaded in the World Council of Civil Engineers internet page and the ECHE page, so please do check it and comment on it. This should be implemented together with the SSD Sustainable Structural Design, and of course resilience, which is the new trend, the new era now, and follow and implemented by all academia, industry, scientists, and researchers. All of these new and innovative techniques found and developed recently can simultaneously improve the thermal energy envelope and the new structural seismic efficiency behavior of a building, either listed, traditional, or building or monument. These innovative techniques must be equally implemented in order to preserve our cultural heritage and preserve it in a holistic approach, either in the field of structural engineering or architectural design, restoration, surveying, 3D scanning, material engineering, digital information, GIS, or archaeology. In the Technical Chamber of Cyprus, a new project will be launched soon to record and document in an innovative digital technique, in an electronically correct manner, I hope, of a vast number of monuments that we have in Cyprus. This should be then uploaded in a digital platform, and I think it's something that is going to be very useful for the whole community of the academia and the industry as well. Also, in the Technical Chamber of Cyprus, we have procured something new. It's a type of competition that we fund by EDEC, and last year it was awarded to a special program that aimed to test, record, prepare, and map all the properties of the local materials that were used in approximately 20 characteristic monuments of Cyprus. So this will create a very useful database, a map of materials for the structural, mechanical, and chemical characteristic of those local materials. That is something that is going to be very, very useful for the whole community. So all this data and information will be given to the engineer, to the industry, to the academia in order to help them. And this is what we want, all this knowledge and information to be communicated, to be disseminated to the society, to the academia, to the industry, and this will be very glad, and we hope will be something that we will present in the next conference and show the results and all the outcome of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have recently completed this platform for the monuments in Greece. And it's not just the monuments, it's the archaeological sites, it's the historical sites. So it's already on the internet and it's approachable by everybody. So it is important. It is important, even though it needs to be monitored all the time, because things they change, or there are something added, or something is misplaced. But it's very useful. Yes, thank you. It's very useful, the data also, the data for the materials. Well, we proceed to the next speaker. Well, I was asked by Mr. Tosius if he can kindly, of course, if he can speak now instead of later. So Mr. Tosius Anastasios is Deputy CEO from Athens Water Supply and Sewage Company of SA, which is, and yes, they are responsible for the water we drink, keep monitoring and distributing clean water to all of us. So we thank you for that, and please, we are ready to hear what you have to say.
You're welcome. We have prepared a small presentation here of 9 pages, the most. First of all, I'd like to thank Professor Moropoulou and the organizers for being invited in such a great conference. Why water? Because water companies in the real world is actually, we are perceiving the real asset of human existence, which is water. So we're glad to be here and expand a little bit our thoughts at what we are doing in the water business. Sorry, how can I change? Πώς μπορώ να αλλάξω τις σελίδες? Okay. Αυτό. Nice. Thank you. Okay, EIDAP is the water, the largest water utility in Greece, and one of the largest water utilities in Europe. We are supplying almost 1.1 million clean water to the popularity of Attica, and we have taken number 10 for our excellent quality of water, which is one of the best in Europe, actually. The challenges that we're facing in the modern European cities, which are the challenges that we're facing and will face in the following years as a water utility and sewage utility, is that the big European cities host more than 2/3 of the EU's population. We consume in the big cities almost 20% of the drinking water, 80% of the energy produced, and the largest European cities produced almost 85% of the European GDP. And all of us, we should develop initiatives to strengthen resilience and sustainable development of our countries and of our networks. In our value chains, we are a paradigm, and we would like to be a paradigm in the circular economy. So ADAP and water utilities, sewage utilities are actually we're following all the rules and values of cyclical economy. So we're taking water from the mountains of West Greece, and we're supplying that to the population of Attica, and then through the sewage networks we have cleaned actually the sea which is around Attiki since we started the operation of one of the biggest, actually the second biggest water sewage plant in the island of Psyttalia, wastewater plant in the island of Psyttalia. In our strategy, we have developed the roadmap to net zero because we are planning to produce zero carbon water by 2030. So with certain measures and certain initiatives, we believe that by 2030 we'll be actually net zero in our operations. So this means that 100% of the electrical consumption and all the energy consumption should be through renewables. And at the moment, we are likely to say that in 2023, almost 50%, half of our consumptions, thermal, both thermal and electrical, is through renewables. So we have planned a big investment plan, which is almost 1.6 billion euros for the next 10 years. One of the key, let's say, parameters is the East Attica region project, which is almost half of it. We're going to build a new network of sewage in the East Attica, which is they have actually sinking tanks at the moment for the sewage, and in doing so we have a day-to-day collaboration with archaeological management. So we're going together because one of our key priorities is to preserve environment and to fulfill all the requirements of the General Secretariat, of your General Secretariat. The second big project will be under the transformation we have started a couple of years ago, which has to do with the upgrade of our systems and for net zero, as I mentioned, and smart management of our network. The third will be the water network replacement in order to reduce leaks, and of course now we have developed a strategy for expanding in new areas of business in order to enhance all the management of water utility if we can do that in the rest of Greece. Some of key environmental actions that we have undertaken and we undertook in the past. Of course, now we have development plan for conversion of the paper bill to a digital one through EADAP online store. The company has installed and operates the pilot application of water reuse with sewer mining technology, which is operated by EADAP with the collaboration of the National Technical University of Athens. Actually, all the new wastewater treatment plants in the East Attica will be constructed with the reuse of the water, because we don't want to lose not even a single drop and use it in irrigation and other uses. The third initiative is in the context of the Cultural Heritage Program. EDAP aims to operate the first non-portable water network in Greece, actually, which is the Adrian Adequate, a network of 3.5 kilometers, which starts from the north of Attica and ends to the Piraeus. The fourth is in the 2 years of 22-23, we carry out two tree plantings in Aspropergos and some initiatives that were undertaken for the environmental to improve our environmental actions. And the fifth, I mentioned that with collaboration with Professor Moropoulou, in 2016, we had a lot in the structural restoration project of the Holy Tomb. In that case, and as we're talking about technology and the use of technology in order to improve our operations, and not only, we participate in the restoration maintenance of the Holy Tomb in Jerusalem in 2016. During the maintenance work, moisture was found in the foundation of the Holy Tomb, and the routing of the sewage network was unknown. In doing so, Professor Moropoulou and her team asked us to bring our robotic television inspection systems, and by using the camera and the sewage network, the course of the pipeline, its cross sections and its steps were recorded and cleaned by us. This was a very key project and effective. And because, in conclusion, because ESG is in the core of our business, for the couple of 2 years, we're measuring all the data in order to improve the transparency and engage further in climate-related initiatives. So we have a lot of data produced and KPIs that we have to undertake and to fulfill. So thanks a lot. I hope that I was short.
Yes, thank you so much. It's very impressive with all these investments you are doing and investing in circular non-waste of water. So this is very interesting, and also for the help you have given to cultural heritage, like what you have done in Jerusalem with Mrs. Moropoulou, very impressive, and very clever of Mrs. Moropoulou to ask you to come. Okay, it was a symbol. Yes, but you thought that this would be the right solution, and this is very clever indeed. And also about the Hadrian adequate, I want to thank you because you're not just monitoring and mapping what is happening there, you are also recreating the area, the whole area around, and it's very much needed in Attica, what you are doing, and it's the first time many people in Attica heard that we are still using the water from the Hadrian adequate, which comes from Tatoi, actually, from up to Tatoi. It's the same water that the kings were using. So yes, the quality is very good. We all know about that. Even when we travel in another city in Athens, we can tell the difference. And thank you for that. Are you going to sell the water?
It's more of an environmental project rather than a cost-benefit project.
Okay, okay. You're not.
And talking about Tatoi, we financed the study of internal installation of the new.
Yes, I know that as well.
Will help us as
you do. But you're investing so many billions in all that, which is far more important. Water is very important for everybody, but it's connected with our history as well. And thank you very much for supporting cultural heritage. And I hope the archaeologists don't give you a very hard time. And I'm sure the findings will contribute to the history of all of us. So thank you so much for all of that. So we go forward now to Mr. Dachtilidis, Michael, who's the president of the Pan-Hellenic Association of Engineers, Contractors of Public Works. They're known to us as PETMEDE.
And Vice President of the European Construction Federation. Anyway, after Mr. Dosios, I feel that the DAP water is a holy water, connecting.
It is.
Yes, it is. So I'm going to drink much more. I would like to thank my dear friend Mrs. Moropoulou for the invitation. I'm here as every year. I was almost to miss it. I was in the jazz. Anyway, PEDMEDE, the Pan-Hellenic Association of Engineers, Contractors of Public Works, the only association representing the Greek construction sector abroad, as FIEC, EIC, which is European International Contractors, and EDA, European Demolition Association member, has among its priorities to serve the heritage of our country by bringing past and future as far as construction are concerned. One of the most crucial issues we should take into consideration as regards cultural and heritage building in terms of construction is their renovation respecting climate neutrality and recovery. Energy efficiency of public and private building, including cultural and heritage buildings, are among the first priorities in EU, so in FIEC. The EU Green Deal, with the renovation wave strategy, mobilized many investments, strategies and policies in public and private building renovation for EU member states. Safeguarding cultural heritage and respecting cultural diversity of Europe's building stock are highlighted in these policies. A massive program of energy efficiency renovation for residential buildings, businesses and public sector buildings, and infrastructure is a core pillar in the Greek recovery plan as well. Following this trend, renovation of buildings is a topic strongly addressed through our activities, initiatives, and EU projects we are involved. Currently, we are involved in the RenoVAP, an Erasmus project, aiming to upskill site managers and team leaders in the specific management of building renovation sites in Europe. Additionally, our project Capable aims to enhance public authorities' capacity building in meeting the challenges faced upon renovating building stock and thus enable behavioral change and prepare public sector in order to become true factors of change for reaching the EU environmental, sustainability, climate change and energy efficiency targets. We could not ahead without mentioning the construction blueprint, a big European project, a core sectoral project that aims at developing the new sectoral strategy approach to cooperate in upskilling, reskilling and cross-skilling of workforce in the construction industry. At last, closely to the cultural renovation needs, we have in our portfolio the project Cultural Lights, specifically aiming at the sustainable renovation of cultural buildings and the installation of sustainable lighting systems. Cultural buildings and the restoration of their historic structures are the epitome of renovation strategies because of the necessity of their cultural value preservation. Cultural protection rules can be very strict for such buildings, particularly in cases where they do not only protect the external appearance of the building, but also its dimension, proportion, and original materials. Adaptive lighting with the aim of building adaptive reuse can be a tool of sustainability, guarantee cultural heritage conservation, and the historical and architectural value. Within this framework, construction professionals are called to familiarize themselves with such methodologies while also respecting the cultural values of such buildings and listening to the needs of their users. In short, we are trying to bring construction professionals and stakeholders closer to the skills needs generated by energy efficiency, digital and circular economy transition. Furthermore, we focus on creating awareness regarding its importance and value and encourage strategy aiming to create a holistic approach to preserving our cultural heritage. Apart from this, we are in close cooperation with academia, the industry and the public authorities in order to ensure that the EU challenges faced in this sector are transferred in national level. It is also important to create synergy and networks for exchanging practices, share know-how, and mobilize the sustainable use of resources. To this end, we have signed Memoranda of Understanding with the Center of Construction Innovation of the National Technical University of Athens and the Ministry of Environment and Energy in order to cooperate together, build initiatives for sustainable cities and securing the sustainable and green transition. PEDMEDES strongly believes that collaboration, education, funding, innovation and promotion are key strategies that can be employed to achieve the terminal goal, and we are committed to work in this direction. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for this approach. I'm really happy to hear that you have this memorandum as well, and that you promote synergies and collaboration and understanding between different partners. This is really very important. Thank you very much for that.
Public authorities.
Yes.
We're going to propose something to you also in the future weeks.
Okay, yes, because I felt a bit jealous, to tell you the truth. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tsokos, you're leaving. If there are any questions for Mr. Dosius, maybe this should be addressed now? No. So we go to the next speaker, which was going to be Mrs. Safiri Styliani, but on behalf of Mrs. Safiri, who could not come today, will speak Mrs. Dalkafouki Maria. First, for your own company, I suppose. Mrs. Dalkafouki is the Chief Executive Officer of company Dalkafouki House, Ltd, that provides us with compatible materials for restoration of monuments and beyond that, of course.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, Professor Moropoulou. I'm very honored to be here with you to this panel today. As Mr. Dolidaki said, I am Maria Dalkafouki, and since this panel speak about bridges, I will start for this because I am the bridge between my father's company and the future for my two kids that I hope they are going to follow the business, the family business. We are a company that for almost 20 years now specialized only to restoration materials, and we're in Thessaloniki, but we have worked with hundreds of projects to Greece, from Evros to Castellorizo. We have a lot of projects like lighthouses, monasteries, churches, historical buildings, archaeological sites. But the most important, of course, project for us is the restoration of the Holy Ediculate in Jerusalem, and we're very honored that we're the suppliers for the restoration materials there. I'd like to say that we have two big categories for materials. We have the raw materials, pozzolans, hydraulic limes, lime, clay, aggregates, whatever it needs to create the mortar in situ, the project. And we chose already mixed mortars for restoration, for joints, injections, plasters, finishes from European big houses, and that they can use. And all those years we have the more applications that are compatible to Greek buildings. So the bridge is one, is the same word, it's again, because we're the bridge between the past and the future. All those days that I'm here, I heard a lot, the words that I heard mostly is the heritage, sustainability, rescue, innovation, education, and I'd like to add another word that I think is important. It's the word observation. All those years that I'm to restoration projects, I realized that we have to observe the way that those historical buildings are built. The materials, the natural materials, are very important to keep alive those buildings that we have for centuries. So probably this is the way to see the future and see the new buildings, because now these days the restoration materials probably are similar materials or the same materials that green buildings used. And this is the way to have breathability and healthy breathability to the buildings, and this is health for the building and of course for the people that stay in. This is from my experience from the projects, and I think that this is not a job for me. It's only a job for me, but a big experience, and because it's something unbelievable to work with restorations, and of course for the people who works with restorations, it's impossible to do this job if we don't love and respect it. So I'm very honored to be part of this. I don't have something else to say than a big thank you to Mrs. Moropoulou and to all of you for this.
Mrs. Talkafouki, we couldn't achieve these results without you and your commitment to what you are doing for many years now. And all the projects, the known projects, even the Plaka Bridge that had last year, we got the Europa Nostra, and also the other projects that they were nominated for various, but only not just that, not just the ones that they have prize. They couldn't have been achieved without your materials, but also your commitment, because I know that you give advice to private people that they just restore their own old house, and you give, and also to us in many cases. You just do not just learn from us, we learn from you. And the fact that you have these mixed mortars now, it's important for people that they don't have the facilities to make them, and the knowledge, because it's difficult. It's not always, it's not just, you don't just put things together. You have to know how to do that, and it's not always easy to do it. But I must tell you that you are not the bridge between the plans and the projects and the final product. You are the mortar between all of which keeps it together. It's not just connecting; it's keeping it together. So thank you for that. Are you going to say a few things on behalf of Mrs. Zafiri? Yeah.
Sorry for this. I'm going to say about the family, another family business, Zafiri's sons. Something that I know this company for a lot of years, for some years now, and because they work to Jerusalem, to the Holy Help. Now, when I was thinking that this is a family company, and they don't say Vasilis and Yannis Zafiris, they say sons of Panagiotis Zafiris. This is very important because it's respect for what our parents do for us and what we're going to do for our children and for our families. This company, the most important project for them was the restoration of the Holy Edicule in Jerusalem, and now after this they have the knowledge and the experience, and now they restore the Catholicon of the Holy Monastery of the Dormition of the Virgin Mary of Varnakova. And after, this is a very important project too. And after this, they're going to renovate, to restore 9 buildings to Tatoi. So we speak about a company with respect and knowledge, and I thank because we have, we work together, and I'm very happy for this.
Yes, one of the sons, Panagiotis Zafiris, is here, and we are all, we know him very well. We're working now together at Tatoi as well, and I must tell you that he does, he works with us, and what he produces is far more than what we ask him to do. And he's always there, no matter what, no matter how much money we have or if we don't have money. And he will be there to support all the Ministry of Culture, but he does that because he believes in protecting our cultural heritage, and we thank you for that. So we continue with with Mr. Tassoulas Fokionas, yes, yeah. On behalf of Titan Cement Group. You're the international manager of sales.
Yeah, we have a last. I'm sorry for that. We have a last-minute change.
It's all
supposed
right.
to be with us.
We're really
with you,
happy.
Mr.
Really
Marios
happy to have you.
Katsiotis. So I'm replacing him here because
we're really happy to have you. Yes.
Another commitment, and I'm Fokionas Tassoulas. I'm Group Innovation and Technology Director of Titan Cement. And first of all, I would like to thank Professor Moropoulou for the so many years of collaboration. I would say for fruitful collaboration in two fields. First of all, developing new innovative products serving our customers, and a lot of these products are serving what you are doing here. And second, creating the new generation of talent that we want and we run, the talent coming from National Technical University and especially from Chemical Engineers School. I'm very close, by education a mining engineer, so I'm very close to that. And I'm here, I have the honor today to tell you a little bit about a Greek company that has a history of 120 years, but has became a multi-regional company. So as you may know, and how it works. Sorry. Am I changing this from here? Αυτό προσπάθησα, αλλά δεν δουλεύει. Okay. Titan is 120 years company, founded here in Greece, but we are now very proud that we have presence in more than 10 countries, and we have more than almost now 6,000 employees. But all these years, the 120 years, what drives our business is our values, and part of these values is what we consider as value to the customer, any kind of customer, and our corporate social responsibility phase, and especially now that things are changing very fast, and I will refer later. So we are a multi-regional provider of different building materials, from cement to mortars, as we said here, for ready-mix concrete and fly ash and other building materials. And we have presence, as you see here, in the United States, in South America, in Southeast Europe, in Egypt, in Turkey. And what you see changing in the last years in our organization, in other organizations, is the green agenda and the climate change agenda, and we are very active on trying to decarbonize our products as part of our environmental and social impact that we have in the society. So we have specific targets for 2030, how we will minimize our emissions from cement and these targets has been scientifically tested and approved. And then we have also the commitment that by 2050 the concrete that we will produce will be carbon neutral. And we try to achieve this through a lot of initiatives like energy efficiency, alternative fuels, new cementitious biters, hydrogen, and a lot of other things. And the most important thing that I would like today to address to you is the last years, it's phenomenal how a traditionally conservative industry, not only our company, but the industry is transforming through innovation, digital transformation, and sustainability efforts and focused on our customers. So the last years, we try to implement what we learned with our efforts on digital transformation. We are among the champions in the world of digital transformation. We run most of our plants with AI, and we've seen incredible results. So what you referred earlier about data, big data, collecting, analyzing, and predicting the future through data is something that we have invested in the last 5 years. And we did this in a new way of testing, learning new things, scaling up, and then trying to implement this across the board. The same methodology we implement also in our innovation projects, and we are very glad that we are now see a lot of results through our digital transformation efforts, double-digit productivity improvement, a lot of availability improvement, and we have done all this, and I'm referring to the right side of the slide, building in Greece a corporate digital center that is run by Greek scientists. We have hired more than 30 data scientists that we developed through the so-called Regeneration Academy that we sponsored the last years. And this year we're running the third initiative of that. And that's for us, very, very important, and we're very proud of that. In the other hand, we heavily invest in our industry, and this is an investment that is coming across these days, a new investment here in Athens, close to Athens, with almost 30 million investment finally that will reduce our CO2 emissions by almost 500,000 tons of CO2. And that's very important because the technology that we developed for this project is similar to what Professor Moropoulou and a lot of the other team they developed in Jerusalem on restoring their things. Is the building information modeling, that it's a 3D model, a digital twin as we call it, of what we are trying to do. Another very important initiative that we have taken, and that's something that we created under the Niarchos Foundation Scholarship, is that we have developed a very special type of clinker with 32 less CO2 emissions and a special type of cement that is very useful for restoration and different monuments. And that's one of we are only among the 2 companies in the world that we are producing such products. And last but not least, we in general develop a lot of effort, and we invest a lot of creating new mortars, especially for repairs and restoration. And just to mention some of them here that are coming out mostly with research and innovation with National Technical University or Demokritos Research Center, like self-healing mortars with encapsulated healing agents, that it's a very innovative and very unique product globally, and also self-sensing with functionized carbon nanostructure mortars. So that's for me, and thank you very much for the time and having me here.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, you have done a lot, and it's very impressive how quickly you progress, especially because you know that globally more than 45% of the emissions of carbon dioxide come from construction, and most of it is from cement. So you are on the right track, and thank you very much for that, because in Greece cement is something that it's easy to find, and we build with that. And in new structure we always have the question and the agony whether we contribute to the climate change. I have a question. I mean, we've seen recently the addition of the Acropolis, in the Museum of Athens, the Archaeological Museum, that they have introduced new materials that, if I understood it right, at the end will be kind of concrete as well. So I suppose they are going to work with that. I've just realized it now, yes?
Yeah, we're working with that. It's a mixture of natural pozzolana and some of these materials. I had the pleasure when I was a young engineer that we have started, I remember in Epidavros, of doing some restoration works with very fine ground natural pozzolana. And now we are just investing in new, I would say, environmental and monumental friendly materials that we are working together to develop such materials for the future. Yeah.
Okay, so I understood it right, correctly. And yes, we in ancient monuments, we add what we call the artificial stone, which is in collaboration with you. And so in the beginning, it was not as successful as it is now. And the only problem probably is that you cannot tell whether it's the authentic stone and the original or not. So thank you very much for your contribution. And I will go next to Mrs. Daskalaki, Elena, member of the board of directors from the Athens Development and Destination Management Agency from the city of Athens.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Androulidaki. Thank you, Mrs. Moropoulou. It is the third year that I am honored to attend and to take part in that exciting, very thrilling for me at least, conference. I represent City of Athens, not only as a member of Board of Directors of Athens Destination Management and Development and Destination Management Agency, but as well as the president of KIADA. KIADA is the Center of Solidarity and Reception of Athens, and as Vice Mayor for Migrants and Refugees. Why I'm telling you all this? Because I'm here to put the argument that our policies in City of Athens are interlinked organically. All our policies, social, development, infrastructure policies, innovation policies, and they are all not only inspired, but actually they are meeting, that's our goal, our vision, they are meeting the UN Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the BAU culture criteria, as you mentioned it. The participatory governance of all stakeholders is in the core of our strategy. Our vision promotes cultural heritage, the exquisite quality of the historical center, the public space, the city's new social identity, and modern entrepreneurship in an urban environment that is, as you all know, vibrant, durable, and functional for both residents, third nation, the people coming from migrants and refugees, which is a big number in Athens, and visitors, of course. Therefore, at the heart of the city strategy is the promotion of innovation and entrepreneurship, with an emphasis on the sectors of tourism, culture and innovation, the smart and sustainable management of the urban environment of Athens, as well as the promotion of social cohesion and integration. The Development and Destination Management Agency, of which I am a member of the board and was a previous president, acts as the operational hub and the coordinator of all the activities at city level, bringing together public and private sector, the academia, such as the National Technical university and industry sector to serve the strategic priorities of the city. We have been and we are very active in securing financial resources to make our vision come true, either through the donations and cooperations with foundations and companies, private companies, but also through EU projects. We collaborate with companies, private sector entities, and civil society organizations, as well as the academia, to design and implement projects that respond to the needs of the city and its residents. The first example that I have to present is the collaboration that we already have with the National Technical University, the Coloring Athens project, which is a very fresh, I would say, and innovative project, calling residents to give data of all their houses. So the aim is to create a big database with all the buildings of Athens and different kind of data. This is something that we have just started. The Innovation and Entrepreneurship Hub in Athens, that you might know is reside in Technopolis, Athens. There, Athens joined forces with business consultants, entrepreneurs, potential investors, academics, researchers, specialized mentors with innovative ideas that want to turn them into business. Ideas turned into specific innovative applications. Two have come to my mind, is the solar map and the extreme application, environmental solutions used in the National Garden and elsewhere in the city, both results of the collaboration of the municipality with innovative startups and scientific organizations such as the National Observatory of Athens, and both granted the Golden City Awards in the years 2021 and 2022 respectively. Furthermore, the city proceeds swiftly with the digitalization of services in the portal of eservices.cityofathens.gr. Now more than 200 services previously available only physically are fully digitized. Following the national strategy in many fields, digital services for cultural management included, we support city actors like the Athens Traders Association and the Athens Commerce Chamber in their effort to offer full digitized online services to Athens inhabitants, entrepreneurs, and visitors. In addition, through our partnership with INSETE, which is the Institute of the Greek Tourism Confederation, SETE, we are able to take data-driven decisions, and we measure consumer sentiment, pressure points, and help guide destination management. It is our strategic choice to have founded the This is Athens and Partnership Group. This is one of the axes of our policy. What is the Athens and Partners Group? It is a collaboration between the airport, the main Greek airlines, the Tourism Confederation, and big investors like the Lambda Development or the big tourist and hotel investors, with whom we plan together with all those stakeholders the city's identity worldwide, and we address together major issues of the city's policy like overheating, over-tourism, the quality of services, traffic, etc. In parallel, to make sure that cultural heritage is managed and promoted beyond theoretical ambitions, our work starts at the street level. First, the city is creating a network of green spaces of all sizes. We have now finished more than 10 pocket parks that expand the network of green spaces, adding to the existing network of historic parks that where there are major restoration projects underway, like the Fix Park and the National Garden and Philopappou, and enhancing the city's environmental performance. We are establishing the first sustainable tourism observatory in Greece, and after steady work, we have acquired funding to create a digital city pass with the cooperation of Ministry of Culture and all stakeholders in Athens, like the museums, cultural centers, etc. The new pass will advance our capacity for digital monitoring of tourist flows in main city sites of interest. But as our innovation and our projects are not only are social driven also, we have, I want to present two, perhaps not the jewels of our crown, but two small and very indicative projects that we have. We have the This is Athens with a Local, which is a volunteer program bringing together citizens and visitors and promoting neighborhood walks and off-the-beaten-path experiences in Athens. Also, we have, now we are ending the Multaka program along with the Ministry of Asylum and Migration and the Ministry of Culture, which is a new approach, intercultural approach and community-based experience of the city. In this project, implemented by refugees and people with migrant background, we use our cultural heritage as a starting point to show their cultural heritage as a starting point to show our heritage, share information and experience around them, and also to learn about other cultures and other intangible heritage as well. In few words, we train people with refugee or migrants background as guides in our own archaeological and cultural sites. Our efforts to sustainably promote our city's cultural heritage led us also to create the Athens Film Office that has already attracted dozens of major productions to Athens. In this one example, you can see how we are involved in the promotion, protection, and transformation of our cultural heritage, its extensions to new platforms, and also its expansions through new investments and job opportunities, as well as new skills training. While we continue promoting Athens internationally as a visitor destination, we also help the city of Athens to lead the local tourism industry and to serve as a key generator of local competitiveness and development. Therefore, creating links to industry and science actors is a key in our vision in the city of Athens, that is to support the cultural heritage of all 129 neighborhoods and generating new opportunities to live and work in Athens. Thank you.
We thank you very much. This intercultural approach is very important because it's what we live every day. We have our office in the very center at Patision, just opposite Polytechnio in Athens, and we experience this multicultural environment that we are in. During the night, the streets of Athens in many areas, they take an oriental, they have an oriental atmosphere because all women and children come out in the night. I don't know if you know about that. You do. And they have their own bazaar.
I always lived in the center of Athens, and I enjoy that very much.
And it is, well, at the beginning it's a bit strange, but then you realize that you have a city within a city. You have citizens and communities living within the city, and the key is to respect the identity of each other and bring them together. And actually, this is going to make Athens even better, not worse. It's going to make it even better. So it's very good, the approach you had, and thank you for using the word visitors instead of tourists. So, because it's a different approach. It's a completely different approach. Thank you for that.
One last comment. All the approach we have is more contemporary. I mean, we don't, there are no tourists. There are people living their own lives, either as working, either traveling. It is all about the experience that you have.
Exactly. It's about the experience, about living with the people that they're still there and they have their own culture and their own way of understanding. So we will proceed now to Mrs. Vani Maxi, who is the Chief Strategy Officer from Growth Fund.
Yes.
For us Greeks, Hypertamion, we call it.
Yes.
So thank you for coming, and we're ready to listen to you.
Thank you for the invitation. I have a completely different point of view to present here today. I represent Growth Fund. Growth Fund is the national investment fund of Greece, and actually we are a very big public asset manager, owner and manager. We have a very broad range of assets, from touristic assets to urban real estate, agricultural land, thermal springs, the caves of the Rose, ski resorts, and the list goes on and on and on. But among these assets, we do have some archaeological sites and some museums also, and a lot of monuments and a lot of buildings that are of special interests for the local communities, perhaps. They represent something, they have a history, and sometimes, I'm very sorry to say, that are even abandoned. What we're trying to do now, and this is the first time that the public has started a project like this, is to record all our assets, create a register, a digitized register, so that we know exactly what we have, where it is, and what is the status, if it is a cultural monument, if it is a museum, if it is an archaeological site. Of course, we need to have a different approach. In our strategy, we have, it's not only about, of course, it's the economic dimension, and we do have to maximize the value of our assets, but it's not only that. We have at the core of our strategy the ESG criteria, environmental, social, and governance criteria. And one very important aspect is that we have to respect our cultural and natural environment, of course. This is a huge project. Just for you to understand the range of it, one of our subsidiaries is Hellenic Public Corporation. They own about 72,000 assets. It's huge. And some of them are not registered, some of them are trespassed by others, some are abandoned. So there's a lot of work to be done. And of course, we want to work with the Ministry of Culture and also with civil society and local communities. I'm impressed today from your work and your advances and the know-how, and I'm sure that you all can help us in this tremendous project that we have ahead of us. And before I finish, I want to present to you a case study, which I think that you will find interest, because it depicts the way that we approach the management of our assets. And this is the Corinth Canal. I'm sure that you all know the Corinth Canal. It is an iconic place. It is extremely beautiful. And there you have all the Greek history, because you have the ancient Diolkos, which is the place where they used to drag the ships on the shore for a few kilometers. We don't know exactly how much, but it was a few kilometers. So they dragged it to the other side. So there is this the pavement, because it is a sidewalk there, and the Ministry of Culture has done a lot of work, and I think that it continues. And but of course, it's not only ancient Greece, because the actual place was launched in 1893. So it is amazing. The landscape is amazing, and also the Corinth Canal owns some artifacts of the time that it was building. So they have all these paintings and all these archives, and now it's only sitting in a storage. So we tend to take this all out and create another museum, a modern museum, to say all the story of the Corinth Canal, which is impressive. And we also plan to develop the real estate of the area, and we hope and believe that this will bring also the development in the local community. You can have a marina, you can have little shops that will be there, you can have a sidewalk along the canal, and you can have the history of the canal along the sidewalk, and the two museums, the ancient museum and the modern museum. So you have you create a historic and touristic landscape, landmark, so that people, visitors that travel and live their lives there, they can visit it and enjoy it. This is what I have to tell to you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, of being here, because we know how busy you are with all these assets that you have, that they are countless almost. And it's very important that you proceed with the digitalized registry. It's very, very important. The problem in Greece is that we at least until now, we don't have any public, any spaces and buildings that they belong to the state, so that they can do interventions in place. And now this is happening. And apart from the touristic part, you know, the xenias that they have been given to investors and all that, there are other, as you've mentioned, many buildings that they're in areas that they're not so attractive for investors, but maybe they are, with the right master plan and the right schedule. So in the Ministry of Culture, we have the Leros project, as we call it, which is Laki and Lepida. For those that are not familiar, Laki and Lepida were built by the Italians between 1923 and the end of the 1930s, and 1948 they left, but they start building Laki and Lepida from the 20s, the beginning of the 1920s, and they were not building a lot during the war, so that's why. And it's actually a Bauhaus, a kind of Bauhaus. It's rationalism or fascist architecture, but it's not that fascist there. And because of the way that Leros became part of Greece, all the property of the Italians became property of the Greek state. And there are literally hundreds of properties there, huge grand buildings that they are left in ruins. They have been used in the past, but now they're left abandoned. And we have a master plan that is proposing an economic growth as well. And actually, I must tell you, the proposal is about creating a place for well-being, an Asclepion, in a way, along with educational and recreation facilities. So I think we are going to work on that, and it's possible only because the state and the growth fund is the owner of these buildings, and there are investors that they are interested already in that. So yes, thank you for being here, and thank you for all what you are doing. And I think after you have completed this registry and working for the master plans, that will add a lot to our economy and our well-being. So we have concluded with the presentations. Are there any questions to the speakers? Okay. There are no questions? Maybe I have I have done all the questioning myself. So yeah, and probably I have answered the questions as well. So, so thank you very much, all of you. It was very vibrant and very productive. I don't know if you want to ask each other or if you want to ask me anything. No, no, okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Moropoulou, for giving us the opportunity. And in the beginning, I've mentioned the new topic we have for this year, which is also at the center of all the strategies in Europe and beyond Europe as well. And it is how we address the challenges of today. So thank you very much, the audience as well. Thank you very much for all. And hopefully we will be next year with the new topic. And
have the panel discussion 12, Advanced Non-Destructive and Structural Techniques for Diagnosis, Redesign, and Health Monitoring, and Quality Assessment of Materials and Preservation Interventions. We have, I think we have Professor Ahmad Osman online, or yes, or not? Yes, we have Betty Michel, Associate Professor from University of Florence. Zhang Hai, is he here? No. Changuri Leni, Professor from Vria University of Brussels. George Karagiannis from Ormilia Foundation, Scientific Director. Myself, Assistant Professor, elected Assistant Professor from National Technical University of Athens. Athanasios Mouzas, Civil Engineers from TVLAS. And Steve Norton, Buildings and Infrastructure Projects, Inspector. Professor Kosmas Sideris from Democritus University of Thrak, Department of Civil Engineering. Professor Matikas is on his way to this panel. And Professor Christoforio Vangelos from National Technical University of Athens, School of Electrical and Computer Engineering. He's also the rapporteur. You're going to wrap up the whole session. So we're going to discuss about advanced non-destructive, the issues, the current trends and the current issues pertaining to the advanced non-destructive techniques. Should I start say some issues or should I? We have a presentation from Professor Sideris. Let's start with Professor Sideris.
Mr. Chairman. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In next presentation, we're going to talk about the non-destructive testing in the construction sector. Our world, our society is full of structures ranging from the ancient years till the modern times. There's no doubt that concrete is the major building material, the one with the highest consumption worldwide, mainly used for different types of constructions. It is used to construct residences, buildings, transportation media, bridges, and offshore platforms. Actually, concrete is an artificial stone with a history of more than 100 years. So many structures casted with concrete already are part of the modern cultural heritage. In order to properly preserve them, we do need to obtain some data regarding their strength, their condition, and of course, the homogeneity of the material. Valuable help in this point are taken for non-destructive testing. What are the alternatives? If we want to test for the compressive strength, we have to take some cores. With the cores, we obtain specimens of cylindrical space. We can use them either to test the compressive strength or to check for the homogeneity, detect any cracks and voids, and make some chemical analysis in the lab. This is actually the most reliable method because it actually measures the identity of the material we want to have. However, this also is the most catastrophic one. We cannot afford to have such situation, such condition of the real structure. This is why we are using non-destructive testing. What is non-destructive testing? Non-destructive testing is testing and analysis technique used by the industry and the construction sector in order to evaluate the properties of the material, component, structure, or system for some characteristic differences or welding defects and discontinuities which causing damage to the original part. Actually, they are also known as non-destructive examination, non-destructive inspection, and non-destructive evaluation. Actually, non-destructive tests do measure another property of the material, and then we're trying to correlate this different property with the required strength. So, they are also called as indirect methods. However, there's not only the strength of the material we are very much concerned about. We also use entities in order to estimate the thickness of the layer, as well as to detect some cracks or voids inside the material. And of course, we do need them in order to detect some embedded metals, as the most widely used embedded metal in the concrete structures is of course the reinforcing parts. The most known and accepted non-destructive test for concrete is the concrete rebound hammer test, covered by European standard EN 12504/2. Actually, the Schmidt rebound hammer is named as Schmidt because Schmidt was the first manufacturer, is principally a surface hardness tester. It works on the principle that the rebound of the elastic mass depends on the hardness of the surface tested. So actually, we do measure the elasticity of the surface of concrete, and then we want to relate this property with the compressive strength. And yes, there is a one-to-one unique relationship between the rebound hammer and the compressive strength of concrete, but this is valid only for the same and unique type of material, in this case, the concrete. We do measure the elastic properties of the surface of the concrete. This method is able to measure only in a depth of 30 millimeters maximum. Since the elasticity of the surface is also influenced by other factors such as the water ingress, the presence of cracks or the presence of voids, we can also use this test in order to check the surface homogeneity of the concrete or other type of mortars. There are different equipments available in the market. We have the mechanical concrete hammer with an analog display, concrete hammer with digital display, and concrete hammer with connected to a portable PC. Another widely used method for non-destructive testing of concrete structures is the pulse velocity measurement, also covered by EN standards. In this case, we have the EN 12504/4 standard. The main principle is that a longitudinal vibration is produced by the transmitter traveling through the mass of the tested concrete and received by the receiver. What do we measure in this device? We do measure the time needed for this pulse to travel through the mass of the concrete. If we do know the time, and of course the length path d, then it's very easy to calculate the velocity of the pulses. And yes, this is another property directly correlated with the density of the material. And this is the density actually we want to correlate with compressive strength. And once again, there is a unique relationship between the density, the pulse velocity measurements, that is the density of the concrete, and the compressive strength of the concrete. However, once again, this is unique only for the same concrete material tested. It is widely used for the inspection of concrete elements, and as you can also see in this diagram, we can once again use this method in order to check the homogeneity of the material, to check for the existence of voids, cracks, as well as for the presence of water ingress. These two were the most widely used non-destructive tests in concrete materials, already covered by EN standards. Of course, there are also many other valuable non-destructive tests, as the radiographic testing, used to detect voids in the concrete and position of stressing ducts. The sonic methods are shown in this photograph. The ground penetrating radar or impulse radar testing used also to detect the position of reinforcing bars or stressing ducts. The infrared thermography, a very valuable entity used to detect voids, lamination, and other anomalies in concretes. And of course, the acoustic emission techniques, also used to provide some valid information in order to predict the possible catastrophic failure or some other elements inside the structure of the material. As I mentioned before, concrete is actually an artificial stone. So all the destructive methods used for inspection of concrete structures may actually be used also for the inspection of mortars, stones, bricks, and structures of the cultural heritage. In any case, the data you can collect from these measurements is very valuable, given that the persons who are going to test the structures and the materials are well qualified professionals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Sideris, and for your valuable input. If is Professor Michelle Betty online, we can move forward on the next next presentation, I guess.
I'm line.
Yeah, you may start your presentation or your talk if you want. Please.
But unfortunately, I don't have with me my presentation because my presentation was yesterday and was taken by Francesca Marattini. Then I don't have really a presentation. Sorry, but
It's okay, but you may give a small talk about your thoughts about the issues. Sorry? Oh, about the...
yes,
yes, please go
course.
ahead.
I think that the issue that we have just seen are very important. From my point of view, another very important non-destructive investigation technique is the monitoring, and we are working. I don't know if you are able to hear me.
We are, please.
Okay. From my experience, and the last topic which I am involved, the dynamic monitoring of accelerometer or I don't know, for instance, other type of tests is very important to control the safety, online the safety of monumental building. We are department working on dynamic monitoring of several masonry buildings, like the I don't know, some historic tower near Florence, from the Florence, or we are also starting to work on some new monitoring system in other buildings, like Masonry Dome, or we are working recently on the Cordoglio Valadiano, structure building that connects two in Florence, and that the presentation we see before is very important, but also important is to take into account the monitoring of the behavior of historically control the safety or to correlate change of frequencies with parameter like temperature of humidity. This is a current trend of research in all Europe, and it will be in the future, maybe thanks also to machine learning methods, neural network. It will be a very important tool to characterize and to the behavior of monumental building under, normally environmental load or exceptional load like quake, just my short point of view.
Thank you, Professor Berti. Yes, indeed, these are valuable input, especially with the environmental impact on the buildings and the structures, and this is where a field of non-destructive testing can actually have a valuable, very useful contribution. Professor Eleni Tsagouri, you're ready to give your input? And
yeah, hello from my side. I'm coming from the Free University of Brussels, and I'm stepping on the shoes of Professor Agelis, who you might know. We are working on non-destructive inspection, and we use non-destructive inspection as a tool to understand the fracture of different materials, concrete, masonries, and eventually we try to evaluate how repair is effective in a secondary phase. And this is the main focus of our research at the Department of Mechanics of Materials and Constructions. Actually, I'm working in a team where half of the team is designing new materials using textiles, new type of fibers. I'm having a self-healing background. We do design smart cement compositions, and we try to combine that and compare that with conventional solutions. 3D printing is also in one of the directions where we try to develop new technologies, and all that has to be evaluated and has to be characterized using non-destructive techniques. Both static conditions, but also in fatigue and more dynamic situations. So this is my personal experience and the department's background. Well, in the same time, I thought of presenting to you today some challenges from the north of Europe, where we are facing quite new. We're having quite some issues on understanding how constructions or buildings are deteriorating, are damaged. First of all, we are exposed to the sea, and sea nowadays is becoming quite a challenging issue. climate change and due to new weathering situation, new weathering conditions, we have to adapt the way we build and the way we renovate, the way we repair in order to extend and provide extra durability in our buildings. And at the same time, we are, I'm working on a society where the heritage and the monuments are mainly coming from the 20th century. That means they're mainly built out of concrete and masonry. And the biggest challenge for us as engineers when we apply for research projects or for funding is that we ask the conservation of a building, or we discuss the conservation of the building, and very often we don't define the value of the building because it's very young. It's coming from an architectural movement that is still not evaluated enough. And this is very dramatic and challenging because in the meantime we're losing our heritage. I'm part of Docomomo, which is a society that tries to understand which buildings of the 20th century are in danger today of disappearance, of collapse, and tries to preserve them. And their non-destructive inspection is not applied enough. I feel if we had the chance to join their activities, to join their surveys with more non-destructive tools, we would have the option to save more of the treasures of the past on that perspective. And at the same time, we are building a lot of research and a lot of collaborations with local companies that are interesting, I think, to discuss today with you. For instance, we are working with BC Materials, which is a local company from Brussels, which is taking the earth from the areas that are excavated in renovation projects or new building projects, and they try to put that earth back into the cycle of buildings and constructions. And there are no standards of how to build up with earth because we miss that part. We don't have enough. We haven't studied enough local materials, and there is a huge need to understand the performance of local sustainable materials using non-destructive techniques. And I feel we don't offer enough to that direction. And at the same time, the most dynamic groups and companies working there are on heritage and monumental conservation. For instance, Origin, a company that is directed by a professor working in our department, are dealing with challenges on recent concrete and masonry buildings. And again, we haven't adapted our non-destructive tools to understand how repair and retrofitting and restoration should be done properly. So I'm here challenging and questioning how the tools that I have in the lab facilities can come out of the lab and reach the real world and then challenge and understand the buildings of the real society. In that perspective, I'm here to place a few questions on for instance, how upscaling of the NDT potentials can be done, how mapping can be reached. We often measure with point measurements in the lab. We measure 30 different points in that small piece of concrete that you present, Professor Sideris, and eventually when we have to do an inspection of a building that is 10 stories high, we get lost. Another thing that I wanted to point out is that last year, together with Professor Agelis, we built up an idea on a European project, and there we questioned how we can build a common language in different non-destructive methods, how people from different fields can discuss, and because we noticed that we working on retrofitting of concrete, we have reached some conclusions, we have reached we have gotten some findings, but when we reach the world of heritage conservation, then we don't manage to communicate that, we don't have managed to bridge the fields and bridge the knowledge, and that's another challenging topic I want to place in the table. And last thing to say, I'm not often joining conferences on conservation. I'm very glad to be here today, and I find very impressive that I found examples of ideas of projects that merge different non-destructive techniques together. I'm very impressed by Kalos, these three methods placed together concept, and I feel that this is a direction where we should go. We should try to merge and really link techniques and
Sanguri, and I may adapt that we need to step up our efforts in doing this, because we not only have to study traditional building materials with analytical and non-destructive techniques, but in the meantime, new materials have emerged, new conservation techniques have emerged, so we have to catch up studying this. If we don't step up our efforts, we may lose the train, which is for this effort. Professor Dr. Karagiannis from Ormila Foundation, please.
I have a presentation. Yeah, I need also the controller. Okay. I will give you a short presentation of our laboratory, and then I will pose one issue actually, or two, on the field, because I could pose more. Well, I'm the scientific director of the Ormila Foundation. In both the actions in diagnosis of cultural heritage objects and monuments, as well as in the biomedical sector of it. But now I'm presenting you the laboratory related to the non-destructive testing techniques and portable techniques that we have in order to document cultural heritage objects on various materials and kind. Actually, we are having infrared cameras from 1 to 5 microns, covering either reflectance imaging or thermal imaging. We have in situ reflectance spectroscopy in various wavelengths, starting from the ultraviolet up to the far infrared. We have various formats of Raman portable systems. Actually, we have 3, covering all the wavelengths that we need. This is custom-made systems developed by us in European project in collaboration with BW Tech Company. We have various formats of the FTIR spectroscopy, and we have very recent news on that. We are going to present in next conferences. Actually, we are in the position with our new FLIR camera to acquire significant areas, big areas, as you said before, mapping, in order to have simultaneously both reflection images as well as spectroscopy per pixel of the icon. XRF, X-ray fluorescence, and X-ray reflectance and transmittance. We have digital panels, portable ones, and sensors. All the kind of the very broadband ultrasonic systems, starting from 86 kilohertz up to 100 to 200 megahertz. So we have the possibility to insonify structures of the order of meters, depending on the acoustic velocity and the density, meter up to micrometer. And we have various combination of these methods, like spectroacoustic, which is also patented. We have 2 X-ray panels, one big and one small one, a very small one, 10 by 10, in order to provide in situ X-ray CT tomography. We have done such kind of works all over the Mediterranean basin for the time being, and we have also a very broadband electromagnetic microwave systems, radars, from 200 megahertz up to 4,000 megahertz. So we have the possibility of resolution of the order of centimeters up to several millimeters resolution. Okay, I'm pausing. Yes, I'm pausing this now. Well, so this is all. All the methods are in common mechanical systems in order to have high fidelity of and resolution of the information. So we're providing spectroscopic mapping tomographies from micro to meter level. So this is the concept. And now, having all this experience in various kind of objects, from 17th century before Jesus Christ up to 21st century objects, jewelry, all over Europe and in the States, I want to say that we are providing this kind of data. So the data are in DICOM files or decoded. There is a protocol for non-destructive testing, actually, like the DICOM format in the medical sector, in which we have the file, the object, and the various case of the scannings and multispectral and tomographic images embedded. So now I'm posing two questions. One, first, two issues. We are in the position now we have thousands of data. Actually, we have mega data, not only us, but all the community. So we have to move forward to artificial intelligence algorithms that are applied to the biomedical sector, actually, and deep learning and spatiotemporal, depending on in the area, coming from the area or various areas or various times, deep learning megadata in order to start documenting cultural heritage in a common way. This is one issue, and imagine that one file, ultrasonic file that we acquire in several gigabyte. One shot with our digital Hasselblad is 14 gigabytes. So how we are handling this data and how we are processing this data, and this is incarnated mainly from engineers. This concept, mainly from engineers and physicians and chemical scientists. So the second issue that we have now is the data, handling of data and extracting results from this, from big database like on millions or other. And the second is who is incarnating this. We are in the time that we have to discuss the possibility to produce NDT, non-destructive testing engineers, or specifically speaking for this sector, heritage science engineers, conservation science engineers, conservation engineers, how we are going to say, which are mainly coming from the three disciplines of the engineers, like chemical ones, chemical engineers, electrical engineers, and mechanical engineers, because we are talking mainly, and I'm closing, about materials knowledge. We need the combination of testing materials and materials knowledge. We need a combination of imaging, of tomographies, of sensors, develop specific sensors, and structures, infrastructure supporting the acquisition of all this kind of data. So we need the mechanical engineers in this case, the electrical engineers in the other, and the materials, the chemical engineers. So we have to discuss this. We have plenty of professors here, I'm posing this issue, and we have to discuss in the future to produce generic NDT engineers, or specifically for this sector, conservation science engineers, like the case of biomedical engineers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. I will actually, you kind of read my thoughts, and I will reply to you later on about the education issue. Mr. Athanasios Mouzas, please. Mouzas, please.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Moropoulou for her invitation. My name is Athanasios Mouzas. I am a civil engineer, and I work as a Buildings and Infrastructure Projects Inspector at TFLAS. Today my presentation consists of two parts. The first part is for the description of TFLAS inspection services for buildings and infrastructure projects. Now, a short history. TFLAS is a certification and inspection body, 100% subsidiary of the German TÜV Group. It has been active in Greece since 1987, providing third-party inspection certification services for all types of enterprises in both the private and public sector in the fields of technology, quality, security, energy, and environment. TFLAS has become a leader in the field of inspection certification, offering services with prestige, reliability, visibility, and added value. We have three main categories of inspections. The first one is the construction safety. We have also the energy savings and the functionality. The main inspection services for building and civil engineering projects are the review of documentation, studies, and project specifications, project quality plan approval, supervision of quality plan, approval of materials and equipment, inspection of subcontractor premises, witnessing of factory acceptance tests, witnessing of lab tests, site inspection during construction works, indicative quality control of works, witnessing during commissioning, monitoring of non-compliance of the contractor, draft monthly reports, and we also proceed to suppliers' factory inspections, such as steel structure production factories and concrete production plants. Also, TFLAS verifies the maintenance reliability, the conformity of maintenance services to agreed performance characteristics, plus the conformity of installations to legislation and standards. Inspection during maintenance are performed on a simple basis in two levels. First, installation safety, and secondly, installation functionality. Also, inspection services to other sectors are functional testing installations, for example, electromechanical installations, photovoltaic and wind park power stations, road construction, tunnels, bridges, fire safety, landscaping, lightning protection systems. Now, the second part of my presentation is the non and semi-destructive testing for the diagnosis and assessment of structures. In this page you can see the general structure for the inspections of the reinforced concrete. First of all, we have the visual inspection of reinforced concrete structures. Then we proceed to the initial estimation of the structure's condition. By monitoring non-destructive testing and lab analysis, we collect our data and create our database. And finally, we have the assessment and the maintenance procedures. Now I'm gonna present you a table consisting of 6 columns describing the technique, the method, the type, the purpose, the standards, and a little image. First of all, we have the visual inspection. Also, we have the drilled course, the rebound number, hammer, pull-out force. We have also the ultra-pulse velocity method, electromagnetic cover meters, the radiography, grout penetrating radar, infrared thermography, half cell potential, resistivity measurement, linear polarization resistance, galvanostatic pulse method, pull-off test, wet film thickness, this is especially for coatings, dry film thickness also for coatings, carbonation depth, pH measurement, chloride content measurement, petrographic analysis. Also we have the method for water absorption, cross-cut test, moisture vapor emission rate, and finally the moisture content. Now, I would like to close my presentation by defining the term quality. What is quality? Quality means different things to different people. International Organization for Standardization, with ISO 9000 fundamentals and vocabulary, formally defines quality as the degree to which a set of inherent characteristics fulfill the requirements. And according to Aristotle, quality is not an act, it is a habit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mouzas, for your very interesting presentation. And I would like to add about quality that in order to assess quality either of a structure or a material, we have to do it in a standardized way. And we shouldn't only focus on the standardization of making the measurements, but we should also focus on the standardized analysis of the measurements. If Professor Sideris may want to do some thoughts after the first cycle with about standards and what are the trends. Professor Matika says he's not here, so if Professor Xavier, you want to take the floor? Of course. Thank you.
Professor Matikas will join us soon, I suppose. Yes, okay. So, I suppose, okay. I would like to talk to you about a specific technology on steel health monitoring, as we call it. In other words, in terms of determining the area where steel is going to fail, and also the time it is most probably to fail. The technology has been developed in our laboratory, and we are proud to say that since 2015, we are the first laboratory in the world that has developed the technology according to which we can non-destructively monitor the residual stress gradients in steels. Therefore, we are able to tell the position of the cracking, and also by a specific artificial intelligence algorithm to determine the time that this failure is going to happen. So, at the first place, let's see what are the technologies to monitor residual stresses and why this is quite new, what I'm going to present today. The way to measure residual stresses is laboratory methods based on the X-ray diffraction Bragg-Bretaño setup, which is very similar to the neutron diffraction method for localized residual stress measurements. However, both technologies cannot be really used in the field because you cannot really move a nuclear station next to the steel structure or a lab equipment like an XRD to make these measurements. For this reason, we wanted to implement magnetic technologies for this purpose. And we wanted to correlate residual stresses with magnetic properties. Why magnetic properties? Because you can test them contactlessly. You can monitor magnetic properties contactlessly. This means that we were obliged to generate residual stresses in steels. So bear in mind that we work only for steels. Well, only means 40% of the total global income per year, but only steel. So what we have done is that we take a piece of steel, any kind of steel that we want to test, we cut it in two, and then we weld it autogenously, meaning without introducing any new material on it. So welding by TIG, plasma, RF induction welding, or even electron beam welding process. Practically the three first ones, like plasma, RF induction, and TIG, are the industrially used technologies for, let's say, pipelines and the like. So, having done this autogenous welding, we can generate residual stresses from minus yield point up to plus yield point of the steel. Therefore, we are able to determine areas where residual stresses are different each other. Therefore, by performing either X-ray diffraction or neutron diffraction, we are able to monitor the localized residual stresses in the X-axis or Y-axis, or using the neutron diffraction technology in the Y-axis, in the Z-axis also. Okay. I don't know if it is the proper audience to tell about details on the XRD Bragg-Bretaño measurement, but we simply monitor the response of X-ray in a specific mode that we are able to determine the strain at each point of measure, at each volume of measurement, let's say. Therefore, multiplying this strain with the Young modulus, we are able to tell the stress. So the difficulty now starts from the, the same thing we can do with neutron diffraction for three-dimensional measurement of stresses instead of two-dimensional tensor measurement. An example of such 3D stress tensor distribution monitored by neutron diffraction is shown in this slide, in which we are able to see the stress tensor along the welding of different types of steels. Now, the beauty of the technology and our anxiety before we obtain these results has been the agreement or not between magnetic properties and residual stresses. In fact, designing careful sensors, and by the way, I am proud to represent the sensors laboratory of NTUA, we have developed quite precise permeability meters and quite precise Barkhausen noise meters to different properties of magnetic properties, actually. We found, as you see from these results, we found a quite good agreement between the residual stresses and the magnetic properties. In this slide, you can see that the spots determine the actually measured residual stresses, and the continuous line represents the response of magnetic permeability or Barkhausen noise of the system. You can see how nicely the magnetic properties follow the residual stresses. Apart from that, plotting the pair of values between magnetic properties and residual stresses, we generate the so-called magnetic stress calibration curve, meaning that from this curve, for each individual type of steel, we are able to tell the residual stresses in this type of steel. We have done this for about actually 17 different types of steel, and we have this knowledge to go in the field and monitor. I will tell you a little bit later about that. However, each mask, each magnetic stress calibration curve is different in each other. However, we have found out that normalizing the x-axis with the corresponding yield point of the given steel and the y-axis, the magnetic property, with the maximum amplitude of the given magnetic property, all these curves or these masks collapse into one single mask. So we found a universality law applied in the monitoring of residual stresses. Is it important? Apart from a publication, I mean, is it important? Yes, it is. Why? Because if you have an unknown type of steel, let's say in tap, for example, or in refineries, let's say, pipelines, etc., you have an unknown type of steel. The only thing you have to do is to perform stress-strain measurement to determine then the yield point in parallel, together, I mean, with the determination of either magnetic permeability, maximum magnetic permeability, or Barkhausen noise, maximum of Barkhausen noise. Therefore, you develop the mask, the magnetic stress calibration curve of an unknown type of steel. This is important. Okay, I will skip some details I will keep some details actually saying that the technology has not only been developed in the laboratory, this is TRL 3 to 4, this technology has been proven in the field. These results I'm showing there are results from the Corinth Pipe Works, successful agreement with ductile brittle ductile to brittle transition temperature measurements with our technology, saving money and time in measurement, determination of quality of the incoming steel coils, determination of quality of welding process, etc. Similarly to that, we have worked together with Mercedes and Aachen Technical University in order to determine the qualities of the trip steel, you know, an important steel for car industry. Also, we, under the auspices of the American Bureau of Shipping, we have proven the technology in ships, so reaching a TRL 7 finally in our methods of measurement. Apart from that, we are able to rehabilitate stress gradient in order to avoid residual stresses. How we do that? By localized RF induction heating. Localized induction heating. I skip some details on that and I will give you just an example. Here I'm showing you the induction heater. It's a very simple induction heater we are using, in field available, let's say, and using that we have taken a piece of steel, let's say, we drop 2-inch steel ball from a distance of 1 meter, we generate localized stresses in 2 different positions, and by using the induction heater, the probe, I mean, the stresses, as you can see, are removed back to more or less to its previous stage. These rehabilitation results, though, are TRL 3 to 4, not 7 yet, and we are looking forward to implement these technologies in applications. One question is that can we possibly use the technology for cultural heritage purposes? The answer is yes, by means of testing steel structures, ancient, let's say, steel structures, like weapons, like swords, and these sort of things. At the moment, using this technology, we have started already in collaboration with ArcelorMittal to introduce a new draft standard in the ASTM in order to generate our first standard on that, in order to be able to implement it through ISO 17020 and 17025 in the field for the sake of industries. And in fact, the technology and the NTUA needs the help of all of us to promote the technology in all possible fields of applications in steel structures. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Christoforou. And actually, this is a demonstration that advances in science and advances in technology of the science, they are ahead of the problem. As you mentioned, we are trying to find whether this is useful for cultural heritage. You have already proceeded with the process and the design of the method, and now we are looking whether this very useful method is applicable for cultural heritage, which I also believe it is. And this is probably I can put my input. This is one of the challenges. Actually, I will talk about data, which is as George mentioned before. I was thinking about the challenge of data management. As you may see, although most of the speakers talked about laboratory level techniques, we shouldn't forget that non-destructive testing covers a whole wide area. Being here in the conference all these 3 days, I was impressed with the advances in technology, in LiDAR, in drones and optical documentation. We saw the CALUS project, and we realized that we nowadays generate a lot of data and multispectral data. It's actually the title of the conference. And there is a challenge how we manage them. It's not the challenge of creating a depository of this data. It's actually a challenge of how you manage this information. First of all, you have to realize what information you're putting in. For example, in our group, we are dealing with geophysical analysis with ground penetrating radar. Is it a question of just putting the raw data, the radagrams in a depository and somebody will look at it? I don't think this is the case. I don't think this is a challenge. The challenge is how to make it accessible and understandable for everybody else. And when I mean for everybody else, I don't mean necessarily any scientist that knows about geophysics. I'm talking mostly about scientists that don't know anything about geophysics, for example. I want them to, I want archaeologists to look at the data and realize that they are looking at something and say, ah, yes, I need that. The same with all the other techniques that we saw here with Professor Christofor, Professor Sideris, all these very analytical and very scientific, let's say, techniques, but we would like to have them in a database or in a platform that it's understandable by many disciplines. That's the beauty of it, and that's the challenge of it, and the trend ahead, because as George said before, nowadays we take a picture and it's actually gigabyte. A few years ago we were taking a picture with our phone and it was like 8 megabytes and we were happy about it. The next level of it, so it's a matter of size, not only where we put it, how we handle all these multitude with this multitude of types of information. So I'm thinking big in the sense that we shouldn't just focus on the techniques per se, we should focus on the applications. We should look from, for example, for a small concrete cylinder up to the level of a historic city. In a historic city, obviously looking at a laboratory technique like rebound test is useful, but then how do you handle that by doing that in a medieval city of Rhodes, let's say? So you have to use other techniques. How do you merge all these things together, and where do you put this information together so that you merge it? Then the next level, I'm just describing 4 levels, don't panic, it's the data ethics. We say about data, but what kind of data? There is a human interface in between. I mean, I take the data from my georadar and I put it somewhere. If I put the raw data, somebody has to have the same software and open it, for example. But is it useful? No, because he needs also the position of the data. Is it still useful? Not necessarily, because they need the human interface, the scientists, that they need to describe that. In our case, for example, for the Holy Sepulchre, it was more important to give the essence of the data we provided for the construction phase of the edicule, rather than the data itself. We are putting this effort together in the RESPECT platform. This is the actually challenge, how to put information in such a way that you have enough human interface to help people understand what they are reading and what are retrieving from this platform, but not too much, because then it's not automatic. And this is actually the challenge of artificial intelligence and machine learning. These are very useful techniques. These are the future, let's say. However, somebody has to train the machines. Machine learning means that you have to give examples. If somebody gives them bad examples, they're going to have bad results. And talking about the results and talking about the future, the third issue I want to raise is data obsolescence. I had a very useful conversation with an archaeologist, professor of archaeology yesterday. I posed him the question, okay, what do you feel about the artificial augmented reality and virtual reality in archaeology? And I was surprised to hear from him, said, yes, it's very nice, I love it, I would like to have that. However, I fear that 5 years from now, nobody can open the files. And I realized that an archaeologist was correct. We may put a lot of effort in creating nice models, nice databases, and 3 years from now, the software has changed, the platform may have changed, may have obsolete. We look at an infrared thermal image of 64 by 480 pixels. We were thrilled 5 years ago, and now we have 5 times the size of it. Does this make our previous data obsolete? Does this make our plans that some architect came painfully created all these plans on a paper obsolete, because now we have automatic techniques to create them in a matter of minutes? I saw a LiDAR demo. He had the whole area of somewhere in Thessaloniki, and I was shocked when I asked him, so how long did it take with a drone to do that? He said about an hour. Of course I was sad, because yes, you saw all this 3-dimensional area of the this municipality and said, 1 hour just to do this. Does this mean that our previous work is obsolete? Not necessarily, because the evolution of knowledge has to go step by step. If we don't understand what we did before, we shouldn't throw away all the information, all the know-how we had in the past, just because now we have very trendy and very handy and very useful technologies. And finishing up my input, and as we talk with some of my colleagues, how do we train these people? But somebody has to use this technology. Somebody has to use the software, besides some people that have to develop the software and the techniques about it. But in the end, we shouldn't just have only a few scientists to have this technology accessible. How do we train the next generation of scientists? And I'm not going to just have only 3 disciplines. I have to disagree with George on that, because I believe that, that we have to look at the education level. The education, not in the terms of, okay, we have to create some courses, we have to create like an institute or something like a curriculum about that. We have to train our scientists through learning outcomes. We have to have a scope about that. I don't mind if an archaeologist, which at first glance doesn't understand stress and strain distribution, understands these technologies. I would like him to know that these technologies exist and he knows what to ask and what to get. So we should also focus, not necessarily only focusing on NDTs and teaching people how to use these technologies. We should focus on educating them at university level, at institute level, at SME level, how to utilize what we get from these techniques. I believe this is the trend for education, but I would like to hear your input. Thank you. And perfect timing for Professor Matikas to bring his input, his valuable input. Thank you.
Sorry for the delay. I just arrived with the plane. About NDE and for monuments, I think that everybody understands the importance of health monitoring methodologies based on non-destructive evaluation techniques for such applications. I think one very important issue is because we know that there is no one technique that can characterize a material or a monument alone, but you need a multitude of techniques together. Data fusion is a very important issue, and of course, if you use augmented reality or virtual reality or mixed reality, you need to be this needs to be based on fused data of different techniques that provide complementary information, and this is a comprehensive approach for available information for preservation technicians or archaeologists in order to perform their work. I think this is the challenge in the future of also data management, because data become more and more big. So how to manage data, as you said very well, artificial intelligence will play a role also in this. How to minimize data in order to be more to be more effective using our tools. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Matikas. Do you have any questions from the audience that we probably discuss and clarify? Yes, please.
Hello, I am Dr. Yakoumaki from Ford. I would just like to talk about this first issue that you, Kyriakos, said about the data management. This, for example, in Kalos project, apart from developing instrumentation, we are also in collaboration with the Computer Science Institute at Ford. They are creating a digital repository for all the data, that is coming from all the analytical techniques, But also, this data is going to a portal that is for the broad audience. So this is like, let's say, an easy way for people that maybe they don't have this specialization in terms of stories to find out what we are doing and how. And this is the way that we thought it's easy for people to learn and learn what scientists do behind closed doors. So this is one idea, for example.
Thank you, Anastasia. Annie, sorry. And I was talking mostly about the semantics level. Probably the repository of pure data, it's actually efficient now. But how do you store a semantic? When we're talking about the resilience of structures, how do we store this information? Do we just type it in the text? How do we describe it in pictures? So, and the bigger we become, and I proposed the problem of how do you move from a building, from a wall, to the level of historic city. How do you describe all these terms in a depository of information so that people, the general public, the scientists can take them and move forward? So we have to create like a glossary of terms. If you want, to, yeah, Professor Sidris may want to say something.
Thank you, Dr. Vladopoulos. As you rightly mentioned, today the challenge is to use the data, the existing data and the new techniques. I think the only way to proceed on this point is to create some standards. Or some templates, some frames who can use them in order to properly work and collect and calculate the data available. This is a big major problem. As I presented before, there are many non-destructive tests for concrete structures, but only 2 of them are covered by international standards. The rebound hammer and the pulse velocity measurement, and of course there is another one, not mentioned in my presentation, the pull-out test. There are more and more non-destructive techniques, very valuable, a lot of data is created, the reliability is tested and established, but we don't have a standard way in order to properly use them. I believe that the first step we have to do is to create some standards or some templates regarding the use. And this may be done mainly by creating some forums, some working groups who are going to perform some inter-laboratory tests with different materials using these different devices and write down some general guidelines and standards in order how to properly use them. If we wait from the European Union or the government to create some standards, we're going to lose a lot of time, many decades, I'm afraid. We have to do it ourselves, start creating the standards. Thank you.
Professor Moropoulou.
I would like to thank you for this very constructive thinking of the panel. And I would like to agree with Professor Sidris. What we can actually wait is that after the interpretation of many measurements, many in situ non-destructive testing, and the comparison of the results in different cases, different materials, different environments, we will be able to develop schemes of interpretation. That means we are not right now matured enough to require ISO or other standards. That's not possible. But the question is, the question that Professor Matikas posed, which should be the elaboration of all this data in order to be able to use them towards interpretation, towards diagnosis, towards structural health monitoring, towards redesigning infrastructures, buildings, monuments. That's the question. And from our experience in the works at the Holy Edicule Rehabilitation, the answer is to merge data from non-destructive in situ assessment and evaluation on the 3D core backgrounds we receive from the photogrammetric 3D documentation of the monument, and at the certain surface where we work. That's why we were speaking in the beginning for layered models we developed. We need georeferenced data, and this is not easy to get. This is a matter of research right now. So it's not big data elaboration on numerical level. It's not a stochastic approach. It is an allocated information which has a certain significance. It was a very appropriate terminology that the newly elected Associate Professor Kyriakos Lampropoulos used, the term of what are the semantics. If we are going to interpret, that means we are giving meaning to what we read. That is the semantics, if we standardize the meaning. And for this, we need to know the location. We need to know the environment, the coordinates, the circumstances. That means we have to incorporate entities, informations, and data into systems which will be meaningful. Meaningful for the management of information towards diagnosis and redesign. And this is a general issue. It concerns interdisciplinary collaboration. That's why in the provocative question that my friend Giorgos Karagiannis posed, and I know it in advance, should we go to NDT engineers, specialized engineers on conservation? I would suggest that we have to consider interdisciplinarity. We don't go to more basic, specific educational programs. We go to interdisciplinary programs. Specifications come out of interdisciplinarity. So that is the position of the Technical Chamber of Greece as well. So let's not formalize things in a wishful thinking because he's a very experienced engineer. Let's go and unite our forces towards fruitful results, semantic results, and interpretation of what we measure. Thank you very much all for your contribution.
Thank you, Professor Moropoulou. If you need somebody feel after Professor Moropoulou wrapping up the whole discussion, if you need to make an intervention, I invite it from the audience. Otherwise, I think we...
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your, well, we are opening a discussion now. It's not the time to close it, just to open. Indeed, biomedical engineer is multidisciplinary engineer. NDT engineer is multidisciplinary engineer because it incorporates, in this field we are incorporating many fields of science. That's what I talk. Actually, we are in agreement on this. And we have to continue this because if you go on the field in an holistic approach and collaborate an engineer with a conservator on the field, there indeed we need, like the collaboration of an engineer with a doctor, a medical doctor, there was the need of the biomedical engineer. There I see in the field, in situ and on site, this need desperately. Thank you.
Thank you, George. I think Professor Matikas wants to
just one thing. However, in non-destructive evaluation of monuments, it's a particular case. We need to know what is the level of damage we look for. aerospace, you know, there is particular techniques that work, particular damage that we are looking for in infrastructure the same way. In monuments, you need to collaborate very well with material scientists, chemical engineers, in order to understand what you are looking for and at what level. And this is very important for the technique.
I would also include civil engineers and electrical, all the engineers, because if we're talking about the structure, we want to know the dynamic and the static behavior of the structure. So we shouldn't just look only for the materials, we should look at the entity of the structure, the monument, and the whole case. So all the sciences are there, everybody has useful input, and we should all not be afraid of the challenge. We should just focus on what we can do quickly, because we have technological advances that moving forward. Thank you very much, everybody, and good afternoon.
dear panelists, dear colleagues, we are coming to the final panel of this conference, which will be the closure of the conference actually, even though there will follow the session with the presentation of the emblematic works, because we want to close with works and not with words. However, from the panel today, the Minister Adonis Georgiadis is excused because after a call by the Prime Minister, he could not come. For the same reason, the journalists, and especially the journalist Maria Nicoltsou, who would moderate this panel. That means that we will have to discuss. I will try to moderate the panel, and you will help me. We are coming to the end of the third TMM-CH conference, and this was a multi-dimensional conference, like its title. We had a lot of discussions concerning not only the interdisciplinarity and how the materiality of structures could shield and ensure integrity and architectural authenticity, not only how the non-destructive testing would serve the in situ diagnosis, investigation of the preservation state, and redesign followed by health monitoring. Not only how digital heritage documentation could be holistic, but through this interdisciplinarity, we went to application fields like how the reuse and the strategies of regeneration of historic cities would apply circular economy, or how cultural heritage could play a pivotal role in the green and blue transition for sustainable local development. We are here right now to discuss how through all these approaches we can deal with the main issue, which is to recapture the world in crisis and in conflict through civilization, promoting mutual understanding and peace. And I'm asking you, who are participating in the panel, to have your views, your answers, and your questions, because I understand very well that this is a dynamic issue. And the only discussion we can do is to open issues, but to open issues in a constructive way. So thank you very much for your presence. And we will start from Father Grekas Aristarchos, who is professor at the National and Capodistrian University of Athens, the Department of Theology, and member of the Hellenic Institute of Cultural Diplomacy.
Thank you, Ms. Moropoulou, for the invitation. And I want to speak about the role of religion and culture in conflict and peace. One of the most interesting challenges facing global diplomacy is facing today is the need to analyze and understand the great impact of religious tradition and culture on international relations. This is due to the fact that
Worldwide, religious factors and traditions play an important role as far as foreign affairs are concerned as well. However, the correlation between religion and diplomacy has increased since the late 20th century. The global dimension of modern reality and the changing nature of conflict have set new conditions and requirements on the practice of diplomacy regarding the resolution of new conflicts. In the present day, new conditions and opportunities have arisen for religious actors involving in diplomacy. The so-called faith-based diplomacy has emerged which promotes dialogue within and between religious traditions. Involving faith-based diplomacy contributes to and enriches traditional models and peacemaking and conflict resolution with a holistic approach to the social, political healing of a conflict. The aim of faith-based diplomacy concerns the prevention and the resolution of conflicts and the restoration of post-conflict social political order and the peaceful reconciliation of individuals and social groups. Understanding of the central role played by religion in the lives of billions around the world leads to the development of perspective for positive initiatives and partnerships between religious bodies with international organizations, governments, and non-governmental organizations. The creation resoluting foreign policy issues highlights a fundamental truth. Foreign affairs policies require a more sophisticated and comprehensive approach to religion and culture. The crisis between interpreted there was been an attempt in order to comprehend the role and the contribution of religion as a factor of influence and security. Within this framework, it is understood that religion contributes to the formation of identity, culture, and cultural elements as a structural element of societies. Religion has played an important role in building the identity of people, societies, and makes to people's lives. Moreover, the frequent overlap of terms such as culture, religion, identity, tradition, and the use of general concept of culture help reproduce new of culture and religion as closest entities, making the processing for indissimilar. In several cases, phenomena of the instrumentalization of religion by economic or political factors have been observed in areas where religion has a strong influence as a structural element of identity, leading mainly members of religious sects to acts of violence. Thus, sectarian religious extremists in the Middle East, Africa, in large European cities, and throughout the world foster radicalization with manifestation of extreme violence both in war zones and the urban areas worldwide. As a result, religions and culture are recognized to be the protagonists of global developments. Religions are the main factors that could influence and activate their believers in the pursuit of peaceful coexistence and global stability. Furthermore, extreme religious manifestations constitutes a threat to a global security. According to the above, a need to integrate and upgrade religion in the practice of international politics. This means that religion is part of the solution to some conflicts and other identity-based challenges. Religious diplomacy in most cases requires a multi-track diplomacy, as it is practiced with the involvement of many actors, institutional bodies, organizations, and governments. During this practice, a growing network of religions and institutions is deployed through trust in joint endeavors in the new global society. The purpose of the complementary of the 9 tracks of diplomacy towards the exercise of religious diplomacy is to achieve better results and to identify the most effective factors for its use, according to different needs and targets on a case-by-case basis. Religious diplomacy aims at the promotion of religious freedom initiatives to prevent or resolve conflicts, as well as building a peaceful post-conflict environment. Also, through religious diplomacy, there is a correlation among initiatives related to education, supporting networks in order to build alliance, reconciliation by supporting cultural exchanges, dialogue, tolerance in purpose of peaceful coexistence. In conclusion, following the end of ideologies in the past Cold War era, with all geopolitical rearrangements, the global tendency to return to religions comes to provide spiritual food so that the religious experience can contribute to the peaceful coexistence of people or societies. Religions, in cooperation with secular bodies, is very important this, and diplomacy are called to bridge together the best of their traditions beyond extremist tendencies. So, the building of peace and stability by contributing with their theological and cultural capital to the global community of the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor and Father Aristarchos. The question is, do really monuments unite us? And I'm addressing this question to my friend for many years, Hassan Firat Diker, professor at the Fatih Sultan Mehmet Vakif University, the Faculty of Architecture and Design.
Thank you, Professor Moropoulou. I am honored to be here. I want to emphasize the case of museumization of cultural assets in my speech. The development potential contained in cultural asset itself inspires the manipulation of the past for the cultural or heritage tourism. Museumization is dealt as a more subtle intervention that involves retention of buildings and urban spaces, however, not without deliberate change of their functions or even forms in particular cases. After the unwanted elements of the real heritage disregarded, it is additionally supported by a fictionalization of the past through the tourism-related use of culture. So the picture is presented to the visitors that they are expected to see. Many cultural assets are functionalized as museum to mobilize selected and desired histories in the service of present-day agendas and interests. In order to commodify the culture for touristical aims, the cultural assets are mobilized and manipulated to justify the fictionalization of the past. interest in the intentional monument can decline because the aim of such a monument is always to put the past into the present, to make it at every moment pertinent and topical. But a cultural asset can refuse absolutely to partake in a past-present contrarily, to work in a memorial way, and to erase its age as a non-intentional monument. Heritage conscience, commented as a representation of the past, appropriated to exclusively instrumentalized ends, dedicated to promoting a local or identity-driven past. And this past is hardly occupied with authenticity and even less with truth, but rather devoted to the glorifying a voluntarily mythicized memory. Being also responsible for the out-of-use historical structures, private and official administrations intend to profit from them to create public service. Although it is an old-fashioned and unexciting issue, the museumization of cultural assets still keeps up to date as a legitimate and riskless choice. These sort of populist conversions, responding to the agendas and expectations of political powers, are favorable to present not only touristic but also political incomes. Yet the irrelevant architectural features of the historical structures for museum use may not always meet the expected results after these conversions. Even some conversions defined as reluctant museums may also cause political polemics because of the inconvenient exhibitions organized within them. Today, museumization still seems to provide the convenience of telling any historical theme that is desired to be told at a historical place, because enumerating a historical theme within a historical space is preferred as a safe and comfortable way. But museumized historical buildings cannot easily embark and hide the new functions that are not and cannot be unique to them. So within a dilemma, the utilization of past brings along neglecting the previous. Detaching a commodity from its original context for reuse is a common initiative related to the conjuncture. Museumization as a globally followed trend can be evaluated as an effort of creating a new benefit from an out-of-use, as if planting a flower, an old shoe, ironically. And this sort of fate accompli is legitimized all around the world. Being ready to be reincarnated, history can easily be glorified within the ready-made cultural assets. And as long as the history sells, it seems to be the profitable way for preservation and the promoting initiative that promises continuous tangible and intangible incomes by intermittent reproductions. So museumization looks to be perceived as a pot of gold by the relevant official and private administrations for years to come as before. As a matter of fact, the past is reutilized at service of today for the next by neglecting the previous. Finally, as known, Turkey lived a great natural disaster last month and thousands of people lost their lives while many cultural assets demolished. Greeks and many nations ran for help to Turkey. Such an extraordinary disaster showed us again how mutual understanding and collaboration came the nations together in the light of peace. I hope we can also realize mutual collaborations for the preservation of cultural assets in order to heal the nations each other in usual conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan, because with your talk, you confirm a future of friendship and cooperation. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite my dear friend, former rector of the Pantheon University of Social and Political Sciences from the European Center for Bioethics and Legislation, Professor Emeritus Ismini Kriari. And the question is, Ismini, how can we go further to implement international conventions that are being violated by war, by conflict, by unilateral decisions against monuments of World Heritage.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Moropoulou, for the invitation to this very interesting conference, which now is a cultural tradition. And I'll try to answer the very demanding question. I think that questions like that cannot be answered unilaterally. We are bound to act as a multilateral actors. We have to foster cooperation, and we have to see how multinational equipes, multinational teams will cooperate, go to the state that where there are endangered cultural monuments, and try to find solutions which will bring not only the latest developments, the state of the art in the field of the procedures, in the field of the materials, but also will exchange know-how, will exchange experience, will try to understand each other. And I think that this is what is in need now, that not one state, not one team can produce its own way of solving a problem, of procuring a solution, but we have to wait that cooperation will actually bring some value, to some added value to all the solutions that have been envisaged as today. And after all, what we have to bear in mind is that these cultural monuments, all of them are expressions of the quintessence of the human being. It is the man and their society which has produced them, which has actually brought them to birth, and it is the man, the human being, which has to be protected. And we see that when we have the cooperation in the field, we can have very fruitful results, as we have also in the late disaster in Turkey. And we have to be actually proud of what the UNESCO has already realized. The catalog of the monuments protected as a World Heritage by UNESCO is a very valuable tool in order to see what are the monuments which express the human civilizations, and which also incorporate the intangible ideas and principles which unite us. And a very good example is, of course, Hagia Sophia, and a church which was the best church in its time, and then as a mosque it was also a very interesting mosque, and then it became a museum, and as a museum it incorporated exactly two civilizations, two historic periods, and it could bring about that feeling of tolerance, that feeling of mutual understanding, which we should actually have in mind when we look at a cultural monument. Because what is actually the quintessence of what we see in cultural monuments? What are the human traits which we discern? It is the desire to worship the divine, which we see in Egypt, in the great temples of Egypt, and in the church, in the magnificent church in Jerusalem. It is the desire to celebrate nature, which we see in Minoan frescoes and in the medieval embroideries. It is the design to harness the powers of nature, which we see in Mongolian yurtas and in the Nordic glues, and in the great medieval cathedrals which defy the force of gravity. It is actually an expression of human vanity and grandeur, which we see in the Roman amphitheaters and in the Palace of Versailles. And it is the desire to express ourselves, to find a way to live in a better environment, which we see in the most humble of dwellings and the most imposing of buildings. If you have read Odyssey, you have read that the Odysseus had built a bedroom around a tree. And if you go today in Amorgos Island, you see that there are walls of houses which have been built surrounding a tree. So you see that it is only 90 grandfathers which connect us with Odyssey, but the need to have a shelter, and for this shelter not to uproot the tree but to integrate the tree in the wall is still the same. So you have to see what are the common traits which unite us in all these cultural monuments, and through these common traits we should foster tolerance, we should foster our cooperation, we should foster our desire to learn from each other. This is the main thing, because no team can actually bring about great results alone. Even countries which live in peaceful situations, even countries which are rich and which have a very, very rich scientific tradition, even them, they need the cooperation of other countries when they are to save monuments which come from other historical periods and from other people. So see, wherever there are in Europe Roman ruins, the respective country, Great Britain, United Kingdom, or France, or Germany, they invite scholars from Italy because they know how to help them to restore the Roman ruins. So I think that we should bear in mind that it is not only the new materials and the new procedures which are important, it is not only the a bit ambiguous meaning of cultural diplomacy which we need, because cultural diplomacy once was also used as cultural propaganda, but it's not how it is used now. Cultural diplomacy, we mean not only what we present from our world, but also what we learn from the other world, how we perceive what the other has to tell us, not only what we have to tell them. And then we have to see that only in this way we can achieve something more than the restoration of a building, than a new way to rebuild the wall or to make an old icon to be presentable again. But we have to understand actually what are the feelings and the ideas of the people who made it, what are the feelings and the ideas of the culture which has been actually presented to us. And this is the more important thing. And if I may remind you the word technology, which comes from the word technique, which means art and craft, and logos, which means the reason, which means the ratio, which means the study. So technology is something which incorporates all of these elements, and it has been actually drafted by us so that we can use it in order to approach all these works of our brain and of our heart, of the different historical periods and of the different societies. And I think that we should approach them with the words of Ulysses, not our Ulysses, but an English Ulysses, the one which was written by Alfred Lord Tennyson. What are we but a handful of old souls, withered by time and faith and strong will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Especially that, not to yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ismini. Is Chrome connected? Yuguasu Rohit from Chrome?
Yes,
okay.
I'm very much connected, so I hope you can see me.
We can hear you, and before giving you the floor, I would like to ask, we know, of course, that monuments are featured, but as Rector Kriari said, they should not be disrupted. The civilizations and the values that are being incorporated into a monument, even if they are coming from different civilizations. So my question to Ikrom and to you is what are the strategies of preservation and reuse if we are to comply with different values and different civilizations in a monument?
Thank you very much for your question. I would like to answer by making one major point that it's very important for us to recognize that heritage does not contain value which is belonging to only one period or one civilization. Heritage is just like a history book which contains multiple values, not only because of the historical periods they come from, but also because of different meanings and perspectives they have for people. So even if there are communities, there are different sections of the community belonging to different faiths, different sects, or social backgrounds. They all have their own understanding and significance of heritage. So the most important element for us is that we have to look at a more inclusive approach for heritage, an approach which considers all the values that are associated from multiple perspectives, and also very importantly considers all the historical time periods that are witness to that heritage. The other important part that I would also like to say is that why we focus on the tangible aspect of heritage, which is represented by the monument or a big historic building, it is also very important that the intangible dimensions or the dimensions which are more connected to cultural practices, rituals, or meanings which are associated with those physical fabrics should also be considered important and should also be communicated and protected, because without those cultural meanings, these physical fabrics or these remains in brick and mortar will not have much meaning for the community at large. So that I think is a perspective that we are now accepting at the international level, at the level of UNESCO and ECOMOS. We all believe that heritage has to be seen in this multi-dimensional and inclusive manner, and that is the only way we can ensure that heritage can be kept for the future generations. So it is time for us not to look at heritage as something which is against development, but heritage has to be seen more as a way of sustainable development. We cannot say that we will not like to have change. Change is very much part of human life, but what heritage can tell us is that there is a way in which we can ensure change while also making continuity of traditions, continuity of history a part of human civilization. So that would be my response to your question.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being with us, because the International Center for the Study of the Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Heritage in Rome is guaranteeing the multilateral way and the respect of the values. And that's why your contribution was valuable. I will ask now the Ambassador on Honors, Theodoros Theodorou. I have the honor to have him with us. What would be the intervention of diplomacy, and what results and how do we expect to have on respecting world heritage?
Thank you very much once again for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to be for a second time with you. So I will try to define the word recapturing, and for that we just need to separate the prefix re from the main word capturing. In the English dictionary, capturing means conquer, dominate, come upon, arrest, captivate. But by adding the prefix re, we enter the history. Since we understand that the attempt to recapture the world after wars and crises is repetitive. The mandate of the society is not only to be constructive, but also to be reformatory. Unfortunately, state leaders choose the war and the total destruction for imposing territorial demands, control of food, monopoly of energy, control on energy supply pipelines. Ironically, totalitarian political leaders dare to call the aggressive and marginal political behavior as justified promotion of their national interests. We, a post-war generation, could not imagine that major powers, permanent members of the United Nations, but also marginal states with limited democratic and cultural contribution in the evolution of our global society will ask for more Lebensraum. Freedom, as well as individual demands, are subjects of law application and should comply with the need for social coexistence as well as with the imperative for good neighborliness. Everyone, by nature, needs more space, but social requirements for harmonious coexistence impose respect of the law, domestic or international, and tolerance to customary habits and cultural values. Science improves our lives and extends our life expectation, aiming at healthier and happier world. The word cosmos comes from the Greek verb kosmo, meaning to beautify every aspect of everyday life and our overall existence. Architecture, the art of decoration, painting and music are substantial elements of all civilizations and, of course, of all religions. Success of societies and political systems endorsing the expectation of the mankind is the reconstruction of the world, which is founded rather on civilization achievements than on ruins of wars, conflicts, bombings, mass destruction, and holocausts. An important technical and cultural achievement for building up cultural respect and mutual understanding, Professor Moropoulou, is your unique work of conservation and restoration of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, the holy city of the three Abrahamic religions. In the same vein, we also should bear in mind that only by common scientific efforts the globe has affronted faster than expected and successfully the pandemic by developing advanced medical methods. Last but not least, trying to recapture the world, we can't neglect the adamant decision of all Muslims living in Greece to reject any provocative invitation from ISIS, while thousands of Europeans converted to Islam or third-generation Muslims joined international terrorist groups. I choose to mention these three essential cases to indicate that common understanding, scientific and cultural cooperation promote recapturing of the world during and after crises, confrontations, and wars. Respect for diversity is a humanitarian, multicultural asset. Unfortunately, still we can't master it even after crossing the threshold of the 21st century. The year 2023 marks 100 years since the signing of the Lausanne Treaty. This unique international treaty is a supreme conventional text supporting respect for diversity, multicultural education, cultural customs and traditions. To my understanding, the treaty touches upon difficult and delicate issues of coexistence, reconciliation, social cultural coherence, and good neighborness. We can't forget, for the sake of this conference, that the Lausanne Treaty has been signed between the two world wars. Today, in this international forum, many expressions of the society communicate, inspiring global optimism in a critical moment in which the world is walking at the edge of the cliff. Obviously, we live in a history. Diplomats, academia, artists, politicians, and the civic society, with all others following international changes, can assist in recapturing the world through or by culture, aiming at mutual understanding, promoting peace and stability. Ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, and dear participants, I thank you very much for your attention and your constructive cooperation in this important international endeavor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And now I will pose the question to the President of the International Heritage and Museum, Mrs. Lila de Chavez Chronopoulos. Passing from diplomacy to the public acquaintance with culture in museums and heritage organizations, how do we maintain values through that, and how do we manage the polyvalent role of museums in the direction of mutual understanding?
First of all, thank you so much, Mrs. Moropoulou, Professor Moropoulou, for inviting me. I gave my presentation on Monday, so now it's going to be the ideas that I have treasured all those years by being president in the World Federation of Friends of Museums, by acting as vice president of the EMF. EMF is the European Museum Forum Council of Europe. It is the institution that gives, so to speak, the Oscars yearly of the best European museums. So I will stress my point in two words that Rector Criari mentioned. The one is cultural diplomacy, and the other one was synergies. So the key in all this for the preservation of heritage through the museums are, first of all, guidelines that are both for ICOM, that is for professional of museums, and guidelines with ethics for the Friends of Museums, the World Federation of Friends of Museums, that is WFFM. So those institutions are ready to take over. They have adjusted themselves in many ways. For instance, ICOM has changed its how can I say, orologia? It's the terminology, sorry, yes, the terminology, yes. So terminology by putting three words, that is diversity, how to say, diversity is one, well, I will remember the other two, which represent the changing of our societies. The important thing is that the museums know exactly the role that how they are going to keep the public into the museums, because during the pandemic, you know that there were a lot of isolation, and that isolation created problems, psychiatric problems. And now the museums are meant to help people that have dementia or people that have Alzheimer. There are special programs for not only for kids anymore, but for adults. And those programs are helping, that is, they're going to be sort of hospitals in a way. And of course, during, I'm going to tell you a few things about a big event that happened few months ago. It was the first Well-Being Greece. So we are having a Well-Being Greece association that created a big event in Zapion by the Minister of Health and Zoe Rapti, the Vice Minister. They mentioned all the problems that can be dealt in a museum, and of course the museums are there to help, and we are ready on that. So also, it is on World, I'm going to read it. So on World Mental Health Day, the non-profit organization Well-Being successfully organized under the auspices of the Hellenic Ministry of Health the first Well-Being Forum Mental Health at the heart of global development strategies held in a hybrid format. Now, this is very important, and Greece, with the Ministry of Culture, Mr. Georg Romanolakis, the Vice Minister, we are organizing also the recipe, if I may call, for museums with people that are in need. So, as you see, we are dealing with heritage in the future, tangible and intangible, and the museums are going to be there for that. And they are ready, I believe. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to Peter De Vries, professor on Delft University of Technology and member of the board of directors of SEFI, Société Européenne de Facultés des Ingénieurs, whom I will ask what will be the role of informing society in this direction of developing mutual understanding, and what will be the role of education, Peter?
I'm pleased to be here and having the opportunity to speak about what you're asking me. The first question I got was recapturing the world in conflict through culture, promoting mutual understanding and peace. And I found it a massive question, and clearly you cannot, there's no way you can answer this question with one answer. So my perspective is very much from the HR management education perspective. And this question and your question motivated me also to think a little bit back. I wanted to mention a writer, Alexander Solzhenitsyn. He wrote the book The Gulag Archipel, and he got a Nobel Prize for it. I can recommend the book. But what was interesting, what he was announcing, he said, we know they are lying. They know they are lying. They know we know they are lying. But they are still lying. And he was indicating that the truth is not an issue you can grab, but you have to really work on it to make it real. Another name, but that's an actual situation. You might know this relatively new development of the chat GPTs, you know, this language software that answers all your questions. It makes poems. If you say, cucumber, give me a recipe, you get a recipe. Wonderful thing. Noam Chomsky, the language scientist, his reaction was, this is basically a high-tech plagiarism that is taking place and a way of avoiding learning, which basically means that at the time we are confronted with a lot of elements what do we need to do to make education really fulfill the needs we have? I think what is important, and especially in relation to the truth, is that we realize that, especially with engineering education, we have had an element, what I would call the ethical dimension. The ethical dimension has been there in most work because stones don't lie. So that's the reality you're confronted with. And what you see, at least in the Netherlands, the contracts with the companies, there is always a paragraph on ethics. And the reason is that ethical judgment is enormously important because it helps you to check the accountability of organizations, people, solutions, and things like that. So this is about ownership. Ownership that really helps you also to understand and to negotiate with others about difficult questions. So I think the ethical dimension is something we could use as an instrument. It has been in the past and it shall also be in the future. And at SAFI, our organization, we have this special interest group on ethics, and the group is flourishing. It's unbelievable, and what I see happening is a generation of new members that come to the organization, particularly for that element. So that would be part of an answer in this, on the question, what could you do? What would be worth to look into more, and what could you stimulate? And which is not bound to one culture or another culture. So it's applicable throughout.
Thank you, Peter. But ethics are flourishing, not obligatory, not under a regulatory framework, but within freedom. And Honorable Ambassador stressed this dimension a few minutes ago. I don't know if it is with us Sylvia van der Boed. No, she left. From Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, because she stressed this dimension in her scientific presentation, and which had the title of this panel as well. She was inspired. That's why I invited her to join us. Most probably she had to leave. I'm now inviting Chrysanthos Pissaridis from ICOMOS Cyprus to convey us his message and perhaps to wrap up. Chrysanthos, is he connected?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you? Good. International Council of Monuments and Sites, Cyprus, my friend Chrysanthos.
Dear panelists, dear participants, dear Prof. Moropoulou Tonia, I'm very glad to be with you again for the third time. I would like to thank you for that, for inviting me to join you, and in this very important meeting. Permit me to, may I share my screen?
Yeah, okay, you go on. We see your presentation. We can see you can go on, Chrysanthos.
Yes, I'm trying to. Okay.
cultural heritage, the ramification of war conflicts, as well as the climate and environmental threats, the magnitude of threat and vulnerability looming over heritage properties is immense. It is increasing. Irreversible damage or even destruction in whole or part of cultural heritage on territories are some of the most significant consequences. Culture makes it possible to mend rifts in the social fabric, to build bridges beyond borders, to embrace the notions of equality, diversity and inclusion, to forge new forms of solidarity, to create new spaces in which to draw the energy needed to meet together the intense challenges before us. Investing in culture is hence a must for achieving peace building and tackling not only current disasters and conflicts, but also the ones ahead. Talking from experience, allow me to portray the role culture plays in building bridges of trust and cooperation between my home country, the Republic of Cyprus, and the Turkey-occupied northern part of Cyprus. As you all know, Cyprus has been a divided island since the 1974 Turkish invasion of the island. That conflict resulted, apart from the population developments and other political variables, into enormous intentional destruction of the cultural heritage of Cyprus. Unfortunately, cultural heritage documentation did not exist at the time. Therefore, we had no physical evidence to attest to the original condition of all destroyed properties throughout the Republic of Cyprus or the occupied part of the island, which could assist us in their restoration, rehabilitation to their former glory, and that's exactly why we are currently putting all our efforts into digitally documenting as much of our cultural heritage as is possible, so that we can safeguard heritage from being destroyed. I don't know what's going wrong here. Yes. In the event of the potential threats, conflicts, natural disaster, or even climate change, documenting the character, value, and significance of each heritage asset serves not only to preserve their legacy for future generations, but also to facilitate their physical preservation and conservation, as well as their sustainability and survival. Conservation practitioners are facilitated in devising effective conservation interventions and treatments, while policymakers have a greater chance at better management, supporting and promoting our cultural and built heritage. However, in 2004, the creation of one intercommunal committee was decided on the initiative of Greek Cypriot leader Dimitris Christofias and his Turkish Cypriot counterpart Mehmet Ali Talat, whose aim has been to protect the monuments and sites in all Cyprus, both free and occupied areas of the island, an initiative that has since played a meaningful role for the promotion of mutual cooperation, mutual trust, understanding, and joint action. The mechanism which the committee uses to achieve its goal is UNDP, the United Nations Development Programme. The technical committee advises the UNDP on the prioritization of restoration conservation projects depending on the level of monument sites, imminent threat of collapse, and its current conservation status. All restoration carried out are limited to structural repairs and intervention of conserved heritage assets until a permanent solution to the Cypriot conflict is found, in which case full restoration shall be conducted. It is important to stress that in order to be qualified and selected by the UNDP as a suitable candidate for any such project, the interested party has to comprise a multi-scientific group of experienced professionals from various fields such as architects, civil engineers, surveyors, quantity surveyors, conservators, archaeologists, historians, etc. And most importantly, this group of experts has to be composed from both Greek and Turkish Cypriots, or 50% must be women. It is having as a potential contributor to the peaceful coexistence among nations and communities. And that's Tonia before said that it's better to close with words, with works and not words. I will close without comments some images of a case study done by us, me and Plavra Styrianou, for the UNDP and in the occupied village of Kythrea. So I will comment when only if it's necessary. Here it's a church in Kythrea. You can see that there is no roof. And these are the drawings and the way that we are representing our works done by both Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots who are teams to safeguard these monuments in both sides of Cyprus. This is before and after. You can see the difference. And here is our team working in. Thank you, Tonia, for giving me the opportunity to present this to all of you.
Thank you, Chrysanthos, for this hopeful and promising paradigm of bi-communal cooperation in the disrupted Cyprus. And closing this panel, opening the last session on emblematic works, closing the conference. I would like to say that this conference and this discussion was justified to bring up this issue, recapturing the world in crisis and conflict through culture by promoting mutual understanding and peace. Because we, the scientific community and the stakeholders that are serving for the preservation of cultural heritage, we are dealing with common values and monuments that are uniting us. And the ethics which are imposed are ethics of respect to all values, to all people, to all civilizations, as incorporated in every monument. And this is something we learn and we have to teach as we are listening and we are feeling the monuments. Of course, it is not obligatory, it is not regulatory, but through education, scientific community has to keep up with the transmission of this message and of this ethics. And I believe that the root of all mutual understanding and coexistence and the root of respect is logos, is the rationale that scientific community might cultivate and transmit to the world. And this is most probably the basis of freedom that we need in order to exercise respect in a way that civilized societies will be capable to bridge world in disruption, world in crisis, world in conflict. I'm grateful to all the people that contributed to the success of this conference, which has been attended by thousands of people around the globe. And I believe that we have to continue not only through the conference, but through all the levels of contribution we exercise in our life. This is the message. Continuing, I thank you all who contributed to the organization of the conference, to the success of the scientific sessions, to the meaningful panel discussions, and to all of you who supported us technically on the level of communication, and of you who will transmit these messages. Thank you very much.
Now we are at the last session of the conference, but not the least. On the contrary, we're going to talk in this session about the emblematic works as source of innovation and transdisciplinarity. So we're going to call on the floor Asterios Roumeliotis from National Technical University of Athens, who is going to present the paper entitled Enhanced Documentation and Evaluation of Grouting Process through the Fusion of Non-Destructive Testing and Evaluation Information, the case study of the Catholicon of the Monastery of Panagia Varnakova.
Good evening. Good evening. On this presentation, I'm going to analyze and evaluate the grouting process through the fusion of non-destructive testing and evaluation information in the case study of the Catholicon of Panagia Varnakova. The grouting process is an important procedure in the restoration and strengthening project of historic structures. The analysis of the process includes some standard steps, like the documentation of of the position of injection tubes. Recording the input and output tubes and the quantities of the grout and the ejection, such as the time and the volume. This information gives us the ability to create grouting curves, map the grout quantities, and have a general assessment on the areas of the structure that a significant amount of grout was recorded. Nevertheless, grouting can reveal even more information, such as the state of preservation and the general configuration of internal crack, voids, and interfaces between the grouting areas of the structure. The procedure can be more understandable by adopting a different approach. So we basically use a two-dimensional level of information, and by incorporating 3D data, we evolve it to a 2.5-dimensional approach with special grouting indices that takes into consideration geospatial data and of the input and the output points. It is also utilizes structural data of the grout entry and corresponding grout exit points. As you can see from the schemes on the left, it's difficult to find precisely the true path of grout flow. What we know for certain is the input-output tubes, and so we can calculate the vector length between those points. From the data retrieved from the grouting process, we are able to calculate the total volume of the grout, the total length, and the number of exit points. And by dividing those vectors, the three indices that you see are created. The first indice is a volume per length, which provides a special correlation between the grout injected from entry point and the special distribution of the exit points. While the next two indices, which are the volume per exit tube and the length per tube, they provide an assessment of the degree of crack, void, or interface branching, and estimation of the type of cluster configuration. The grouting process was used on site in the Holy Monastery of Panagia Varnakova, which is a historical monastery of the 11th century AD, built on the outskirts of the Vardusia Mountains in the prefecture of Okida. Its Catholicon is considered the most important Middle Byzantine monument in Greece, and is dedicated to the Dormition of the Virgin. From the grouting process of the first 2 meters in height of the wall in the monastery, we gathered the most outstanding tubes, and the following curves were created. The main observations from the two diagrams were that on the south side of the exonarthex, which you can see in the, you can't see exactly, consumed approximately 15% of total grout volume on the left corner. The semicircular masonry of the Hieron consumed significant quantities of grout, despite not showing macroscopic cracks, while the west side, meaning the entrance, consumed increased quantities of grout corresponding well with its pathology. On this side you can see the main table that we use for our calculations. You can see date, the input tube, the number of output tubes, volume, length, and the 3 indices that we analyzed before. So, now we move to further analysis of the panel of the walls of the monastery that had tubes of significant importance. From a typical grouting volume analysis, we observe that on the south wall of the exonarthex, the data shows that tube 94 consumed 40% more grout than tube number 1. Nevertheless, from an indices analysis, it is concluded that panel A, which is on the left, has relatively fewer paths of larger volume per vector length and volume per path, while panel C has significantly more paths of lower volume per vector length and volume per path. Before the grouting process, a preliminary study was conducted where non-destructive methods such as ground penetrating radar, and a thermal camera were used on site. The GPR analysis close to the site entrance on the south indicated detachment of stone layers peripherally. This study agrees with the grout indices of tube 94 that we mentioned before. Moving on, the grouting analysis between tubes 57 and 128, which are on the same panel on the naive of the monastery, show us that tube 128 has many exit points, that the majority of them are at the interior. Here we can see some thermal images on the same area from the inferred thermography survey that was done on the preliminary study. The survey indicated presence of stone block zones that may correspond to the presence of internal wooden tie beam elements or void spaces corresponding to them. Same as the GPR analysis, the grout indices of tube 128, the location of the exit tubes, as well as the findings of the dynamic analysis correlate well with the scenario of a detachment of the internal stone layer in area D, above the lower type B zone. Moving even closer to the Hieron of the monastery on the south wall, we compared tubes 22 and 131, and we can see that this is one typical example that we expect from the grouting process. Tube 131 was injected 10 days later than tube 22, and it got half the volume compared with the first. The indices also shows us that we have gradual filling voids as the process goes on, and that's something that we normally expect. Here is another typical example with tubes 77 and 189. And now we go on to the north wall. We have a rather different situation. You can see that the second tube, tube 155, got almost no volumes and all the indices decrease. As we go from the Hieron to the naive, indices are becoming more comparable. And here, for example, we see that tube 111 fills a high number of cracks with a small length. We now reach the point where there is the transverse wall, or as we call it, the historic wall, on the inside of the structure, and thus we have 3 layers of wall. As you can see, there is drawn with a red line an interior crack that we found from the GPR analysis. This crack is not extending to the exterior of the walls, and that corresponds with the results of grouting in tube 135. Last but not least, we go to the front side of the Catholicon. Here I would only like to mention that in the processing of the measurements and the comparison of the results, we have several problems, like some grout leakages. For example, in tube 293, which is on the left of the entrance, it is difficult to find the results because of the leakage on the foundation of the structure. In conclusion, using grouting indices allows better understanding and gives us an image of the internal cracks and voids, something that an ordinary grout volume analysis cannot produce. It is necessary, however, for any conclusions from the grouting analysis to be verified by non-destructive testing and careful architectural and structural analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Sterios. Is there any questions or comments on this paper?
I would just like to ask Sterios' opinion. I mean, do you think that these indices are helpful in understanding the grouting process compared to the traditional process of documenting every tube?
Yeah, I believe so, because when we compare just the total volume from each tube, we might find some different results than when we find the indices. For example, I mentioned the typical examples that same thing, we can conclude the same thing from the total volume and the indices, but in some other areas we cannot do that only by the volume. So I think it is necessary for the indices to be calculated.
So our next presentation is from Professor Hassan Firat Diger from Mehmet Fatih Sultan Mehmet Vakif University, and it is about the interventions for the main dome of Hagia Sophia throughout its history and preservation proposal.
Thank you, Katerina.
Hassan.
It's nice to be here after many years. Trying to learn this. Well, the scale of the previous Sophia structure, which was destroyed by burning intentionally during the Nika revolt in 532, can be considered as a traumatic threshold that must be overcome for the new church that Justinian will build. Therefore, the size of the price of penance that the emperor will charge against those who abuse his power can be sought in the claim of the quantity and the quality of the existing Hagia Sophia construction that he has rebuilt. However, this passionate big project, which will not be repeated in Byzantine architecture again, will bring along certain structural problems that cannot be compensated later, together with its unique beauty. In fact, it's possible to say that structural system problems are the basis of the earthquake risk, which has remained up to date throughout its history. Although the four piers carrying the main dome are symmetrical to each other, the fact that each has asymmetric edges in four directions makes it difficult for them to show the same strength against horizontal loads. Another static problem that is clearly seen in the southeast and northwest section of the structure is that the columns at the ground and gallery floors have a different numerical arrangement. As you see, the gallery level and the first ground level has different amount of arcades. So this situation resulting from the size differences of the columns at the ground and gallery floors causes the vertical loads coming from the main dome and body walls being transferred in an interrupted way, not directly, in this continuous way. The weakness of Hagia Sophia's ambitious load-carrying system caused it to collapse 3 times, completed 21 years later after the building of the main dome, and partially in the 10th and 14th centuries. It can be said that the design of the piers and arches which carry the dome is the basis of the existing problems of the main dome rather than the dome itself. Undoubtedly, since it's not possible to reconstruct these building elements, the search for solutions to the problems focused on the interventions to retrofit the load-carrying system and the main dome carried by them. Following the earthquakes of 553 and 57, about 21 years later, after the blessing of the Hagia Sophia on May 558, the main dome together with the southeastern semi-dome collapsed with a 6 magnitude earthquake. This destruction was associated with the fact that the carrying flattened design of the first dome, it means inefficient curvature, the deformation of the main pillars carrying the dome, and that the deformation of the dome caused by shear forces. However, the latest research, which was Professor Moropoulou was one of the members of the study, is that the modified design of the repaired dome is not higher than the former, but rather built in the same height with the increased curvature. So, last proposal is that section of the main dome.
second largest earthquake, which directly affected and collapsed the main dome, took place in 989, and northwestern part of the main dome collapsed by demolishing. Since the fashion of the period made it possible to work with architects in distant lands, this repair work was built in Armenian Tirdat, the architect of the great cathedral in Ani, the capital of Armenia. Tirdat showed the intervention he would make before starting his repair through a model he prepared. This is also a very contemporary approach for today as well, to make a model of a building to be restored. In this repair, 15 ribs of the main dome, which consists of 40 ribs and northwestern semi-dome, were rebuilt with the main northwestern arch. And Hagia Sophia was reopened for worship in 994. And last earthquake, in the fall of 1343, a series of earthquakes occurred in the city, and these shocks caused the structure to weaken, and one-third of the main dome collapsed together with the southeastern dome, semi-dome, on May 19, 1346. The repair was carried out by Stato Pedarch Astras and Giovanni Peralta and completed in 1354. Astras was Byzantine, Peralta was a Catalan guy. It's considered that the main dome is supported by flying buttresses in 4 directions within the scope of this repair, which is colored in orange, you see. The Gothic characteristics of these non-existent buttresses that can only be seen in Hagia Sophia descriptions make it possible to date them to the 14th century repairs. The corresponding integrations of the flying buttresses to the connections of the remnant 6th century dome with the reconstructions of the 10th and 14th centuries show how accurate they were built to support the main dome. Hagia Sophia's main dome has never collapsed since 1354. The interventions of architect Sinan to Hagia Sophia when he was at the top of his career should also play a role in this achievement in the 16th century. Although he did not intervene directly into the dome, he retrofitted the existing Byzantine buttresses and added new ones. The latest structural interventions of the main dome during the Ottoman period were made within the scope of repairs carried out by Fossati. The most radical intervention in this repair was the removal of the flying buttresses of the main dome, which supported the main dome in the last 5 centuries and became a part of the Istanbul Suryat. Instead of the flying buttresses, the base where the main dome sits was surrounded by an iron frame, and this iron frame hidden under the existing plaster. Here you see he removed the flying buttresses and framed the base. These elements were exposed during the plaster rush in 2016. The structural function of this frame, used as equivalent to the flying buttresses removed by the Fossati, is controversial. A possible positive effect of this intervention on the dome structure is extremely limited due to its location and form. In the modeling work we conducted in 2010, in order to question the functionality of these flying buttresses removed by the Fossati brothers, Hagia Sophia's flying buttresses and existing models were tested in a static simulation using finite elements in the computer environment, and the structural contribution of these buttresses to the main dome was examined. This limited modeling work has shown that flying buttresses have a structural function and contributes to the main dome. The interventions in the Republic period, the latest structural intervention to the main dome is the walls covering the windows. Here you see. These walls were detected as reinforced concrete elements by a Japanese team of Tsukuba University in 1995. So this intervention can be dated to the beginning of the 20th century in terms of the building technology. I mean, reinforced concrete, the use of reinforced concrete. As a matter of fact, in 1909, the windows looks to be covered only with a lid. 1936, each window looked covered with walls as today. Although a document about this intervention has not yet been reached, these visual data may suggest that the walls covering the windows were made in the early period of the Turkish Republic that was established in 1923. In a study conducted in 1993, it was observed that wooden construction was built on lower level to reduce the flatness of dome, which occurred due to the fact that the 10th century segment in western part of the main dome was higher than the 6th century segment in the southern part of the dome, about 10 to 12 centimeters. The effect of this intervention, which is understood to have been made to show the main dome symmetrically, which is actually asymmetrical due to its repairs in city silhouette, should be questioned in Ayasofya modelings, because the present modelings also were dealt without this timber structure. The last project developed to retrofit the dome structure of Ayasofya in recent years, Republic period, was conducted by Professor Dr. Mustafa Erdik in 1993. It was proposed that semi-domes and main arches should work together during a possible earthquake through a strong connection between semi-domes and main arches to support semi-domes in northwest and southeast direction. It was recommended that the most appropriate method for retrofitting the bond between the southeast and northwest main arches, on which they are based on semi-domes, would be anchors, like you see plan and section drawings for this intervention. In the project where the anchors bodies were recommended to be completely inserted into semi-domes, it was stated that the anchor heads are also able to hide the image in a way that does not disturb the image on the facets of the southeast and northwest main arches. It was found that the anchoring bars envisaged in the project provide the necessary safety as a result on the modeling. However, the project was not accepted due to the radical structural interventions to be required. Now, current situation. In the last measurements of the main dome, the diameter of the dome in the northwest and southeast direction, supported by semi-domes, was 31.19 meters, and the diameter in northeast and southwest direction was 32.55 meters. It's known that the dome has an elliptical plan, albeit slightly due to the opening in both directions that are not supported by semi-domes. This asymmetrical situation is noticeable not only in the plan, but also in the sections of the arch on which the main dome sits. Within the scope of our research, the cross-sectional areas of the main arch were measured based on the most recent Ayasofya dome cross-section surveys. Here you see the sections of the main dome. The cross-sectional area of the northeast arch, northeast arch is 22.9 square meters gross, while the area of southwest arch is 22.4 square meter gross. While the cross-sectional areas of these two opposing arches are close to each other, the fact is not the same for the other arches to which the semi-domes are connected. As a matter of fact, the gross cross-sectional area of the northwest arch is here you see 7.2 square meters, and the southeast arch, which can be described as the weakest arch, is 6.1 square meters. The reason why the arch sections are gross is that the plaster allowances are also included. If it is considered that the plaster share in the sections will be close to each other, the ratio of the net areas will be similar to the gross areas. The fact that the cross-sectional area of the northwest arch is less than 1/3 of the northeast and southwest arch, and the southeast arch has a section of almost 1/4 of the northeast and southwest arch. Shows how problematic the structure of the main dome has. Thus, it becomes clear that the cross-sectional areas of the northeastern and southwestern arcs are not double that of the others, contrary to what is known. The very thin section of the northeast and especially the southeast arch defines the asymmetrical structure of the dome, which was destroyed 3 times and rebuilt in different ways. The structural irreparable situation can be attributed to the carelessness of either the first construction of the existing dome or the reconstructions of the 10th and 14th centuries. Thanks to the low density and high tensile strength characteristics of the bending mortar and reparation throughout decades, Ayasofya stands still. Researchers state that since the main dome has not collapsed since 14th century, there is no need for major interventions, provided that the structure is maintained continuously. It has ever been stated that the structure is stronger than its coverings. However, the need for careful reinforcing measures has been expressed. Correcting the horizontal and vertical asymmetry of the carrier system is not considered possible in terms of structural and decorative integrity. In addition, since the structure is asymmetrical, all structural interventions that may cause the balance of the loads to deteriorate may be risky for Ayasofya. Our conclusion and our proposal is that the 3-part structure of the main dome, which was built in 3 different periods, should be preserved as a whole. Therefore, it should be preserved in a way that is specific to Ayasofya dome. A prudent conservation approach may be possible with an approach that does not harm the structure and appearance of the dome. As a consequence of our study, the theoretical suggestion to protect the dome in a specific way to use a tension ring that surrounds the main dome from the outside. The use of ring beams is one of the basic approaches adopted in the retrofitting of historical masonry structures. It's considered that the main arch and semi-domes constitute the most important collapse mechanism in Ayasofya, because during a possible major earthquake, while the main dome and semi-domes oscillate, it's predicted that they will hammer each other over the northwest and southeast arches, which are the most delicate arches. The hammering effect may collapse arches and semi-domes, and the main dome may be damaged partially. The usage of tension ring approach to protect the main dome would limit its oscillation, making hammering relatively one-sided, and would allow less damage to the semi-domes and slender main arches, which are supposed to support semi-domes. This approach, which aims to protect the main dome of Ayasofya at the optimum level, is expected to inspire new models as a prudent solution that does not require radical structural intervention. The materials and interventions to be used for the tension ring we propose in a comprehensive modeling study can be questioned. It's evaluated that this proposition can protect the main dome from possible earthquakes with minimal intervention without spoiling the appearance of Ayasofya. So the relevant civil engineers are invited. And finally, I want to thank you, all Greek nations, for your collaboration and friendship after the disaster relieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hassan Firat Diker. Are any questions or any comments on that? Yes. Professor Moropoulou.
Thank you, Hassan, for bringing an updated proposal for the preservation of Ayasofya. We have worked for many years there with our Turkish colleagues of Bogazici University, Kandili Observatory, from Princeton Civil Engineering School, Professor Ahmed Chakmak, and of course with you, because it was a collective work to work there. We are proud that we sustained Hagia Sophia from the big earthquake at 99, and as Professor Ahmet Çakmak said some minutes after to the international media, it was the God of Turkey and of Greece that within the MOU between NTUA, Bogazici, Kandili and Princeton achieved to safeguard Hagia Sophia on time and with compatible and performing interventions for the earthquake. And some years ago, when we were attempting to search with non-destructive techniques under the Vakif plasters mosaics, we met you, that you discovered and revealed the face of the angel at the triangle of the arch of Hagia Sophia. I believe that the unilateral reuse of Hagia Sophia and the end of its management as museum is delivering a rupture. But this rupture does not consider scientific community. I believe we can go on, and your work and presentation here is a confirmation to this promising direction. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Professor Hassan Firat. The next speaker is Maria Apostolopoulou from a group of National Technical University and Hellenic Survey of Geology and Manual Exploration. Maria Apostolopoulou, Κατερίνη Ντελέγκου, Βασίλειος Κεραμίδας, Χρυσόφορος Μιχάλαρος, Ελισάβετης Ελιμαντού, Τιμολέων Κουμιτσόγλου, Χρήσο Πατρέχας, myself and Professor Moropoulou. And the title of her presentation is The Historical Materials of the Varnakova Monastery, Catholicon and Restoration Proposals.
It was founded in 1077 AD and is one of the oldest and very important monastic complexes of Greece. The original cleaner was the monk Arsenios from Karia Phokis. It was renovated in 1148 in a more elaborate manner. It was blown up in 1826 by the Ottomans during the Greek Revolution and reconstructed in 1831 by Kapodistrias. Unfortunately, the Catholicon sustained damage from the Aegea earthquake in 1995, and it has remained closed since 2010 because of safety issues. So no religious rituals take place in the church today. Metal buttresses were installed to provide stability and strengthen the building, but this was, of course, a temporary measure which cannot be permanent. Just to describe the Catholicon a little bit, the temple is made externally of isodomic stonework. This means stone elements. These stone elements show cracks of significant width in the areas of openings and corners, as well as loss of bonding material. The interior is plastered, so we cannot see the masonry, it's not visible. However, the floor is very elaborately decorated. It corresponds to the 11th century reconstruction, and it is a combination of Opus Sectile and Opus Alexandrinum. Now, the diagnostic study that was undertaken by the NTUA includes what we will show you today: in situ non-destructive testing and laboratory analytical testing on samples. The multispectral interdisciplinary results of the diagnostic study are documented, and then they are utilized in order to design restoration mortars to be used in the restoration project, select the compatible and performing restoration stone for the works, as well as design the appropriate restoration accents to preserve the elaborate floor. In the beginning, we will show you the Exterior, here we can see infrared thermography measurements, which indicated areas of mortar detachment. These are problematic areas, as well as areas where incompatible mortars were used locally, luckily. It also revealed the presence of an element surrounding the structure in the internal layer, possibly wooden, which had not been documented up to today. In the interior of the Catholicon, infrared thermography revealed perhaps an isodomic masonry behind the plaster. We were able to see the design. We can see mortars with lower temperatures, and the stones have slightly higher temperatures. The lower part of the interior masonry presented lower temperatures in relation to the upper parts of the masonry, and this is an indication that perhaps the Catholicon masonry is affected by rising damp phenomena. Ground penetrating radar, which was done on the masonry, revealed that it is a three-leaf masonry. It has an exterior stone layer of about 25 centimeters, and an intermediate filling layer, which is typical of three-leaf masonries, and an interior stone layer. Also, ground penetrating radar gave us some information regarding the extension and interconnection of cracks within the internal layers of the three-leaf masonry, and also possible detachment of the masonry layers in certain areas. So this gave us an indication that perhaps grouting was necessary during the rehabilitation works, which was not something a priori decided. In order to study the historical mortars and plasters were selected from the exterior joints of the masonry, as well as from the interior of the Catholicon. Mortars were also selected from beneath floor, which, as we said, corresponds to the 11th century reconstruction, and also a Byzantine cistern, which you can see right here. Sorry, is that it? The cistern. The mortar characterization was conducted according to a specific methodology that is followed for the characterization of historic mortars with different techniques. All mortars presented calcite as main mineralogical phase and quartz as secondary. The historic mortars were all categorized as the same type. They are all lime-based mortars of hydraulic nature and appear separated in two basic groups. It was very interesting at this point that a specific sample that was selected from the Pronaos, which there is an indication historically that perhaps it survived the explosion, and it was not reconstructed in 1831, but is a previous phase. The Pronaos mortar was grouped, you can't see it here because I'm in front of it, but it was grouped with the mortars from the Byzantine cistern and the 11th century floor. So this is an indication that the Pronaos indeed belongs to an earlier phase of the Catholicon. Also, the presence of chloride, as determined through spot test, indicates that the monument is affected by rising damp phenomenon and precipitation, because we also found chloride in mortars at higher levels of the Catholicon. Regarding the main building stone of the monument, it corresponds to a low porosity gray base biomicritic limestone. The exterior masonry is constructed almost solely from this type of stone, this lithotype, but also the internal masonry in the interior of the church also seems to be, in the areas where we can see it, constructed mostly of this stone. This stone presents differences in color. It can differ from beige to gray, different tones, not very different. It's a low porosity stone of high density and strength. In the upper areas of the interior, for example, vaults and arches, in certain places we can see locally a different type of stone, actually two different types of stone, a porous fossiliferous limestone and a porous microsporitic fossiliferous limestone. Both stones present calcite as sole mineralogical phase. They present a low density, which explains why they were used only in certain areas of the church and upper levels, and they present a high porosity. And both types presented high percentages of soluble salts, which of course has to do with their microstructure. To summarize the results from the materials characterization and the building, the structure is subjected to rising damp phenomenon and precipitation, and this must be taken into account when designing new materials. Incompatible materials have been used, but fortunately only locally. The masonry is three-leafed and presents cracks, voids, and detachments, which means that grouting is necessary. And the historical mortars are lime-based and of hydraulic nature, while the main building stone is a low-porosity, gray-based biomicritic limestone. Now, these results allow us to design and select restoration materials and measures. Regarding the restoration mortars, it was decided that during the rehabilitation project, incompatible and loose mortars must be removed, of course, in order to clean the masonry. And new compatible and performing restoration mortars must be applied to strengthen and homogenize the masonry, while grouting is also necessary in the case of the Catholicon. Through the diagnosis results, we were able to design restoration mortar criteria and demands. We need a restoration mortar which is of a hydraulic nature, and we need the appropriate microstructure for it to be compatible with historic mortars. And also we took into account the results of the structural analysis of the Catholicon, which indicated that we need a restoration mortar with a compressive strength of 15 megapascal in order to ensure the seismic response of the Catholicon against serious damages. So this was also a criteria. Therefore, we designed and we assessed different types of restoration mortars, mostly lime pozzolan ones, with different types of pozzolans. The lime metakaolin mortars presented the highest compatibility in terms of chemical compatibility and microstructure, and they also presented the best performance. And for this reason, a commercial lime metakaolin mortar of 15 megapascal compressive strength was selected for the rehabilitation of Varnakova Catholicon. And in order to enhance compatibility and performance and homogeneity of the masonry, a lime metakaolin-based grout was also selected for the grouting process. Regarding the restoration stone, it is quite usual in monuments that a local stone is used as the main building material element. And in the case of Varnakova, the historical stone did indeed have characteristics that local stones have, local lithotypes. Therefore, nearby quarries were investigated in order to see if the same lithotype as the historic stone could be found. And it was found, the exact same type. Therefore, an analysis was done with the aim of similar characteristics with the original stone. We see that there were very small differences between the historical stone and the quarry stone, which are interlinked with the extraction of the material from different areas of the quarry after many, many centuries. But the differences are quite slight. To move on to the Catholicon floor, it is very elaborate, as you can see here. As we said earlier, it is a combination of opus sectile and opus alexandrinum. In the right image, far right, the gray areas are the original parts of the floor. The different stone tesserae of different colors were characterized, and we saw that the stones came from different areas of Greece, like Verde Antico, which is Chassabalis from Thessaly, or Lapis Lacedemonius, which is from the Peloponnesus, from Sparta. So we see that they brought stones from different areas in order to decorate the floor, and this shows how important it was for them to achieve the chromatic effect that was needed, and how important this, the Catholicon was at the time of its construction in the 11th century. We used infrared thermography, and the areas of detached stone tesserae were highlighted, as well as stone tesserae that had increased surface roughness. Digital microscopy images also confirmed the thermography results, and thus we were able to see the different areas. In order to summarize the conservation state of the Catholicon floor, it is of course in need of conservation, as the following are noticed: cracks, recent interventions, not always successful, deposition of mortars. This is deposition of mortars from other works that were done in the Catholicon on the stone tesserae. Surface crusts are noticed on the surface, salts, iron oxides, biological, and dust. And of course, all this demands actions, the application of restoration mortars, cleaning interventions in order to see the original surface, reattachment of fragment and stone elements to bring homogeneity back, the filling of cracks, while additional measures have to be taken also for the protection of the central decorative synthesis, because after the rehabilitation project, the Catholicon will be open to the public again, and religious rituals will take place. So this is also a very important issue. To conclude, the analysis of historical materials is not only necessary as part of the documentation process, but it also provides valuable information on many levels regarding the phases of a monument, the environmental factors affecting the materials of the monument, and it also acts as the basis for the design and or selection of new restoration materials. In situ non-destructive testing provides valuable complementary information, which is also necessary for the design of rehabilitation interventions and for the design of compatible and performing materials. For the design of the new restoration materials, an interdisciplinary approach is necessary because, as we saw earlier, the structural analysis gave us the level of performance needed by the mortar, let's say the restoration mortar. And also, finally, we'd like to say that 3D documentation assisted in a holistic conservation approach because it helped us see the whole image of the state of preservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Apostolopoulou. I would urge the audience, if they have any questions, to keep them for the next presentation, because this is the second part of the whole cycle of rehabilitation. It's going to be covered again by Professor Dr. Apostolopoulou. So
I will be presented again now.
Keep walking, actually. Try to keep it in 10, 15 minutes max.
Oh, no, don't worry. It's 10 minutes.
Okay,
10 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay. The floor is against yours.
I'm sorry, I talk a little bit fast, but we don't have a lot of time. And now we will be presenting, the next adventure, which is the interdisciplinary approach, and we will be showing you the evolution of the rehabilitation works, supervision, monitoring, and control at the Varnakova Monastery Catholico. So before we saw the historical materials and we saw the proposals, but now we will be seeing the actual project which is ongoing. I will not show you the historical aspects again. The rehabilitation project, which we will be presenting now, has a specific aim. It is to revoke the pathology of the monument and make it once again accessible, as we said earlier, while highlighting the historical and aesthetic values of the monument, which is the ultimate goal. The rehabilitation project, which is ongoing, is based on the interdisciplinary study and rehabilitation proposals which were made by the National Technical University of Athens. And these were presented in the previous TMM-CH. In this presentation today, we will be showing you how interdisciplinarity can assist in the dynamic readjustment of the study during the project. Just to summarize the interdisciplinary study, which we will not present today, but it's the background. It included multispectral and interdisciplinary analysis. It included historical documentation, so we can see the core values and guidelines for the rehabilitation project. It included architectural analysis. It included on-site non-destructive testing, structural analysis, characterization of historical materials and diagnosis of decay, and design of new materials, as well as the project management plan. The interdisciplinary study was subjected and approved by the Ministry of Culture, and the project, which is ongoing, is based on the study proposals. The project began in July 2021 and is programmed to end in August 2023. And the reason is that we want to allow for the Assumption of Mary religious ritual to take place in the Catholicon. This is an important religious ritual which takes place on the 15th of August, so it is symbolic. The project is funded by the own resources of the Varnakova Monastery monastic community. The project is under the responsibility of the Ephorate of Antiquities of Phokis, and it is scientifically supported by NTUA in real time and real scale. And of course, NTUA cooperates with the contractor responsible for the construction site and is responsible for the implementation studies which are carried out during the works. All works conducted are based on studies. The studies are submitted and approved by the Directorate for the Restoration of Byzantine and Post-Byzantine Monuments. So we have a whole procedure here which must be undertaken in order for something to actually take place. The Reverend Metropolitan of Phokis Theoktistos is informed regarding the progress. Now the project follows specific predefined stages. These stages, of course, are interlinked and sometimes happen in parallel. The first stage is the installation of supports and scaffoldings, of course, the removal and restoration of interior plasters, the restoration of the roof, masonry restoration and reinforcement, resetting, reinforcement and supportive arches, restoration of domes and vaults, reinforcement of columns. At this point of the project, we are at this point, the reinforcement of columns. And following, we will have the reinstallation of electrical, light, sound, heating, and cooling systems, the installation of wooden frames on the roof, and the reinstallation of ceramic tiles, as well as strengthening of the foundation of the columns. The NTUA interdisciplinary team continuously supports the project throughout the works. And we would like to stress here some issues that we already saw at the Holy Edicule, how important it is to have scientific support during a project. Because sometimes, not sometimes, but usually, during a project, a rehabilitation project of a monument, we have new findings. And these new findings may demand readjustment of the project plan, which has to happen during an ongoing project. We will show you some examples here. One example at the Varnakova Monastery was the restoration of the roof. During the study, a specific plan was proposed and accepted regarding the restoration of the roof. As you can see here, the roof of the temple consists of a vaulting system that is composed of domes, semi-domes, and groin vaults, which rest on columns and pillars. However, when the roof was opened and the ceramic tiles were taken away, during the project, a complex building system was found, which was fully documented. The slope of the roof is formed by stone gables, the gaps between which are bridged with wooden logs. The gaps are filled with stones and mortar, and stone slabs, wooden logs, slats, and tiles were placed on top. So this is a very complex system. You can see a detail of the roof construction system in the previous slide. Okay, the roof building system was fully documented. Here we can see 3D. And the restoration plan was readjusted in accordance to the new findings in terms of architectural and structural issues, or had to be readjusted. Regarding the materials that were found beneath the roof were characterized and found to be the same type as the ones in the masonries of the Catholicon. So no adjustment regarding the rehabilitation materials was necessary. Structural analysis through numerical modeling was undertaken once again, taking into account now the new findings. And different solutions were investigated in order to select the optimum measures. The roof restoration plan was modified and new detailed designs were drawn regarding the reinforcement measures, as you can see on the right. The readjusted plan was presented to the stakeholders and approved, and thus the restoration of the roof continued and proceeded, however, with the new measures, with the readjusted plan. Another example of how new findings can change the study and the project plan happened during the removal of the plasters. In the interior of the church, we said was plastered. So already from the study, it was said that the plasters of the interior must be removed carefully in order to investigate the possible presence of wall paintings behind them. And the plan was to carefully remove the plasters, and if no wall paintings are found, get to the level of the masonry, restore the masonry, reinforce the masonry, and then apply new plasters and have the interior plastered again as before. Now, during the project, in most of the church, excluding the pronaos, although many different layers of plasters were found, and this makes sense after 2 centuries of it being in use, however, no wall paintings were found, and the final layer corresponded to the 1831 reconstruction phase. So in these areas, the study plan proceeded as planned in the beginning. However, in certain areas of the pronaos, fragments of murals were revealed, which were from previous phases. Thus, the plan was readjusted, and it was decided that the uncovered fragments will remain in place and be conserved and not be replastered in contrast to the rest of the masonry. During this stage, the removal of the plaster, when the plasters were removed from the east masonry of the pronaos, a Byzantine masonry system was revealed, the cloisonné system style that has the bricks and the isodomic stones, which is very typical of the Byzantine era. Now, this masonry was only found in this area. It corresponds to the west facade of the church before the construction of the pronaos. Therefore, it is a very important part of the church. It survived the explosion during the Greek Revolution. And thus, it was proposed and it was accepted that this masonry will be conserved, not be plastered again, and remain visible for visitors because it is an important historical aspect of the monument. Another important issue that we saw during the Holyedical Rehabilitation Project and was also applied in this project of the Varnakova Katholikon is monitoring and control during the project. Because by scientific support and monitoring and control during the project, we are assisted in assessing the interventions as they happen, and therefore we can see whether the interventions were successful and something else is needed, and some areas may be highlighted which demand new measures or readjustments of the study. One example is during the grouting. During the grouting process, the volume of grout entering each tube was documented, as well as the interconnection of tubes, as you saw earlier in the presentation of Mr. Roumeliotis. By seeing the grout injection flow, we can see that it was successful in the lower areas where it has been concluded. In some tubes, there was an interconnection with the interior. That means that when grout was injected from an exterior tube, we saw grout flow from an interior tube, which means an interconnecting crack. And in others, it was not. And also the analysis of the grout flow in conjunction with ground-penetrating radar results can allow for the interpretation of the internal part of the three-leaf masonry, and this is also important information. However, the monitoring and control of the grouting did not demand a readjustment of the study. It is only examined to show how we can see if the intervention was successful or not. Another issue has to do with disintegrated wooden elements. Now, already from the study, that is before the project began, NDTs, as we said in the previous presentation, indicated that there is perhaps a wooden element embedded in the masonry surrounding the structure. But of course, we couldn't see this wooden element. It was only indicated through the thermography, infrared thermography. During the project, however, we had access to wooden elements of the structure, and we were able to visually inspect them and also apply NDTs. This revealed that some wooden elements were in a bad state of preservation and thus required replacement. And this was a readjustment of the plan too, because they were replaced with stainless steel elements embedded in mortar. Now I will be showing you the rehabilitation project, which of course is ongoing, so we will be seeing the different stages up to this point. We would like to say first that the reinforcement materials used for the restoration were defined in the study, so everything was predefined in this aspect. They were continuously assessed throughout the project and, if needed, of course, readjusted. And the aim when using materials for monuments protection is to achieve compatibility, performance, and durability. All three aspects are important. So we can see here the stage, the installation of supports and scaffoldings. Here we can see the exterior scaffolding system, which is of high safety and resilience. In the interior scaffoldings and supports were readjusted and reinforced because, as we said before, there are many stability issues in this monument. So there were scaffoldings and supports, but they needed readjustment and reinforcement. Then the removal of plasters began. As we said earlier, the interior will be replastered, and the plasters were extracted very carefully on account of the presence of possible wall paintings. And the restoration of the roof system, which happened in parallel to the removal of the plasters and the reinforcement of the masonry. As we said earlier, the roof was opened, revealing the complex system. Stones and deteriorated materials were carefully removed. Imagine 300 tons of materials were removed. The roof was cleaned and documented. The pediments were reconstructed. Belts of reinforced concrete in the pediments were constructed as well for reinforcement, and selected historic stones, however, only ones that were in good condition and after cleaning were used in the reconstruction in order to keep the same material. Works on the roof system are still ongoing because this is a very huge project, the roof system, and because we also have to reinforce the masonry while restoring the roof system. And the three next stages are the placement of wooden beams, the placement of plywood seats, and the placement of screw-on ceramic tiles. In parallel to the restoration of the roof, we also have the masonry restoration and reinforcement. The first stage is the cleaning of the joints, cleaning the masonry of loose and compatible materials. The second stage is repointing, so the masonry was repointed, both regarding the exterior and the interior masonry, as well as the dome, roof systems, and the compatible and performing restoration mortar, which we described in the previous presentation, was used in these works. And finally, grouting was conducted from lower areas to higher areas to reinforce the structure. At this point, grouting has been conducted up to 2 meters height, but it will continue in the next few weeks. The arches were reset because they were in a very bad state of preservation, as you can see, and they were also reinforced. 150 holes were drilled to enable the placement of metal round rods to help the arches be supported, and 75 metal round rods were placed in the arches to suspend the supporting metal structures. Stainless steel tension and compression elements were placed at the end points of the arches, and the arches were readjusted. You can see here on the left image a wooden element, which was from the previous reconstruction, which is in a bad state of preservation and was replaced with stainless steel element. Furthermore, the reinforcement of domes and vaults is ongoing. Dome and vault systems are restored, repositioned, repointed, and reinforced, both internally and externally. Regarding the restoration of the domes, we can see here the placement of stainless steel render mesh on the roof, which is an ongoing process right now. And finally, at this point, another ongoing work in parallel is the reinforcement of the columns inside the interior of the church, which is important for its overall stability. And the reinforcement is being done with stainless steel elements. Of course, the project is ongoing, and we hope it will end soon, and we will have more to show. The interdisciplinary methodology should be applied not only during the study of a monument or historic building, but it should also be dynamically applied during the actual restoration project. This framework, which we followed at the Varnakova Catholicon Rehabilitation, was first applied during the Holy Edicule Restoration Project, which was scientifically supervised by Professor Antonia Moropoulou as well. And today we can confirm the applicability of this framework for other monuments, as well as its importance in reaching the optimum level regarding restoration goals. Two main features are highlighted as important input of scientific supervision, allowing for the readjustment of the studies applied during the restoration works, dynamically and during the works. One is new findings. New findings are related to important architectural or historic elements that emerged during the restoration project and which demand readjustment of the restoration plan in order to protect and highlight them. And the other issue is monitoring and control, which is very important because it allows for the assessment of the restoration interventions in real time and scale. And it also allows for the readjustments of the restoration plan, or it may highlight necessary additional measures that have to be taken. This is an exemplary work which transfers the model of the rehabilitation of the Holy Edicule project to Greece, searching out a transdisciplinary approach and multi-actors cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Apostolopoulou. And actually, continuing from your last slide, I think it's more appropriate to name the remaining contributors to this work, because just to highlight that such complex rehabilitation projects are the result of close cooperation between universities, contractors, and of course Ministry of Culture. So it's appropriate at least to mention the rest of the contributors, and we'll continue on with the questions. This work was contributed by Professor Moropoulou, Haralabos Mouzakis from Civil Engineering School, Georgios Andriotakis, Iulia Vombiri, Vasilis Zafiris, the contractor, Maria Apostolopoulou, Κώστας, Κατερίνη Ντελέγκου, myself Κυριάκος Λαμπρόπουλος, Στέργιος Ρωμελιώτης, Μαριλένα Τσακουμάκη, and Αθανασία Ψάλτη. You see that...
Vasilis Zafiris, we say Vasilis.
I said it. Don't worry about it. It's a prime example that you need to do all the necessary steps, however long it takes, however expensive it may become, because otherwise you are doing half of the work. You have to do a full diagnostic study, as you showed us in the previous presentation. You have to complete the decision process in close cooperation between the universities, the scientific contributors, and the Ministry of Culture. Otherwise, you have to agree to all these solutions proposed. And of course, you need to have quality in the application of whatever solution you want to do. So I think these two contributions, these two presentations you provided to us, show to everybody the complexity of these problems. And,
yes, and not only that, but a lot more, many more people contributed to the study and to the project. Many more. I mean, we can't even put all the names in. And also, apart from that, I would like to say that it is a very difficult procedure, but necessary interdisciplinarity.
So, do we have any questions from the audience? Otherwise, we would like to, Professor Moropoulou, would you like to close the conference once more? No. Okay, so I'll ask from our Turkish friend and to highlight the cooperation in such.
It's great for me to be with my lovely Greek friends after many years. We will see each other more often. We had participated and listened to many interesting proceedings, and young people coming from us encourage me more, because they would evaluate and deal the contemporary technology, of course, better than us. And if we could fix our ethics, mental way of learning things with their ability of using tools, we can achieve great projects together. Well, thank you for your invitation again, for your beautiful organization.
Thank you, Professor Decker. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure and an honor that after almost 13 years, we were back together, all the three of us, and not only the three of us, Professor Moropoulou. I cannot avoid mentioning our colleague Petros Moundoulas, who is not around us anymore. Okay, we miss him very much. Anyhow, this was for once more a very rich in ideas, on themes conference. I think that multidisciplinary approaches all over the issues that were stressed in the conference. I think that everybody, everyone, each one of us got a little bit more rich knowledge, see different point of views that we need to bear and to have in mind, see how other scientists, other engineers, other disciplines approach the same subject, and I think that this is the most important element of this conference. And I think that we are all glad that we participated for once more. And of course, what Hassan already already told us, young generation, new students, new scientists will come and give another breath, a new breath, to all the work that we are trying to do here today. Kyriakos?
Thank you, Katerina. I think I'm lucky to have the last word in the conference, so I cannot add anything more to my esteemed colleagues other than try to say slowly the title of the conference to realize how lucky we were to cover all these subjects. So again, we attended and we were part of the conference titled Transdisciplinary, think about it, multispectral, think about it, modeling, think also about it, and cooperation, think about it, for the preservation of cultural heritage. Throughout all the sessions, throughout all the panels, these 4 or 5 words were highlighted and emphasized. And within the whole concept of, again, recapturing the world in conflict through culture, promoting mutual understanding and peace. Bear this in mind when you come to the next TMM conference sometime soon. We thank Professor Moropoulou and we wait for the last.
Before leaving, we have to renew our commitment for the 4th TMM-CH conference after 2 years, March 25. And I have to recall a title from the proposals of the Cypriot colleagues of ours who have left, identifying the world through culture. So it is the ID of the world we are searching for. Thank you very much.